Good morning, Chiefs Kingdom. Welcome in. Welcome in. It is day 3 of the NFL draft, and you're here with all freaking chiefed up. Let's go.
Go,
It's
baby.
ACFU. Is that what it is now? No,
Yeah.
I
AC
said it
who?
wrong.
ACU. That's who it is. Steve,
Well,
we've had a good draft so far.
good. Yeah, I
With-
actually
with-
like
with-
the picks, yes.
With all metrics, the Chiefs have, I think, had a good draft. I am amazed at the non-ball knowers and the alarmists out in Chiefs Kingdom acting like this is a bad draft. I have never in my life seen so many whiners, fools, and downright idiots that have no clue who these guys are because they don't take 5 seconds to dig into anything, and then they want to critique Brett Veach and what the Chiefs are doing. We could start at a lot of players. Josh Simmons is one of them. I honestly, look, me and you wanted to see Luther Burden because we predicted Luther Burden here and we thought we needed that playmaker. But when you could get Josh Simmons the way they did and pick up a 5th-round pick, you cannot be mad at this. And people that think he will not, absolutely will not contribute this season, I think you're out of your mind because we're not 100% sold that Jalen Moore can do it. And there's always this thing called injuries. There's always injuries that go along. So it's possible this guy could contribute this year, and if not, big deal. Good franchises draft players that do not have to play immediately. You can sit them, you can get them up to speed. Patrick Mahomes did not play in his first season. I think he's had a pretty good career.
Right.
Like, why is the thing where we think that once you draft somebody in round 1, they immediately got to be a Pro Bowl player?
Well, I think they want immediate production is what it
The
is.
Chiefs
People
do
just want it
not
straight out the
need
gate.
immediate production at many positions.
Well, left tackle is one of them that they do, and I think that's why people's freaking out about it. And also that you mentioned injuries. It's the injury thing that scares people away from Josh Simmons, but that's also the reason why we were able to get him at pick 32 in the first round because, Mike, I thought if his medicals were clear that he was going to go no later than pick 18. I said that several times on the first night of coverage. He just so happened to fall all the way to the Chiefs. We were able to trade back, gain a 5th-round pick, and get him. That's a win-win. There's nothing you could say bad about that. I think people that are getting a little angry about that one might have just had other things in mind, right?
Steve, we had top 4 on our board. I don't give a rat's ass what other people do. I'm not looking at Mel Kiper's board. I'm not looking at frickin' Daniel Jeremiah's board. I'm not looking at all their boards. I'm not watching Bro Schmo's board. I love Bro Schmo, but I don't care what he says. I look at what the Chiefs do. Me and you look at every player in this draft. We watch their film. We watch their games. We watch their practice. We watch any film we can get. I even had people sending me highlights and pictures of these guys in practice that were filmed off their phone because I wanted to see what some of these kids could do. And we rank them according to how the Chiefs would draft and how they would fit the Chiefs. We had Josh Simmons as our number 4. And besides Kelvin Banks, he was the number 2 rated solid left tackle if you don't count Will Campbell by saying Will Campbell could be moved inside the guard. If you say he's a tackle, fine, whatever. He was 2 or 3. We picked him up, Steve, at the end of the first round after getting back a 5th-round pick. To crap all over that Josh Simmons pick, look, it wasn't the one that we actually wanted. It wasn't the one that we were thinking they were going to take. But at the end of the day, you could not say that was a bad pick. Brett Veach got himself the number 3, possibly the best, most prepared left tackle if he were not injured. And they're saying the medicals are clear. So are we going to trust Brett Veach or are we not? I get so tired of that flip-flopping back and forth.
It depends on what fits the narrative, Michael. Hey, appreciate y'all being here, by the way. This thing's getting ready to kick off, so thanks for coming in. It's been a long couple of days, man. A lot of live streaming. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Do us a favor, hit the like button, get this out to more people. Let's see if we can get some people in here for day 3. Most of the casuals are gone by now. You know, the first round's over. They're not going to pay attention for the rest of the time. So, you guys are the real ones. Do me a favor, hit the like button, share it with a friend, whatever you got to do. You guys are freaking awesome. And real quick before we get talking a little bit more about the picks, Stephen Beal, been a member for 16 months now, says, imagine Sanders falls to round 7 and we take him. Could turn him into a backup and flip him for a higher pick. No idea what's going on with Sanders right now, but it's kind of funny. And at the same time, it's not. So it's like, whatever. I just don't even care anymore. But obviously, he rubs people the wrong way. That's pretty apparent. Mike, let's move on to the second pick. This is the one that the most of the people are crying about on X and stuff like that, especially inside of Chiefs Kingdom. So, nothing but respect for all other Chiefs content creators and everything else. That's so nothing said in angst or hate or anything like that. But good God Almighty, I've never seen so many people crying about a good pick in my life with Omar Norman Lott. I'm not sure what tape they're watching.
This has been a flabbergasting amount of ignorance on this guy being spewed.
It's pretty wild. You can go on there. There's guys from different channels, different networks. Everyone's crying about this pick. It makes no sense to me. And, they keep citing, well, there was a small sample size. Are they having trouble finding tape? Because we can give you some tape. We've got some on Omar Norman Lott, and this kid is a beast. Crazy explosive first step, quick to get the backfield, over and over and over again on the tape that I watched. And they're just like talking crazy. Like, I don't even know if they're watching the same guy.
Me either. I think they're watching somebody totally different, especially when they come out and say that this guy's not fast off the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, what the hell are you talking about?
What in the HE double hockey sticks are we watching out here, people? Like, what are we doing? Like, these people are giving people guidance on these players. These people are watching these people for information on Chiefs and draft, and we don't think that Omar Norman Lott, if any critique you ever had was he's slow at getting off the ball in the snap, you may be blind.
Yeah.
Steve, I feel like I'm on one today. I feel like I'm on one today.
I feel like you are too.
People's put me in a pissed off mood over this one. Steve, I don't give, again, rat's ass what Mel Kiper says about Omar Norman Lott, where he had him ranked, where Daniel Jeremiah ranks him, where Bucky Brooks ranks him. I don't care. I don't care where half the league ranks him. I care where I rank him, and I care where the Chiefs ranked him. And the Chiefs thought he was a top 75 player. And I thought the kid was a top 35 to 40 player that we could have took in the back end of the first round if there wouldn't have been chronic knee issues. And why? He fits every mold you need. He is Turk Wharton made over with a higher ceiling. And if he can stay healthy and if he can learn from Chris Jones, he can be developed just a little bit, because in Tennessee, he played in a hockey-style rotation. It kind of reminded me of the John Calipari basketball teams back in the day with Karl Anthony Towns and Devin Booker. Do you remember when Devin Booker was coming off the bench and not being able to even play for that team because he was running a 5-5 system, and then Devin Booker goes to the NBA and becomes one of the most premier shooters and scorers in the league? Right. This is what Omar Norman Lott reminds me of. He didn't get a fair shake at Tennessee because they're running these hockey-style changes. And, Steve, I've got some actual tape I want to bring up from what this kid did at the Senior Bowl, and we'll watch this. I'll bring it up, and we'll talk a little bit more about Norman Lott, but I'll let you jump in and say what you were going to say.
Tennessee's on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. Also, shout out to Valerie with the 10 bomb, starting us off right. Let's go, Valerie. Appreciate your support. Thanks for always being there, watching, and supporting your boys. It does not go unnoticed. But, yeah, Tennessee is on the clock. We'll see what they get this thing started with in the fourth round here. This is going to be a fun one, too. I was pretty excited about yesterday. I thought that it was pretty crucial with the Chiefs draft because they had the 3 draft picks there, all in the second and third round. So pretty heavy day. And they went all defense, which is pretty wild, but also pretty welcomed as well. It'll be interesting to see what they do now. Is it time to shift gears? Is it time to go offense? Is it time to get some weapons on the field? Maybe they thought there were some sleepers. Some diamonds in the rough, if you will, and they have their eye on them. I'm excited to see where they go for the rest of the draft, Mike. But, yeah, the Omar Norman Lott pick, to me, this dude, I don't know how people can be hating on it. It's very strange. Honestly, I think a lot of the time with these guys, it's like someone that wasn't on their radar. Kind of like for us, we didn't really have Ashton Gelati on our radar, but at the same time, we can watch his tape. We can look at his stuff and be like, hey, this is a good pick as well. Like, there's a lot of upside with this kid. I think maybe it's just not what they expected.
Right. I brought up, this is Omar Norman Lott Senior Bowl practice clips. Anyone can go to YouTube and watch Omar Norman Lott Senior Bowl practice clips. And this includes all the other talking heads, all the other Chiefs contributors, everybody else. I advise you to please watch this. You can watch it along with me right now if you'd like. I'm going to teach you what getting off the ball quickly looks like, and it is Omar Norman Lott. Okay, this is the first few snaps. He's going up against, I thought it was Gray Zabel, but it's not. It's another kid. Look at that fast movement to get in the backfield right there. It's kind of lagging a little bit. I'm sorry. It'll pick up in a second. He gets him around the corner. He sheds him. He gets to him. Here it is from the other angle. Puts him around the corner, rips him down, gets to him. I don't know why it's lagging up on me a little bit. Is it lagging on your end there, Steve?
A little bit, yeah. But you could definitely see the quick first step. Just obviously, even with a laggy video, you could see that. You know.
There we go. Look at that push back in that pocket. Just sitting there eating the center up. These are high level guys he's going against, guys that are getting drafted. He's ripping right through them. Here he is coming up the middle. Look at that stunt. Did you see that seamless stunt where he comes around the edge? And you're telling me he's not fast? He's not fast. He can't get off. Watch this play right here. First guy off the line and blows up the snap before the quarterback even got the ball. Did we see that, ladies and gentlemen? Should
Mike,
we watch
he's
that
too
one again?
slow off the snap.
Do you think Omar Norman Lott, I'm going to pause it. Boom. Omar Norman Lott is not even visible because he's in the backfield. He's taking the snap from the quarterback right as we speak right now, but he's slow at getting off the ball. The other linemen have not even moved yet. And Omar Norman Lott is taking the handoff like he plays running back for the opposing team over here. He blows this play to the high heavens right there. Here it is from another angle. Look at that right there. You're telling me that he's not fast at getting off the snap. Look at the disruption. Omar Norman. There's another one. Did you see how fast he come through the line? And you're telling me, I'm going to pause it again. He is higher up. He's taking the snap from the quarterback, Steve.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt your rant. Tennessee's went ahead and they picked the Florida wide receiver. Is his name Dyke or DK? I don't even know.
Oh, they took Chim DK.
Yeah, Chim DK.
That's a decent pick. Decent pick. He ran a 4.3. More Omar Norman Lott. He comes unblocked there, cool. He runs it down from the back. He doesn't really get to the play there. He kind of gets left unblocked. Look, he holds his own on that run play. The run went the wrong way. He held it pretty well. You can see it from this angle. He got doubled initially, comes off. He's fine. The play doesn't go his way. Here he is again up the middle. Super good burst right there. Super good burst. He comes right into him and just stands him up. That one he gets washed a little bit. Cool. You're not going to win every single rep. Here he is getting off the line again. He gets down the field. He recognizes it's a QB bootleg out the other way. These are all plays that defensive tackles and defensive linemen are. These are edge plays. You want to watch that gold helmet there on that one. Dude, he gets off the line of scrimmage just fine. I don't know what anybody is talking about with this kid saying he could not get off the line of scrimmage. That is one of the most asinine critiques I've ever heard in my life on Omar Norman Lott. There's another one where he just blows the play up and the run was perfectly called the other way. But please look at the burst off the line there and what he's doing with that guy. Steve, look, I'm not going to watch anymore. I'm just irritated by the ignorance being floated around on this guy. Steve, with Spags and Chris Jones, with Chris Jones' tutelage, this kid could be good. And I'm talking good.
Yeah, it's definitely not something for people to
if
be
he's
scoffing
bad.
at, right?
Look, if he's horrible, if he's a swing and a miss, it still doesn't matter. Brett Reach can't read the future, but he can watch the film, and on film he looked pretty good. Okay? And he definitely had the good get off. He had all that good stuff. He had it. If he don't pan out, he don't pan out. How many times have we talked about first-round picks not panning out? It just happens. But you cannot look at the film as we sit right now and just be like, look, and then critique me with he's slow at getting off the ball.
That's just crazy.
I will tell you you're an idiot to your face.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of these guys don't actually dig into the tape. I think they go watch some highlights or whatever they can find from the guys last year in college, and they go by that. And there's so much more that you can dig into. Half these guys probably don't even watch the Senior Bowl or anything like that. So I don't know. I don't know where they get their ideas from, but this one's pretty crazy. I think Norman Lott's going to be a good player. I think it was a good pick. I think we both felt pretty comfortable with him at the end of the second round there for sure.
Yeah, John says Lott is not a full-time player. It is easier to beat full-time players when you come in fresh. What did Turk Wharton do for us? These are everybody in the NFL rotates.
Well, yeah, especially
unless you're Chris Jones, you're playing every snap. Most people rotate. Most people play. This is why you have line depth.
especially a defensive tackle. You got
especially defensive tackle. That's just, and that's also common sense. So that's not a knock. That's not a knock. He's got more burst than Derek Harmon. And I'll say it to the end of time. Derek Harmon may be the better NFL player. May pan out that way. But he does not have as good as burst.
Off the board to the Jacksonville Jaguars, so the running back went just now. Actually, like Bashal Tootin is maybe like a late running back for the Chiefs even. I think there's a few guys that still kind of fit. But he's off the board to Jacksonville, and the New York Giants are on the clock.
Bashal Tootin was going to go pretty decently quick today, in my opinion, Steve, because he was he was a guy that was very fast, and he did some crazy stuff at his combine performance. It was insane what he ran. I had his numbers just right up here. Hold up. He ran a 4.38. No, wait, let me take that back. That's the wrong guy. He ran a 4.32. the fastest at the combine, 4.32. A 1.49 10-yard split, which was the fastest at the combine. A 40.5-inch vert, which was the highest at the combine. He tested out off the charts, man.
Peter Ortiz with the 2 bomb says, "Congrats, Mike. You found your soulmate with Omar Norman Lott, baby." Appreciate the 2, Peter.
Yeah.
Man, Mike's been on this kid from early on, so I think he fell in love with Omar Norman Lott's play early in the draft process. And yeah, man, I think it's a great pick. I think it was a good fit. I think.
Well, let's ask ourselves this question, Steve. Mel Kiper, whoever else, insert draft guru, anybody you want. Omar Norman Lott's, he's not worth nothing. He's a 4th-round pick. He's number 150. He's 145. I had him as a fringe first-round player, and I said he'll be moved back kind of like Kingsley, and now he's a mid to late second-rounder, and that's exactly where the Chiefs took him. Who knows ball? Are you saying
Mel Kiper knows so much more about football than Brett Veach and his
I'm
crew,
just trying to
and
say,
Andy Reid. Don't you know that?
I'm just trying to say, who do you trust? Who do you trust here? Do you trust NFL scouts and Chiefs evaluators, or are we trusting a bunch of idiots on a computer? And I'm just saying, who was I closer to? The Chiefs, or was I closer to Mel Kiper? I'd rather be closer to the Chiefs.
Now, we are idiots on a computer, but...
Right, but I would rather be closer to the Chiefs' evaluations of players than Mel Kiper's.
Yep. Let's see here. Come on, New York. Let's get this thing rolling. It's the 4th round. You're supposed to be fast by now. So let's move it on, man. Noah Williams. A lot of people didn't have a whole lot of knowledge about Noah Williams, and they've got extremely horny in the last 24 hours, well, 12 hours, whatever it is, about Noah Williams. It's like they finally watched some tape for the first time in their life. But no, Noah Williams is a fun cornerback, complete ball hawk, all kinds of ball skills. The kid's physical, long, big corner, just going to play on the outside, on the boundaries. Going to be a fun one to watch. I think that he could definitely contribute very early on in his career for the Chiefs, especially considering what they do with Jalen Watson, Josh Williams, some of those guys. This kid's super fun to watch. I really like the pick there. He kind of fell into that same category as like a Darian Porter or the Revel kid.
Picks in, Steve. Cam Scatteraboo.
Cam Scatteraboo off the board to the New York Giants. Man, that's an interesting one for them, huh?
Yeah.
Looks like we're having some trouble streaming to X today. Not that it matters. Those guys are slap nuts over there on X.
No, they'd rather watch paint dry than watch All Chiefed Up on X because, Steve, people get offended by the fact that we'll get stuff right, and then that just turns into we're arrogant. And then if we get it wrong, we're non-ball knowers.
You can't.
You cannot win. There's certain people that they'll just go break their backs to pay attention to, and we're not one of them. Never going to be. I've come to that conclusion. Don't care.
Yeah, no one cares about that. Calm down, Mike. Prime Tiger Video says, calm down. It's early in the day. You just got to take it easy, man. Got to take it easy. But no, honestly, yesterday I thought it was a good day for the Chiefs. They went straight defense. I think they had 3 very, very solid picks, man. And I was pretty happy about it. So far, this draft, counting the Josh Simmons pick in the first round, I think that Brett Veach is hanging around in that A category. I think that's the grade we've got so far, and he has a lot of room to improve on this draft. With the last few picks that he has, man, there's some good players still on the board out there. It'll be interesting to see what he does in this round in particular. Would he like to trade back up in the 4th round here and grab some of these guys that have fell? Because the Chiefs, obviously, they have pick 133, which is the 31st pick in this round today. But there are some guys on the board right now I feel like the Chiefs could come up to take a look at, man. Some guys have fell a little further than what I thought, and in skilled positions. So do you think that you could see Brett Veach move up the board today and try to snag one of those guys like a Jalen Royals or someone who hasn't come off the board yet?
I don't know. I think Brett Veach may be done moving. It's possible. He just don't have a lot of firepower here. He's not going to keep digging into next year's draft because he don't want to get in the same situation. He got that 5th. He's got that late 4th, and then he's got 3 7ths. Do you give one of those 3 7ths up? Is that enough to move up a little higher there in the 4th or the 5th? Possibly. I would think more the 5th than the 4th. I don't see him giving up a 5th and our late 4th to move up in the 4th.
Right, but there's still,
I feel like he wanted that 5th for a
playmakers.
reason, but I don't know.
That's true. There's some playmakers, though. Jalen Royals still out there. Dylan Sampson from Tennessee still out there. That's a 4-3 guy. Kind of looks like a little Andy Reid running back that he would like. You also have the 2 Kansas guys, Devin Neal, Kansas State, DJ Giddens. Alec Ailmanor is still out on the board. He's a bit slower for me, though. I'm not huge on him, but he's still a good receiver. There are some guys hanging around, man. And then if they wanted to take another splash at tackle and double dip
Where's the Alec Ailmanor, slow speed coming from?
I don't know, what was his 40? I thought when on tape he looked a little sluggish.
He was a 4.4 and he was a track guy in high school.
Really? I thought he looked a little sluggish. Maybe it's just because he's a bigger dude. Is he bigger?
I mean, he's huge. He's 6'2", 210, but I mean, yeah, he's
maybe that's what
quick.
it was. But if they wanted to double dip at tackle and get like some talent that they could mold, I know we don't have much faith in Andy Heck at this point with the tackles, but Cam Williams is still on the board from Texas. That's a kid that has all the tools. He just hasn't put it together yet. He could have probably went another year in college there. But I mean, there's some fun little projects and some guys that are already ready to go still on the board. So I don't know. We'll see what Brett Veach does. He might stand pat and wait around. We'll see how far some of these guys actually do fall. There's still some good running backs out there too, even later in the draft. And if you want to start looking at maybe tight end or something like that, I think there's a couple prospects that are still hanging out that are fun there. I think Gunnar Helm from Texas, he reminded me of Kelsey a little bit sometimes. Jalen Conyers from Texas Tech, the Chiefs have met with him. And then you got one that I like, and I think, Mike, you liked him too. I had him on the back end of my top 10, and I think you might have had him right outside of your top 10, but Aronde Gadsden from Syracuse, he's a fun athletic tight end as well. So there's some guys almost in every position. Any that the Chiefs wanted to go right now, there's some guys hanging out that would be fun picks. What are you going to do with it here? New England, they took Craig Woodson, the safety from California. Yeah. Okay, so Jacksonville's back on the clock for their second pick in the first 5 of the 4th round, I'm sorry.
Steve, I had Chim Dike with a little bitty, like a little asterisk next to his name as somebody that I thought fit what Kansas City would maybe like. Kind of crazy, 2 things. Kind of crazy that Mike Borgonzi took him because, again, I think he's trying to build the Chiefs.
Well, so I mean, he's been right beside Brett Veach for years now, right?
So he's seen what I seen. Okay, like he was a guy that I thought fit a Chiefs style offense. So pat on the back there. But did you think in any world Chim Dike was going to get drafted over
Jalen Royals?
Yeah, Jalen Royals.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Let's get this party started here. We got a 10 bomb from our boy Nate back in the house. Says thanks for doing round 3, boys. ACU number 1. Moving on. I'm warming up to the Louisville guy. Maybe he'll push FAU to be what we hoped he could be. Yeah, man. So Nate, you kind of hit the nail on the head here. A lot of people There's some guys that were really on Gelati, and then there's some that just didn't know if he really fit with what the Chiefs wanted to get done. I think Gelati's a fun pick. I think he's something to wait and see how it goes. Does have a high ceiling, super athletic kid. So, I mean, it's going to be fun to see how he goes, progresses as a player in the NFL. I think he might have a more immediate impact than FAU. Obviously, FAU's been slow as hell getting it going. So, maybe you're right. Maybe you can get a push going. And then we got a 20 bomb from our boy Andrew. Says, thanks for streaming the third day of the draft, fellas. Trust Veach to get it right. I'm a defense guy, so I'm already happy. Appreciate you guys showing some love. Yeah, we're here for the third day in a row. We're going to stick it out with you guys. How late does this thing go today?
Well, it'll probably go to 4 or 5 o'clock at least, man. They're doing every round.
Yeah, exactly. They're finishing it up today, so that's going to be fun. And then I hear a train rolling in here. Almost ended the stream clicking the wrong button. That would have been funny.
Steve, if you'd have ended the stream, I would have laughed. I would have just been like, look, vacation.
We got our boy Peter Ortiz in the house with 5 gifted memberships. Let's go, Peter.
Let's go, baby.
If you guys get one of those, make sure to thank that legend in the chat. Y'all show some love to these guys supporting your boys. It's a good way to start the day off. Appreciate you guys. And then we got Sam Lofton chiming in with a 20 bomb. Let's freaking go. He said, get a pizza, Mike. It's going to be a long day. Mike, he said, you're a little wound up. Get you a pizza.
I need a Snickers.
Yeah. Appreciate you for watching all 3 days, Sam. Appreciate
Sam.
that.
Appreciate you, brother. Everybody's been here for 3 days. You guys have been awesome. Have been like legends because I didn't even want to be here for 3 days, man. I'm tired.
Mike, you wanted to be in that bed right behind you sleeping.
I did. I wanted to be sleeping. I went to bed last night. I ended up getting in bed at 3:45 a.m. And then
good for you because it was like 5 a.m. for me. So
yeah, and then back up at 9:30.
The weekend, the draft weekend in the life of Steve. Let's see, what do? We work, we stream, we edit a video, we release video. I did a short, maybe a poll last night, maybe some other stuff. It's been crazy, and then it's back up and at 'em.
Some other stuff? Don't sneak that in. Don't say maybe some other stuff. Were you trying to create more babies in that house? You don't. Draft weekend.
I didn't even have time for that. If I don't have
there's
time
one thing
for that,
draft weekend's good for, Steve, it's for you not to have your 47th child.
Pretty much, man. That's the way they slow me down. They have a draft once a year, right?
They gotta slow this guy down for at least 3 days. Daggone.
We're not gonna have any draft babies in the house, that's for sure. Hey, it's JT in the house with the 5 bomb. What's up, buddy? He said I was going to get a membership, but someone gave me one. Thanks. I missed you, boys. Yeah, JT. Man, good to see you. Wondering where you've been hiding at. But appreciate the love, brother. Let's see here. What's going on in the draft? That's what we're here for. Jack Kaiser, linebacker from Notre Dame, off the board to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Sad about that one. Pops really liked Jack Kaiser.
Did he?
He's a Jack Kaiser guy.
Deontay Thornton Jr. off the board to Las Vegas. So that's they took Jack Best. That's another receiver pick.
Deontay Thornton, though, another guy that I said was a nice deep ball guy that Kansas City could have looked at.
Unfortunately, the Las Vegas Raiders are having a great draft.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well, actually.
You hate to see it.
Hate to see it.
We're so used to the Raiders getting out there and just absolutely shitting the bed in the draft every year. Yeah. And then now Pete Carroll's there, and all of a sudden they're having a good draft, and I don't like it. I don't know. Yeah. I'm not used to this.
All of a sudden they figured out how to draft.
Yeah, I don't like it at all. Let's see here. What do we got going on? The Bears are on the clock. The Bears have also had a really good draft.
Yeah, here comes Ron Poles. Here comes Kansas City North. Let's see what they swipe out of our way here in the 4th round.
Sammy Joe with the 2 bomb. 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends, and a running back are contracted for next year. They need to get some skilled players. They need to get some offense. I think that's getting ready to happen now.
The Bills just traded up.
You never know with Brett. They're going to go get Jalen Royals.
How funny is it that Kansas City North just made a deal with the Bills, their favorite trade partner?
I wouldn't be surprised if they don't come to get Royals here.
Could be a Kyle Williams, Alec Ailman or two. You've got
Did you say Kyle Williams? He's gone, son.
Oh, my bad.
Forever ago.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah. I didn't write that one down. Man, when did he go? It was round 3, right?
Yeah, I think so, to the New England Patriots.
It was the Patriots. Yeah, I missed it. I just now seen that one. I was thinking it was wild. He hadn't went yet.
No. But Jalen Royals is massive value at this point. Appreciate it, too, Sammy. But, yeah, they need I think they can turn a corner here and get some offensive players. what's Buffalo going to do? Jalen Royals is the best fit with Buffalo right here. They traded up to snag him before everybody else. I'm almost positive. And it kind of makes me sick because this kid has so much potential. He reminds me of Rashee Rice. He reminds me, he has shades of Jamar Chase. Just so much this kid could do. Explosive player. I've been on this kid since early in the draft process. Love Jalen Royals. I had the Chiefs. I had a mock to the Chiefs in my original mock draft, but it looks like Buffalo's going to snake them here. I don't think the Chiefs were aggressive enough for a receiver in this draft, in my opinion. I think they've let some slide through the cracks, but
they so obviously, who do they have?
They obviously had an agenda.
Do you think they're fine with those late 7th round guys, kind of like Nair and Sam Brown, maybe?
I still think Sam Brown's one to look at. That's probably their guy, to be quite honest about it. The way it's looking, they've not been aggressive at all to get a wide receiver. I think they had an agenda for day 3, and that was to beef up the defense. And that's what they've done. It looks like Buffalo's going to be aggressive here, come up and get the guy that fell a little bit, which is, good for them. That's a good move for Buffalo. I think
just saying, there's still a guy out there that very much fits the Chiefs' mold at wide receiver. And if he were to fall to 133, the Chiefs could snag him. That's Jalen Lane out of Virginia Tech. 5'10", 191. He ran a 4.34, which is super elite, a 1.5 10-yard split, which is super elite, a 40-inch vert, which tested elite, and he's got 32-inch arms and 10-inch hands. So Jalen Lane is a draft sleeper that has fallen through the cracks right now out of Virginia Tech, Steve, and we know there's a little bit of a pipeline there with Virginia Tech lately.
Yeah, there's still some sneaky receivers in there. I think the last one that I feel like really hits like a different level, though, is probably Jalen Royals. They took Deion Walker from Kentucky. They totally blew my mind. But that's a good pick for Buffalo as well, to be honest. He fell a little bit further than I thought he was going to fall. Mike, you're not a huge fan of Deion Walker. But
I was feeling he was going to go out of the top 100.
He's a solid football player, though. I mean, he's not your cup of tea, but I still think I thought 3rd round on him for sure. But so he fell a little bit further than I thought. Buffalo moves up and takes Deion Walker, so Jalen Royals still out there. I thought for sure he was a goner.
Yeah. Deion Walker now to the Bills. The Bills also took TJ Sanders in round 2. So they're pumping up that defensive line there in Buffalo.
They got Joey Bosa in free agency.
Yeah, they must be scared that who are they worried about there running the ball so much in the AFC East?
I don't know. I wouldn't be worried about a whole lot in the AFC East.
Yeah, I mean, the Patriots aren't a team. I mean, maybe they're thinking Vrabel's going to start getting smash mouth on them or something.
The Patriots have had an excellent draft, and they have a coach now. So you could start seeing them being a player again in the AFC probably in the next few years. You see a couple of teams, unfortunately, most of them in the AFC West, but you see a lot of teams starting to build the right way. Everybody's been throwing darts and like going crazy and trying to put together super teams and signing these guys in free agency to try to take the Chiefs out. And it's not working. So a lot of these teams have kind of reset in the last 2 years and are like, look, let's build this thing the right way. And they're starting to get to that point where they can be competitive again. If you look at the Denver Broncos, they're on the right path. The Las Vegas Raiders are on the right path. Now with Harbaugh over in L.A., the Chargers are kind of on the right path there. And now you're starting to see teams like New England getting themselves together. Yeah, man, the AFC West or the AFC in general is going to start getting a lot more competitive in the future years, because lately it's just been kind of like, hey, here's the Ravens and the Bills, and everybody's going to, kiss their ass all year and talk about how great they are, and then the Chiefs are going to beat them in the playoffs. And that's pretty much been the AFC in a nutshell. I think you're going to see a lot more competitiveness in that, a lot more parity in the AFC in years to come. You're starting to see teams build together pretty well. The pick is in for the Jets. Not sure what they've taken yet, but the Philadelphia Eagles are on the clock. So pick is in for the Jets. I'm not even sure what the Jets need at this point. They need Jesus is what they need. They've been struggling with it for a while now. Man. Mike, we're on day 3 of the NFL draft, baby.
Yeah.
Sammy Joe with a 2 says we drafting next year's wide receiver 2 or running back 1, Rice in the slot. I don't know what they're going to do here. I think Mike, how far does Jalen Royals have to fall before Brett Veach says enough is enough? Let's go up a few picks and grab this kid.
I don't know if Jalen Royals could fit with the Chiefs. I never thought he was a perfect fit for the Chiefs, and so I don't know how much he is.
Do you think
on our
Rashee
board.
Rice is a perfect fit for the Chiefs? We didn't think that at all, but he has been. So I think he's kind of like him. Don't you think?
There's similarities. You definitely don't need the same guy twice, especially. I mean, there's similarities. I wouldn't say he's a perfect one for one on that. It could be some of his medicals too. You got to remember he missed all last year with some injury. I'm getting ready to look in and see if I can find some medicals.
That's kind of the name of the game in this draft, right? We've seen lots of guys fall, like Josh Simmons, for instance.
Yeah, I'm going to dig into some Utah State news and sports writers and see if I can find anything about Jalen Royals' medicals.
Yeah, I thought from the tape he was an explosive player, and I thought somebody would take a shot on that kid. So it's kind of surprising to me that he's still hanging out here almost a mid-4th round at this point. I thought he was a late 2nd rounder, maybe early 3rd, and here we are mid-4th round, and he's still hanging out. So even Mel Kiper and ESPN's a couple of guys on there had him as a position rank of 9, so number 9 in receivers total. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know what to do.
We had a break number 8.
Yeah, he was 8 on ours, which is about right. Like if you look around, but now pretty much his draft grade overall, he kind of was coming off the boards around pick 83 or something like that, and here we are in day 3 of the draft at pick 110. He's still hanging out. So I mean, he has fallen a little bit. But I mean, overall, Jalen Royals, he's the 6th overall in total score at the combine in receivers, 8th ranked in production, 11th in athleticism. He was green in all areas, a 4.42 40, a 1.49 10-yard split, brother. The kid can get up and go, and he can get there fast. Even Lance Zierlein had him at round 2 to 3. I don't know, man. I think this is a guy hanging out.
On film, Steve, he doesn't look as fast as he tested. Like, he did not look like he ran a 4.42.
I saw some film on the
but
kid
he
where he
did.
looked pretty fast, though. I seen him take some slants to the house, much like Rashee Rice. You've seen Rashee Rice break off some slants, or like you even mentioned, Jamar Chase. He'll do that all the time. I see shades of that in Jalen Royals' game. I see some explosiveness. And if you get him the ball quick, he can get it.
Okay, here we go. I found a little bit of something on Royals here. It says a key factor in Royals' draft slide is his injury history. He suffered a torn deltoid in his right foot, prematurely ending his senior season after only 7 games.
I thought that was a breath mint.
Yeah, that's an Altoid. Although he was highly productive before the injury, teams expressed major concerns about his durability. Additionally, while Royals demonstrated explosive playmaking ability at Utah State, much of his success actually came from a simplified route tree, only featuring screens, hitches, slants, and go routes. It also says he has separation issues against physical press coverage corners, and they're afraid that the foot may also affect that as well because it may affect his burst.
Another receiver off the board before him. Jets just took Georgia's Arian Smith.
Dude, Arian Smith was climbing. Arian Smith is a dangerous pick, and not because I think he's great. It's because he is a big-time boom-bust guy, and I think it's about a 90% bust rate on this kid.
Yeah, just a little bit more for me on Jalen Royals, and we'll move on off of him and see where he ends up at. But one thing that I really liked about his tape and why I thought he'd be a good fit for the Chiefs was that you can get him the ball quick, and he can make some things happen. It looks like the Chiefs are not want to do that, though. That's like what they should have been doing in the Super Bowl, just trying to get the ball to their playmakers fast. Just not something the Chiefs seem to want to do. But like I said, this kid reminds me of Rashee Rice in the fact that he can run those small slants and really make big plays out of them. And one thing I really loved about him, Mike, he works super aggressively back to the throw. He'll also keep moving if the quarterback's scrambling. He has impressive body control, always catch ready. He's in run mode before the ball's even in his hands, but that's not to a detriment. He doesn't have a high drop rate or anything like that. This kid's just always in go mode, and he can normally take the first tackler down. He can break tackles, so I thought he'd be a fun one for the Chiefs. Let's keep an eye on him and see what happens now that another receiver off the board before him. So
The Eagles have just selected Ty Robinson out of Nebraska. That's a very good pick. The
Great
Eagles,
pick.
another solid draft. The Eagles always do pretty well in the draft.
they do. They really do.
They were so pissed off that they couldn't draft Arian Smith and keep the Georgia player going, so they went ahead and snaked our Nebraska kid.
So I find it funny with the Eagles, right? Because they do draft well. Like, you can't knock how they draft. They draft well every year, pretty consistently. But they still felt the need to go out and pad up a super team for last year. I thought that was kind of wild.
Man, that's just what they do.
Like, always spending that money they don't have. Greg Bridges with the 5 bomb says Mike and Steve have the greatest draft coverage available. Appreciate you, Greg.
Appreciate you.
The rest of the planet needs to get on board with that, baby. Y'all hit that like button, get this out to more people. They need to know about it. And there's and not knocking anybody, but I've kind of watched some other people's draft coverage. I'm interested to see what other people are doing, and some of it's like watching paint dry. They're not having any fun with it. It's like they're hanging out with their nerd friends, and they're all thinking about playing World of Warcraft, but they have to do football first. You know,
Much football talk. I'd much rather be building a village.
Yes, it's exactly what it looks like to me. And it's crazy because there's like 10,000 people watching, like, these guys know about football. Like, no, you think they do. I'll tell you what they know about. They know about being a mage or a wizard or something like that.
Look, enough wizard talk. We're trying to talk football around here, daggone it.
Oh, man. We're assholes, too, so that makes us fun, right?
I mean, look, if you're not having fun, if you're not being a little bit of an asshole, what are you?
It's so true, though.
Do you trust people that's not a little bit of an asshole?
We're just honest, you know? Everybody else is blowing smoke at you. You don't even know who they are. You know exactly what you get with all jeeved up.
Yeah, you're getting a bunch of idiots.
Veach is a wizard. That's what Kyle said.
Veach is a wizard. I'll give you that.
Man, there's definitely some World of Warcraft in there. Maybe even some, what's the one where you act out everything? Dungeons and Dragons?
Yeah.
Whatever it is, I don't know. They're doing something.
Well, Steve, let's go through the positions here. We'll talk about who we've got the highest rated on our board. So, obviously, if you go quarterback, Shedeur Sanders. Poor Shedeur is still sitting there. He would be the best player on the board. We'll see. Will Howard's still available. Quinn Ewers is still available. You want to go with a little bit of a sleeper? You got Riley Leonard, Brady Cook, maybe Seth Hannigan out of Michigan, or Memphis rather, not Michigan, sorry. So let's go running back. The best player on the board running back, we got DJ Giddens, Dylan Sampson, Devin Neal, Damian Martinez. So there's still a heck of a lot of good running backs on the board.
Those are all guys in the Chiefs' wheelhouse, too.
Yeah.
Everyone you just named.
If you look to the tier right below them, you got Taj Brooks, Jaden Blue, Kyle Monangai out of Rutgers, another guy.
Brashard Smith.
Yeah, Woody Marks, Trevor Etienne, Ollie Gordon, Jarquez Hunter, LaQuint Allen, Brashard Smith. Steve, the running back position, there's still a lot. There's only been 8 running backs selected so far on the first 111 picks. So They're still very deep there. Wide receivers, one. We've been talking about Jalen Royals. After him, you would have Alec Ailmanor out of Stanford. Xavier Restrepo out of Miami not getting drafted is kind of wild right now.
A little slow. I think his speed's killing him.
Yeah, Danny Stutzman out of Oklahoma, linebacker, just went to the Saints at pick 10 here in the 4th round. That's a pretty good pick there. Let's see, if after Xavier Restrepo, Isaiah Bond, still he's got some of that legal stuff.
Yeah, but I mentioned that last night, Mike. Brett Veach and them don't shy away from that stuff. If it doesn't look like it's going to be something, I could see them taking a shot on that kid late in this draft. This is somebody that people were talking about, potential 1st, 2nd round player. And he's still hanging out because he's gotten some trouble. But there's been nothing proven on that kid yet. Nothing like that. It's all allegations at this point. So we'll see.
Yeah, so Torrey Horton, Isaiah Bond, Brew McCoy, Isaiah Nair, Jalen Lane, Tez Johnson, Sam Brown, Ja'Cory Brooks out of U of L, Andrew Armstrong out of Arkansas, another guy. Keandre Lambert-Smith, I really like him out of Auburn. He ran a 4.37 with a 1.53 10-yard split. That kid can flat out run. And then, of course, Arian Smith, that was a big reach. We had him as our 31st ranked wide receiver. So, big reach from the Jets. I wouldn't have expected nothing less from the Jets, by the way. Kobe Hudson out of UCF. He was a draft darling at the beginning of the process, Steve. He's fell off the map.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys that were really popular early on, and you just don't really hear about them all.
Nick Nash out of San Jose State. But a lot of people's like, Nick Nash. You know, Nick Nash is about 27 years old already. Did you know that? No, I'm not lying. I'm legit telling the truth.
Struggling
He's 26,
with it.
I think.
He's a late bloomer, man.
Yeah, I don't think they'll spend a pick on him. Also, Ricky White out of UNLV. I loved watching Ricky White, but he tested so horribly. He was the most piss poor tester I've ever seen. A 4.6 40 at the combine. He may have got it faster at the pro day. He was fine. Other like the 10-yard split, the vert. He was fine there, but he did test pretty poorly, and he come in really light. He come in at 184, and at 184,
Mike, your boy C.J. West from Indiana, off the board to the San Francisco 49ers.
The 49ers are beefing
They were
up,
able to
dude.
grab C.J. West and Alfred Collins in the middle there, bro.
Yeah.
So San Francisco, that's a hell of a defensive line they're going to have in a few years. Love those draft picks.
They drafted Mikael Williams in the first.
Yeah, dude. Like they're definitely beefing up that D line. Yeah, they've low-key had a good draft, right?
It's insane, dude. Yeah, they've had a pretty good draft.
Real
man.
quick, Mike, before you keep going, we got a 2-bomb from Virgil. He says, in your minds, what do the Chiefs need for an A+ draft? So I think the Chiefs right now, they're in the A category for me. I think the only reason they're not on an A+ is just because I thought maybe I need a little bit more proven to me from Gelati and maybe even Norman Lott a little bit. But they're both pretty much guys that you're taking off of pure ability and ceiling. Like, both those guys, they have something to prove. Yes, don't get me wrong, but they're both excellent athletes, and it's going to be fun to watch those guys grow in the NFL. Loved the Noah Williams pick. Just the perfect kind of cornerback that you want on your team. Very L'Jarius Sneed-esque, but a ball hawk like Marcus Peters was early in his career, so he's going to be fun. And then, of course, they got their left tackle that everybody's been wanting. So far, we're in the A+ category. What do they got to do, Mike? I think, in my opinion, you got to grab a receiver. You got to grab a running back. You got to help out the offense a little bit. You got to take some shots there. I think, like Pat Mahomes said, they want to keep adding to the passing attack. I also know that they don't have any running backs on contract after this year. They need some help in that position. They need something with a little bit of longevity. So I think they want to grab a running back. There are some good ones still on the board. We just talked about a few. And then what else would they have to do, Mike? Because they have like 5 picks left. What else do you think? I know we want to see some offensive guys taken here. Do you think double dipping at the offensive line would be a good idea? And also, what's left on the defense that you would like to see them address?
Yeah, I think the wide receiver, if you're not convinced that one of the 7th-round guys are going to come into and contribute, I think maybe the closer it gets towards Jalen Royals, I would be very much interested in maybe trading up to snag
Good Lord,
him.
absolutely. At this juncture, we're at pick 114. We're at 12 in the 4th round.
I would almost look. I think the Chiefs would almost do very well. I know he's outside of our wheelhouse of what we usually like, but in this process, Steve, we have looked at Sam Brown, 6'2", 200.
Yes.
We have looked at Isaiah Nair, 6'4", 218. We've looked at these bigger guys that would play that MVS role. And honestly, I don't think Alec Ailmaner at this point would be a bad pick either. That kid at Stanford was really good.
He's a good player.
He was really good, and he tested elite in every category. He's elite across the board besides his 10-yard split, which was a 1.58.
The only thing I'd be upset about that is I'd have to say his name a lot.
Ailmaner.
I don't like it. I feel like it's a very disheveled, not good, cohesive name.
Right, dude. He had a good work ethic there at Stanford, though. Like, all the coaches spoke highly about him. He's very smart, top-notch work ethic. He's got all the traits. I think he could improve rapidly with somebody. It would be a test on Connor Embry. Can you get this guy up to speed? But, dude, he's got a good outside release. That build-up speed's insane. He ran a 4.4. Again, he was a track guy. He was Canadian-born. He was a track guy in high school. He's got pretty good contested catch. His only thing is sometimes he'll drop the ball. He has those. He's got those drops where he just doesn't pay attention sometimes. But you can get those behind him, Steve. Alec Ailmaner will be a good pick right here. The value is solid.
Yeah, for sure. Let's get back to the chat a little bit here. We got our boy JCP in the house.
Let the boy watch.
He said, gotta say, I'm Blue Chew ×2 Hornt for a running back or a receiver. I think most people are ready to see some kind of offensive weapons here, because I think the Chiefs have really done themselves well with the first 3 rounds of the draft. They've got the defense kind of taken care of to a certain extent. They got their tackle. I think now it's time to get some skilled players. I think everybody's feeling it. And then you got such good players that are falling down the board. It's going to be exciting to see what they do. Appreciate the 3, JCP. And then Fred Smith with the 2 bomb says, do we need more offensive line? I don't think we need it, because we do have a pretty good supply of offensive linemen right now, if you start really talking about it. We've been investing in it for years. We're talking Wanye Morris, Kingsley Suamataia, Hunter Norzad, CJ Hansen. We got Mike Caliendo. We still have Prince Tega-Winoga. Is he gone now?
Prince is gone. He didn't play with us last year.
I'm trying to think of who else. But they got a pretty. Is Lucas Nyang still hanging out? Will we finally get rid of him?
No, he was with us for a little while.
I think he's on the practice squad. But either way, I don't think they have to. But I wouldn't be opposed to them double dipping at the tackle position. I would love to see them try to get like a Wyatt Milam or something in the 3rd round. But they had other plans, and I like their other plans, so I'm not mad at it either. Fred also, with another 2 bomb, says you guys give great info on these players. Appreciate you, Fred. Thanks for the gas, baby. Let's keep on trucking, though. Looks like Trevor Etienne is off the board to the Carolina Panthers, so Travis's little brother is off the board. Another running back off the board. That makes like 9 now in this draft, so maybe 10 with Scattaboo.
Maybe.
But they're still great players in all the skill positions, Mike. What if they were to look at tight end at this point? You got Gunnar
Jalen
Ham
Conyers is a shot right here.
Jalen Conyers.
Gunnar Ham.
Thomas Fedone, or however he says his name, from Nebraska, I think is an intriguing one. I really like Aronde Gadsden. So there's probably about a handful of tight ends I wouldn't mind taking a shot on late in the draft right now. Maybe a Mitchell Evans from Notre Dame. But yeah, there's still some guys hanging out there. So I think if you want to go offense, I think you can kind of go whichever way you want and still have some good players. Cody Simon, linebacker from Ohio State, off the board to Arizona Cardinals. Dolphins are on the clock. Mike, Jalen Royals keeps on falling to the Chiefs. Do you think if he falls all the way to this 31, what's the chances that they actually draft him? Or do you think they just pick someone else and go on about their business?
I think the Chiefs would come out, take their guy, skip completely over him. Everybody would have a hemorrhoid.
Exactly. That normally is what happens, right?
That's exactly what happens every year at this time. Steve, once 3rd round comes along, and sometimes in the 2nd, I think we've seen a little bit with Omar Norman Lott. Sometimes they just get the guys they want, and everybody's opinions be damned. They've got their own guys, and they don't care. And they'll reach, so-called reach. They do not care. They're not going to take
the Texans are going to do here.
I don't know. The Texans have pretty much grabbed a lot of guys that I thought the Chiefs would like. So I wouldn't think they take another wide receiver, though, right?
See, I don't think so either. But with someone like Royals there, they could take a shot. They wanted some receiver help. I think Farmer, the defensive tackle from FSU, would be a good fit for them right now. That'd probably be who I would think would come off the board if I had to guess. We'll see. Mike, didn't you say that Farmer would be like the random guy the Chiefs would take in round 3?
That's a random guy, but he's a little smaller. He's only 305. I think the Chiefs may be holding out for Warren Brinson. Warren Brinson's a guy that could maybe get in round 5. They got that 5th round pick back. I think that's where I put him, as Warren Brinson around round 5. He's more like 315, 320. He's going to take more of your run stuff capabilities because you already got your slasher with Omar Norman Lott.
Yeah, Perry with the 2 bombs says, have to go running back here. There's a ton of top talent. I think running back here would be fun. I think Damian Martinez is a hot pick for the Chiefs right here. We actually had them taking Damian Martinez in this round with this pick. So that's still on the table. Really like the kid, and they did too. They met with him once or twice. Peter Ortiz also with another 2 bomb. Says, in my opinion, you go Lane, Martinez, Bond, Royals. Love all those picks, Peter. Bond's a little scary because of what he's got going on, but the point of the draft you're in with the talent that you get, I mean, it's pure value at this point. So it really just depends on what's going on that off-the-field issue. And then Fred with another 2 bomb says, who do you think, Sanders? Man, what do you think, dude? What do you think, Mike? What do you think about Sanders?
Sanders who? Like, what are we talking about?
Fred here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But what do you mean Sanders? We talking about Shador?
Yeah.
Oh, Shador's just look. A lot of people are bringing up a lot of crap. I've seen so much racism's running wild in the NFL. Come on,
So
guys.
stupid. So stupid,
look,
dude.
there was 101 players selected last night. Steve, do you want to tell me how many of those were black compared to white?
Well, let's listen here. Too.
85%. They drafted 15% white guys, and you're going to try to use racism?
Wait,
Come on.
right. So they try to pigeonhole it to, well, it's black quarterbacks. No one likes them.
No,
the
it's
last
not.
3 drafts, the number 1 pick in the draft has been an African American quarterback.
And then somebody said, well,
Come on, dude. It has
Anybody
nothing
throwing
to do
up,
with that.
Anybody throwing up Cam Ward in this debate over Shador Sanders shouldn't be chiming in. Why? Is Cam Ward magically not dark enough for you now because it doesn't fit your narrative?
Dude, it's stupid. It has nothing to do with that. We
It
all
makes
know
no
it's because
sense.
of the attitude. We all know it's because of the
Yeah,
cockiness.
they just don't
we
wanna
all
come
know
out
it's
and speak.
because Dion won't step back and let his son live his own life.
Right.
That's what it's about here.
People just don't want to blame Dion for it. That's all it is.
Boom. JT says it best. People don't like Sanders because of his dad. The end.
Right,
That's
exactly. They don't
100%
want to blame
yeah.
Dion.
Man, people just like to do anything to get clicks and get story going, whatever they want to do. They want to get interaction. So I think they just put that out there just to get people in their feels, you know. They try to hit people on a like an emotional or level or get them angry or something like that.
Exactly.
You know
It's just
what
to
I'm
work
saying?
people up.
Yeah, it's annoying. Super annoying. But I'm with JT. I think that the only reason that he's fell this far is because of his dad. And also, he didn't help himself with his terrible freaking interviews, just being an absolute cocky
Right. Look,
asshole.
don't get me wrong. There's a lot of that goes on. There's a lot of that maybe inherently in sports and in life in general. But in this particular
This ain't
situation,
it.
you can't pull that out here. Come
This
on.
ain't it, bro.
You're losing a lot of momentum to the fight, okay? by trying to give it to Shador.
Yeah, don't waste it on him. Let's see here. Cody Simon was the last pick. We already talked about that one. Houston still hasn't picked. I still think they go. What's his name? Josh Farmer.
Oh, Joshua Farmer.
That's who I'm guessing. Who they taking here? Come on. What are you doing, Texans? It's the 4th round. If you're taking this long to pick, there's a problem. They take running back Woody Marks from USC. So
That's a little bit of a reach.
Not a running back I thought would be coming off right
above
here.
Woody Marks above Giddens, Sampson, Devin Neal, and Damian Martinez blows my mind, dude.
Wild.
He can catch the ball out of the backfield, so maybe they need a very niche, specific third down back kind of guy.
Potentially, but I think you could get that with Giddens.
Yeah.
The Rams, the pick is in. We'll see what they do. Okay, so here's a scenario, Mike. If you're Brett Veach and you want to go offense right here in round 4, do you stand pat? And if he is on the board, take Jalen Royals. If he goes, do you just stay where you're at and don't care about trading up for something like that, and you just take Damian Martinez? You know, like, do you think that's maybe what they're thinking? Like, we have a few guys up here high on our board that we like as fits, but we don't have to make a move to get one. We can take either or.
Yeah. I mean, the more of these running backs that are going and passing up the Giddens and the Sampsons and the Neals and the Martinezes, it's giving you more hope that maybe they'll be there in the 5th. And you're like, look, you still got 4 on the board. Surely all 4 of them's not going, right?
Yeah.
So maybe you start getting to that mentality.
Interesting. I don't know. There's a few guys, but once again, we know how Brett Veach is. There could be somebody just completely out of left field.
Yeah, they really could.
But, I mean, another one that's blowing my mind right now, I ain't going to lie. Love Damian Martinez, and I think the Chiefs like him, but Dylan Sampson still being on the board.
That's wild. But he's a
fact
little
that-
undersized.
That's fine. He is undersized. He's 5'8", 200, so he's small. But that's right in Andy Reid's wheelhouse for a running back. But the fact that people like Woody Marks and Jarquez Hunter just came off the board from Auburn, 2 running backs in a row. That's 2 that I never would have thought in a million years would go off the board before Dylan Sampson.
Yeah, Hunter is a good running back. Did I think he would have come off the board this high? No.
So it's weird. There's a small run on running backs right now. The Trevor Etienne, Woody Marks and Jarquez Hunter have all been taken in the last 4 picks. So that makes 4, counting Bashal Tootin, in this round alone. So there's definitely a run of running backs going here. So do you think that's the theme? You
Could
think
be.
that you see all these running backs, but at the same time, the running backs that are coming off the board aren't really
not
messing
the ones that we
with
really are targeting.
That's not really messing with what you had in mind. So, I mean, do you even care? At this point, all these running backs coming off that are not named Damian Martinez, Devin Neal, DJ Giddens, Dylan Sampson, does that make you put you in a position where you're like, hell, I'll just take Jalen Royals, or I'll just take one of these receivers that are hanging out because I got my pick of running backs in the next round?
And not to mention, guys, running back is a position that you could snag a UDFA and hit. You can get around 7 like Pacheco
Isaiah
and
Pacheco,
hit.
yeah.
You don't always have to put a high draft pick on these running backs, I'm telling you.
I think that's been maybe to the Chiefs' detriment in the running game.
I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm just telling you how Brett Veach does it.
Billy Bowman Jr., safety from Oklahoma, off the board to the Falcons. Yeah, well, the thing about it is I think that they need to invest a little bit more in the running back position. And what I mean by that is it's great to get a diamond in the rough like Isaiah Pacheco in the 7th round. It's great to have fun UDFAs to talk about in the offseason, like Deneric Prince or Crocky J, all these guys. But none of them are doing what you think they can do. There's a reason why they're UDFA. I think it's time to invest in a running back that has a little bit of pedigree coming in here, right? I think you need to get a guy that could be a playmaker. I think people are tired of let's grab whatever we can in the bargain bin for a running back and just ignore it. I think we need to invest in the running game. We can't give Andy Reid more excuses not to run the football. And so I think it's time to get somebody, maybe even in a 4th round, I feel like would be a lot more sufficient than what we've been doing at that position.
Yeah, I agree. 100%. I just made a list, put it up on X of who our target players are here in round 4. I'll bring it up in just a second, and we'll go over it, Steve. Let me know if you agree.
Okay, yeah, I'm all ears. When you're done clicking.
Sorry.
Did you already post it, or are you working on it?
My computer's loud. I'm getting ready to bring it in. My keyboard. I've got one of those clicky keyboards, man. I love it. You know those things.
Why do you like the clicky keyboard?
I love it. The sound of the click. I want to go.
It drives me crazy.
I want to go to Google, or not Google, Amazon, and get a louder clicky keyboard.
Hey, Rich Cooper says, I'm definitely tired of shopping at the Dollar Tree for running backs. I think a lot of people are. I think it's time to invest in one. Even if it's just a 4th rounder, that's not too much to ask. That's not too much to ask, Brett Veach. But, they did take a 1st round running back just a few years back.
True. Okay, here we go. Chiefs on the radar picks for round 4, number 133, Steve. What does it say? Clicky keyboards?
Hey,
Clicky.
there is a whole subculture of clicky keyboard lovers out here.
Dude, you can watch videos about them, man.
What?
Okay. Chiefs on the radar picks for number 133, Steve. Jalen Royals, wide receiver Alec Ailman, or wide receiver Jalen Lane. Running back DJ Giddens, running back Dylan Sampson, running back Devin Neal, running back Damian Martinez, tight end Jalen Conyers. Offensive tackle Cameron Williams still on the board. I think that's
exactly.
a sneaky pick.
I talked about
he can
that
play
earlier,
guard too.
Mike. You weren't listening to me.
Defensive tackle Josh Farmer and linebacker Shamar James. I think those might be some picks. And then, of course, I put this stud picture up of our boy.
Devin Neal.
I think that is pretty much a short list, but Brett Veach could go off the cuff and take a safety out of Nevada or something before.
Peter said, make your bed back there, Mike. You just rolled out of it and got straight on the stream.
I have no time to make beds in life. I have no time to do it.
Get some room service. Oh, yeah, you're in an Airbnb. Never mind.
Yeah, I have no time.
JCP says, I think everyone is overlooking Elijah Mitchell's potential. Just like Jarrett McKinnon, he set out injured in San Francisco and is coming to KC. Appreciate the 5, JCP. There is some potential with Elijah Mitchell, I think. Absolutely agree with you on that. He is only on the 1 year, and he is injury prone, so it's a little sketchy. But I'm excited to see what he can do in our system. I think it's a good fit. So you're right. I think people are kind of overlooking what he might be able to bring to the table this season. So appreciate you bringing that up for us. Got to keep us in line sometimes. JT said, who the hell do we make beds for? Who makes beds anymore?
Yeah, I mean...
Is that a dying practice. Like people don't even make beds no more. It seems like a waste of time.
Does that
I
look
feel
better?
I feel like you can be much more productive.
Does it look better now? Here, I'll just put my shoulder up a little bit high.
So there's this thing, Mike. There's actually a saying that says if you don't even take the time to make your bed in the morning, then you're not very productive. Good pick for Cincinnati, by the way, real quick. Barrett Carter off the board, linebacker from Clemson. I think that's a good pick at this point for the Bengals.
Yeah.
But there's a thing. It's like if you make your bed in the morning, you're a productive person. I tend to disagree with that theory. I think if you waste time making a bed that you're going to mess up in a matter of hours,
Steve,
you're putting all of your energy into the wrong things in life. You need to be producing other ways. That just seems like a waste of time, doesn't it?
I mean,
Ron said he
I'd
didn't
never
make
make
his
my
bed till he got married. Maybe that's the thing. Speaking of Ron, been a member for 15 months now. Let's freaking go, Ron. Appreciate you, brother. Sam Lofton says, Texans fans say what? Hey, what? You still got your clip on here?
Yeah, I'll get it. Here we go. Texas fans say,
What?
What did the Texans do? I forgot. What did they do? Well, Woody Marks.
Woody Marks.
Oh, Gunnar Helm
Gunnar
off the
Helm's
board.
off the
Dude, I'm
board.
telling you, Mike Borgonzi is still in
Borgonzi
Chiefs
drafts
mode.
like-
He's in Chiefs mode.
Steve, should we have replaced Borgonzi? Because I mean we're right there with him.
Dude, should they not have got rid of Borgonzi because they're having a killer draft?
Well, he's earned it, man. Shout out Borgonzi.
Yeah. Hell of a draft for him over at Tennessee right now. Tennessee fans have to be stoked because
They'll
they've
find
been
a way to cry
struggling
about
with it. Struggling with it for a while. Mike, they've been living off blowing the Chiefs out one time at at Nissan Stadium for years now, you know?
This one time we blew the Chiefs out at Nissan. So
We just happened to be there. Glad we went down for that game.
glad we went to that game and spent a bunch of money.
All we did the whole day was watch the Chiefs get their ass beat and listen to how Tyreek Hill beats children, you know?
Yeah. He wasn't even on our team at the time.
I think he was.
No, he was not.
It was his first year out.
I think it was the first year he wasn't even on the team. I think it was like 2 years ago, right?
That's all we heard about the whole time. I think he had to be on the team because that's all they were just like literally just hounding us the whole game about it.
I don't remember it.
You don't remember that?
I mean, I
David
remember
Walker.
that. I just don't remember him being on
David
the
Walker,
team.
edge from Central Arkansas, off the board to the Buccaneers.
That's a good pick. That kid can play inside and out. He's a little small, but I really liked him.
That puts Carolina Panthers have the pick in already. Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock. Could Shadur finally get off the board at pick 21 in the 4th round to the Steelers?
I wish he would, so everybody just shut the hell up.
Come on, Tomlin. I know you don't want him. You don't want to deal with Dion either, but come on, do us all a favor.
Yeah, but we don't care, dude. At this point, just take him.
The funny thing is like I do think he's a good quarterback.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's just absolutely tanked himself with terrible interviews and
Yeah,
a stupid attitude.
He's got the traits, man.
Yeah,
Look, I was
man.
watching one last night where he comes out of the pocket, makes a couple guys miss, and on the run, Mahomes and everybody would have just slung the ball and maybe have got off whatever. But he had the presence of mind getting chased that he actually squared his body up, planted his feet, got everything right, and put it on the money. So I mean, he's got that sense about him that like he can actually like make good throws and make good decisions, but
Yeah.
good night. He just
Totally agree, Sammy. It's been round 4's had a lot of solid picks.
the biggest decision in life is to shut up sometimes, I think.
JT says Steelers need to take him, but I don't want to deal with him if he pans out with that team. That's for sure. Somebody just need. Why don't someone really irrelevant take him? Just get him off the board. 5 bomb from our boy Doug. Says great work, guys. Appreciate the gas, Doug. Oh, Dougie Fresh. That's what I want to call him. I don't know why. Seemed fitting at the time. Appreciate the 5, Doug. You're a legend, brother.
Should I put Ollie Gordon on the watch list? Do you think Ollie Gordon? You think the Chiefs would take Ollie Gordon over Giddens, Sampson, Neal, and Martinez? He was one of the first guys we've ever talked to in this process.
Kyle wants to know if we're going to make it down to Nashville for the game this year. I think that's definitely going to be on the short list. We always try to make it to the games that are close. So if we do, though, we'll definitely link up, man. Had a great time hanging out with Kyle at Kaufman watching the Royals last summer. So yeah, we should do that. All right. Well, what's going on here? Lathan Ransom off the board to the Carolina Panthers, safety from Ohio State. Pittsburgh pick is in. What are you going to do with it, Pittsburgh? Are you going to end everybody's talking point for the entire draft, or are you just going to go ahead and stop it now? What do you think they do?
I wish they would.
I think they go running back like everybody else. I think Devin Neal or somebody like that, I could definitely see them coming off the board to the Steelers. Does that not sound like the most
They already
Steelers thing
drafted
ever?
one.
Oh, did they? Who'd they take?
They took the big kid out of Iowa.
Oh, did they? They didn't get Caleb Johnson.
Yeah, they did because
they
I said
really?
he reminded me of Le'Veon Bell.
Damn, that's a good pick for them. Never mind then.
Yeah, it is a good pick for him.
Especially, Najee Harris. He was pretty good early on in his career, but he kind of faded. So they're going to get a good running back with Johnson, I think.
Try to catch up on putting all these picks in so I can remember this later when I'm talking.
Pepe says we should come to Vegas. Mostly Chiefs fans there anyway. Hey, I'm down for a Vegas trip.
I'd kind of want to. Vegas is one of the only big cities in America. I don't think I've ever got past the. I've never been to Colorado and further west. Like I've got to get to that side of the country, Steve. But we pretty much tore the central and eastern part of the America up, man. But we're just not. We don't get out. We don't fly. We like to take road trips. That's a big road trip to get out to the west, man.
Sam Lofton says Jack Sawyer's still on the board. He likes the linebacker from OSU. Let's see here.
Steve, not to toot the horn again, but toot. Do you realize that the way we have ranked our tight ends, Warren, Loveland, Arroyo, Taylor, Fannin, Ferguson, and Ham, those top 7, those are the only 7 that have been drafted. We literally hit the top 7 in the exact order of draft.
You don't know shit about football. Just shut up.
Wild, dude. Yeah. Would rather be playing World of Warcraft.
Yeah. Y'all ever seen the movie Grandma's Boy?
What?
You know that guy?
I thought you were telling a joke. I was waiting for a
No,
joke.
like the dude that creates the video games, and he's like the cool dude, but he's not. He's a dork. He wears the black trench coat, and he just stands by the black wall. And he's like, "How did you see me?" Like that guy. Yeah. That guy right there. He's been doing Chiefs content on other channels. I've seen it.
You see me?
Jack Sawyer off the board, right on cue to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
There you go. Hey, the next highest rated defensive end on our board was Jack Sawyer. There you go.
I hate your face, Julia.
I hate it.
Adios, turd nuggets. Man, that's a good movie. We need some Grandma's Boys clips for StreamYard here.
Yeah, it would be kind of funny.
Jeez. Is JT says is Sanders going to be better than Purdy? Would you say that? I feel like he's got a lot more talent.
Honestly, I think he's a little more physically gifted in the arm talent category. A lot of people said he don't have a good deep ball. Shedeur Sanders, to me, had a decent. I don't know. I didn't see a lot from Shedeur that I didn't think he couldn't throw a deep ball. He did that a lot in college. So I don't know, man. People are just. I think they're looking for just anything with him. But I would say, I would take a shot over Purdy.
It has nothing to do with his talent.
I would take a shot over Purdy probably with him.
The talent's there. Everybody knows it, but they also know all the baggage. That's all there is to it. Man, I'm hungry.
Don't start this. You're going to be there for 5 more hours. I
got to go to work. I don't know if I got 5 hours.
Wait, what time do you go to work? Don't leave me here by myself again.
Yeah, 4:30. It'll be all right. I can go. I can be late. They can suck it. Subway. Does Subway sound good? I want a sub. Shout out Subway.
Penn Station sounds better.
This is your chance. Ooh. Good idea. Great idea. Penn Station. I'm about to order some Penn Station right here.
That does sound good. Huh?
Sorry, Subway. But this is your chance, Penn Station, to sponsor an episode of All Chiefed Up. We'll put a poll in there and see where I need to get my sub from for today.
Do it. Where should you go?
JCP
Jersey Mike's,
with a
but we
5
do
bomb.
Jersey Mike's a lot, man.
JCP said I had Jersey Mike's like 2 days ago. I had
Jersey
Subway
Mike's,
yesterday.
this is
I
your
ate a lot of
chance.
sandwiches. What's
This is
wrong
your
with
chance,
me?
Jersey Mike.
What's with you and them damn sandwiches? I'm like Sherman Merman, or
Yeah.
whatever his name is. JCP with the 5 bomb says, I did beat The Legend of Zelda before I could walk. Thinking about getting metal legs.
Nice.
Dude, we got to get some clips. I think we have to do it. That's on the agenda. Put it on the list.
You know the Bengals have taken round 2, pick 17. They took Demetrius Knight, linebacker, and then in round 4 they took Barrett Carter, linebacker. Like they're literally going to the draft this year to replace that entire defense, man.
Bro.
So Burrow's not getting
I
any
just
help.
figured out a money-making scheme for anybody that wants to try this out. I typed in pennstation.com because apparently that's not Penn Station's website, but it's for sale. Like, you can get it. So, I
Should
mean,
we do it?
I mean, come on. What even is their website?
Penn Station subs?
Penn dash station.
That's stupid. Go, somebody get that and make $1 million, bro.
You can go
Steve,
buy it
do
right now.
Look, somebody do it, but you got to cut us in. You got to donate at least 10%.
About to order me some Penn Station online.
Baron Sorrell off the board, edge rusher out of Texas, man, to Green Bay. Steve,
good pick.
The Chiefs are sitting pretty again with about 15 players that nobody's even touched. Nobody's even touched anybody on our watch list.
Oh, well. That's good for us, right?
Absolutely.
Damn, I didn't hear that. Brutal Reynolds says you guys hear Harmon's mom passed away after he was drafted.
Derek Harmon?
Damn. No, I didn't hear that.
I didn't hear it either.
Man, that sucks. Julia says you like those footlongs, Mike. You like them Chris Jones. Firehouse subs. So check this out. I actually like Firehouse subs, and we
I
have
love
one.
Firehouse subs, but they keep closing them.
No, they closed the one in town here for tax fraud.
Did they?
Yeah.
They closed one up here in Louisville too, man. I don't have them anywhere close.
Jersey Mike's might be the superior sub shop, by the way.
Yeah, by far.
Just saying. Quiznos does rule, and we had one of those, and they closed as well.
Closed it. I just like Penn Station. I like the fries. The fries are identical to like Five Guys or something.
See, I'm not arguing with Pepe here, but I still love Subway. So you can be the worst sub shop, the worst sandwich shop, and it's still good.
Well, look, Subway's not bad, but Subway does the whole
They're
taco
overpriced as hell
thing
now.
where they just shove everything down to the
A lot
middle.
of places do that. I'm pretty sure Jimmy John's does that. Penn Station
Yeah,
does
that's why I
that.
don't like Jimmy John's. But anyway, the point is they do that, and then Subway's just, you go from $5 footlongs to now that same $5 footlongs $19.
$15, $16. Yeah.
You're not fooling me. I already got it for $5, and 3 years later you're telling me it's worth $20. I'm not paying it.
Yeah. Eric Humphreys with the 5 bomb says, if you come to Vegas, my 2 sons and I will invite you to a cool bar. It's all you can drink and hot dogs. The whole Raiders Stadium is a red kingdom. Let's go, man. Eric, we'll keep that in mind. If we
All
get
you
out
can
to
eat
Vegas,
hot dogs. Let's go.
we got to Vegas, we're going to hit you up. Sounds like a good time. Let's see. Oh, Pepe, there is a Schlotzky's. Actually, there's a town near us. I'm sure everyone's heard of Bowling Green, Kentucky, where Western Kentucky University's at. There's a town right outside of it called Smith's Grove, and it's actually been referenced in the movie Halloween because John Carpenter went to school at Western Kentucky University, and he references Smith's Grove.
The
that
insane
town,
asylum.
yeah. Also, Warren County that you hear in Halloween, that's Bowling Green, that's Warren County.
Yeah.
But Smith's Grove, that town, there's nothing there. There's a Buc-ee's now. But they also went another Texas route, and they have a Schlotzky's.
They have a Schlotzky's, yeah.
And, yeah, so there is one. It's a bit of a drive for me, probably
I've
about
never tried Schlotzky's.
45
though.
minutes.
Is it good?
but
There's a Schlotzky's in Lexington, too.
It's good. All right, man. We got to quit talking about sandwiches.
Yeah, you're going to get Steve fired up, horned. He's going to...
I am horned up. We got to talk about the draft. We're
He's
behind.
going to pop a blue chew and have a foot
No,
long.
we're not behind. How are they still on Baron Sorrell? Come on, Chargers.
It's
What
the
are you
Chargers.
doing?
The Chargers have taken forever. I swear, I think Harbaugh's like he's hired a sketch artist to sketch out the player he wants rather than just writing the name down. So he's having to describe it, and they're like, "Is that DJ Giddens?" And they're like, "No, try again." They have to resketch, start it over.
Dang, what's my password for Penn Station?
You have a password on Penn Station. That's when you know you're fat. Is we get a password
Bro,
on Penn Station.
You don't have an account for Penn Station?
I don't think 99% of America does because nobody goes to penn-station.com.
No, I have the app though.
What?
Don't act like you don't have food apps.
I don't have Penn Station. I don't eat
My
there enough.
password. Jeez, I really gotta check my email just to get my password.
Jeez.
I
Come
just want
on.
I just want that chicken Philly, baby. That's all I want.
Dude, they got a good chicken cordon bleu there too. It's pretty awesome. And they've got a
both
good
Phillies are great. Their Italian's good. They have all kinds of good
what's
stuff.
the one with the chicken and the cheese and the oregano and the
You're talking about
tomato
the
sauce?
pizza sub or whatever?
No,
it
it's like chicken parm. Their chicken parm's awesome.
How did you really dance around chicken parm like that?
I couldn't. I mean, I'm not
It's
like
one of the most basic sandwiches ever.
I love chicken parms. Don't call it basic. A and then B. I'm not like Spags would be pissed at me. That's a Jersey thing. He said, "Get you a chicken parm."
Is it?
I gotta go get my car keys and go get me a chicken parm.
I don't know if that's true. They like Italians. Let's see.
What do you think Jersey is? They're all a bunch of Italians, bro. You ever watch Jersey Shore? What are you talking about?
Mike, I was just joking. I was talking about the sub, the Italian sub.
Oh
Yep. Come on, Chargers. Good God.
no, man, they're about the
Hard
chicken
balls.
cutlets.
Let's go. You're really holding up the fourth round here, hard balls. What are you doing with your life?
What in the hell is going on?
I don't think
X?
Samson had a top 30 visit with the Chiefs, no. But he would be a good fit, I think. I've never had a QT sub, Lone Wolf. Are they good? He says low-key good. Fred says, Steve, you're struggling with it. I'm struggling with it trying to order a sandwich. Couldn't find my password. Can't even get it in my email right now. What's happening with my life? Appreciate the two, Fred. Mike, you asleep? You take your nap?
Just doing stuff, waiting on the freaking Chargers.
Yeah, why are they so slow? Did they pick yet? They must be doing something at the draft, you think? Are they doing some kind of little
Who cares?
Yes.
Get it over with.
some guest announcer or something? Like some I don't know. Not a fan though.
They said Billy Bob from third grade is going to announce the pick. Nobody cares.
Fred says, "Do you want me to buy you lunch?" Fred, I would appreciate that, but I can't even order the damn thing right now. I'm having some. I'm about to order as a guest here. Oh wait, what? Never. What?
Doug said you're on my big screen. My wife said they're making me hungry, so we're ordering pizza. Let's freaking go. Anything we can do to help you out there?
Maybe I should just order a pizza at this point. But I don't know. I think Penn Station. You hit something with me on Penn Station. Like I feel like that's been in the back of my mind for like a week now, and you just brought it out.
Yeah, Sam. Hey, Harbaugh, it's time for your pick to come in. What are you doing?
Go away, Baton! Damn it.
Hard balls is falling asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, come on, Hardballs.
Why does my computer think I'm in Indianapolis, Indiana?
Your
I'm not
internet,
there.
baby? You
don't
bouncing off of an Indianapolis server?
There's
Cal
no way.
Kennard. Finally, Cal Kennard.
What a freaking drop for him. That's a good pick.
They
Man,
took that long to take Cal Kennard?
Yeah. Hardballs, you should have known he was going to hit some defensive players. That's his thing, right? Kennard falling to here is pretty wild, in my opinion.
That was exactly our ranking. He was number 20. The only one that's rated above him that hasn't been picked was Braden Swinson, so he was the next one off the
Did he
board.
not feel like a late second, early third guy, or nah?
I think in the mock I give us, I put him in the late third.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Order
This was
now.
where I had him. I had him in the number 20th ranked defensive end. So the only one that's kind of fallen is Braden Swinson. I had him at 18. Braden Swinson's not getting picked. I don't know what he did. Ain't no telling it coming out of LSU. Probably fought a gator or something and got bit.
Fought a gator.
Florida Gator. Let's put Kennard on the board for the Chargers here. Dude, I'm very impressed. Like, sometimes I'm like, Mike, you're an idiot. Quit talking about like your rankings, man. Nobody cares. And then I look and I'm like, dude, my rankings actually held up this year. Pretty wild. Out of the top 20 defensive ends taken, I've got all top 20. Not a single player out of the top 20 has been taken at defensive end, and only Braden Swinson's been passed at 18. So I hit the top 17 in a row in order. Pretty wild.
Good job.
I'll take it, man.
We did a
Dylan
good job.
Sampson off the board.
Oh, to the
Our first
Browns.
player comes off the board. Dylan Sampson goes to the Browns. And the Browns also took Quinshawn Judkins in round 2.
Yeah, dude. What are they doing?
Good night. They're getting the ball out of Wacker's hands, and they're going to run. They're going to pound the rock. That's a 1-2 punch for 5 years. It's going to be nasty. 4 years, rather.
Yeah. Yeah. They're not joking around, are they?
That's a good one, man. Forget Wacker. You don't need Wacker when you got Dylan Sampson and Quinshawn Judkins. Judkins is pissed, though, because he wanted to be the man. He goes to Ohio State and has to share it with Travion. Now he has to share it with Dylan Sampson.
Struggling with it. I have to order $28 worth of subs.
Don't do it.
Hey, why not? I mean,
Give me
one
a
sub
sub.
from Subway's $28.
Yeah, you're right.
Chargers are baiting. I like how that was just hanging out on the screen. Oh, man. Appreciate you guys being here, by the way. Why did the draft get slow all of a sudden? Like, we're in the 4th round, guys.
Jalen Travis off the board.
Oh.
Sam is mad. Jalen Travis going round 4, pick 25 to the Colts. Good pick. Do you know the Colts were rumored to take Shadur Sanders today? It's not going to happen in round 4.
Didn't they already take him with Anthony Richardson? I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised that Cam Williams and Marcus Imbo's not come off the board yet. Especially surprised that Jalen Travis come off before them. Although I did like Jalen Travis. That's a miss on my end because I had both of those guys rated above Jalen Travis. I did have Jalen Travis rated slightly above Logan Brown. So if Logan Brown's off the board next, then we're still on order, except for Cam Williams and Imbo hanging out like a bunch of chooches. Jalen Lane off the board. There goes the Virginia Tech guy. Steve, they're making a run on our list right here.
Hey, well, I'm just glad they're actually picking. Let's go, baby. We're getting it moving again. I was going to say, I appreciate y'all being here. Hit that like button for us. Let's see where we're at. Where are we at? Let's make a goal. We're at 139. Let's get to 200. If you haven't hit the like button, hit the like button. Let's do that. We're getting there. We're getting to the Chiefs pick, slowly but surely.
We're getting
about
there.
5 picks out right now, and they're moving along a little bit now. I think they actually got hardballs to wake up and pick.
Yeah, they said Hardball's get up, dude. We got to pick.
Did he oversleep? You think he was still in bed?
Maybe.
Somebody call Jim.
Jim, get it together, Jim. What are you doing?
Wake his ass up.
Oh,
Dang.
hardballs. The Commanders, Jalen Lane. The Commanders have. Do you feel like the Commanders have taken like some kind of off the wall picks, in my opinion, this year? They took Josh Connerly in round 1, and they chose to take him over Josh Simmons, that's a miss in my opinion. Simmons was way better than Connerly on film.
Right.
No, I do think that Connerly was a lot more athletic getting to the second level. If you wanted like if all you wanted to do was do like, hey, we're running a zone blocking scheme for the run game, and that's all you cared about. But it's like, you've got a pretty good quarterback there. Like, I'm sure you're not just running the ball every other play. So
True.
But the Commanders took that. What else did the Commanders do? Haven't seen them pick too often. That might have just been the only 2 picks they've had. I think it might be, actually. No, they took Trey Amos. Not a bad pick there. Round 2, pick 29, they got Trey Amos. So they got Connerly, Amos, and Jalen Lane now. Not too bad. That's solid, I guess. The Ravens are on the board. Who's the biggest name left on the board that the Ravens can snag? Shadur Sanders?
Yeah.
Maybe
I mean,
DJ
obviously.
Giddens or something. I don't know if they need a running back though. They've got King Henry, but look, King Henry can't play forever, dude. Who's a good fit for the Ravens? Maybe Jalen Royals goes right here. That's the biggest name on the board, Steve. Jalen Royals falls right in their lap. How much you want to bet?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
This is
honestly.
it. This is it. This is what the Ravens live
the
off
Eagles,
of.
The Eagles could take a shot at that kid too.
Yeah, but look, the Ravens live off this stuff. They live off of that one player that just keeps getting passed and passed and passed, and they'll just fall right in their lap, and they take it every time. They did it with Kyle Hamilton a few years ago. They did it with Jason Oweh a few years ago. They did it. They just did it this draft with Mike Green. Like, they do this every year. They did it in the first round with Malachi Starks. They'll do this every year.
Don't do it.
The biggest player available, the biggest name, the Ravens will do it. That's their whole draft strategy, is just to wait and see who falls, and they take them.
Don't do it. Just let them fall to the Chiefs.
Yeah, but you're setting yourself up for a little disappointment.
Oh, yeah, I know.
think Brett Veach probably wouldn't snag him anyway.
I will not be disappointed whatsoever because I don't think that they will do it. Honestly, I'm thinking I would like to see probably Damian Martinez or Devin Neal, something like that right here. I think people would be more horned for that. But I don't know. Jalen Royals would be a fun pick.
Yeah, it would be a nice time to take a running back, but you got to remember too, we do have a fifth now. And with all these running backs being on the board, you could take the running back in fifth if you don't want to go seventh. They took Teddy Buckman. Wait, if they're passing on Jalen Royals must have an amputated foot he's not telling us about.
Teddy Buchanan, the linebacker from California.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said Buckman. I read that wrong. Teddy Buchanan. Look, I read.
Who spells Teddy like that, really?
Yeah, that's what kind of threw me off a little bit. I was like, what, his name's Ted Dye?
Ted Buchanan.
Today.
See, we're 3 picks outside of the Chiefs being on the clock, so let's go, baby. Time to get horned up, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get a little horned.
The Ravens went off the script here. They got a little wild on that pick. The Ravens have now took the 2 picks that the Ravens didn't just take the best player that fell. They've reached on both of those, so maybe that's why they don't like to do that very often. They're like, dude, we don't know what to do. Just throw a dart at the board, and we'll just take whoever it lands on.
Eric Humphreys with the 2 bombs says Royals, Martinez, or Brashard Smith. I would be okay with that. I could deal with that. Brashard Smith would be my least favorite out of the 3, but I do like him. And where do you think Brashard Smith fits into this draft, though? You think it's a little rich for him in the 4th, or do you think he's more of like a 6th round guy?
Well, obviously, the running backs have kind of been graded wild because R.J. Harvey went in the 2nd round.
Yeah.
You have Woody Marks and Etienne and Jarquez Hunter all going before like DJ Giddens and Dylan Sampson and all them. So it's rated weird. So it's kind of like who's cup of tea. But for me, I've got Brashard Smith as my number 21 running back. So I wouldn't consider him now. Now, with that being said, there's already been like 12 taken. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th. He's my 9th available running back right now because he's just 5'10", 194. He's a little small. He was fast. He ran a 4.39, but his vert wasn't very good. I don't know. I don't trust his hands perfectly, and I don't know if he blocks very well either. So there's just a few things there that scare me with him. But at this point, I mean, he would be a good home run hit style running back, right? Like a home run hitter. Malachi Moore off the board, safety to the Jets. Chiefs are up in 2 picks, man.
Yeah, I'm excited.
The sad thing is Ron Poles is right there in front of us to snake our pick because there's Chiefs North up there.
What are you going to do?
Malachi
What are you going
Moore.
to do, Chiefs? I'm trying to get in the head of Brett Veach right now. What's he going to do?
No
Oh,
telling.
man. All right, you guys get in the chat. I've seen people throwing out names and stuff like that, but I want legitimately right now you get 1 pick in this 4th round. Who you taking? Who you taking? Put that 1 name in there. The 1 name that you want. Don't put 2 or 3. 1. I just want 1 name from everybody. I want to see who you all got. Mike, I'm going to do the same thing to you.
Yeah.
1 name. If everybody on the board's available right now, 1 name.
tough. I'll say Damian Martinez.
I like that. I was maybe going to go there. I'm going to stick with the receiver. I think you take the value. I think the Chiefs don't worry about medicals like everybody else, if you haven't noticed. I think you take Jalen Royals here off pure value. I mean, we had him ranked the 8th receiver in the entire draft, didn't we?
Yeah.
I think
He's
take
been
him
the
right
biggest
here.
faller besides Shadur Sanders for us.
I mean, 6 foot 205. He tied for the quickest 10-yard split in the entire combine. Has crazy burst after the catch, instant acceleration. He's just so fun. I think he would be a good. They want to add to the pass attack. That's what I'm going to go with. I'll say Jalen Royals, and you're going with Damian Martinez. So, what everybody else saying? Giddens, Neal, Martinez. People want that running back right now, man. Giddens, Neal, Martinez.
Oh, wait a second. Josh Farmer's still on the board too. Now we know the Chiefs have met with Josh Farmer. He is very much, but I mean, again, he's 6'3", 305. He's only
There come the Royals, people.
he's
Royals,
14
Royals,
pounds
Royals.
above Omar Norman Lott.
Charles
So, yeah.
Cox over on Facebook says, just take Sanders. Go ahead and get him. Pure value.
Good.
Put him on the bench.
Yeah, trade him.
I mean, honestly, at this point, you could do
Dude,
something like
after
that.
the preseason, you know there's going to be 1 or 2 freak injuries to quarterbacks. Pawn them off.
I'm
for a
right there
second-round
with you,
pick.
Doug. I think that the Chiefs would be the ones to pull the trigger on Isaiah Bond, even with all of his trouble. Cam Williams would be a great pick at this point, I think.
Cam
A
Williams
lot of
would be
potential
great
there.
at this pick.
Royals is the right pick, says Jaron. Cam Williams is just too much value.
Cam Williams is a good one.
Oh, I see a Chris Paul out there.
Yeah,
The
Pooh Paul.
linebacker. Pooh Paul. Rue Paul.
Pooh Paul.
Papaw. Oh, me mom Peepaw.
So
All
Isaiah
right.
Bond was a
Quincy
sexual
Riley
assault case
just
too,
went off
huh?
the board to the Saints. Good pick for them. Quincy
Yeah,
Riley
that's a
from
good-
Louisville,
good
cornerback.
pick.
That's a great pick for the Saints. The Bears are on the clock, and then it's
Quincy
Chiefs,
Riley was
baby.
the
Let's
next
go.
highest corner on our
Mike,
board.
do you think the Bears are the team? Ryan Poles, you think he's like, I'm going
Yeah.
to take Jalen Royals real quick before the Chiefs?
Well,
Or-
they already took Luther Burden.
Exactly. That's my point.
I mean, why not? Just keep
Let's
loading
see.
it up.
Let's see what they do, man. I'm pretty pumped about this pick. Y'all, hit the like button if you're a little horned up for this Chiefs pick here, baby.
Quincy Riley to the Saints, not a bad pick there, man.
Let's
he was our next
go.
highest up. So our next highest corner, dude, Justin Wally. Did I have Justin Wally rated a little too low? I had him at number 18. Actually, I had him at 17. My bad. Maybe I had him a little too low. I'll learn from that next year. Go with my gut on Justin Wally type players.
Yeah.
Dude, what are you going to do, Ron Poles? Let's go.
I'm excited.
Let's get nervous, man.
You got some nerves working?
You think they'll take a player off of our list, or do you think our whole list just turns into a dud? They'll just take somebody off of it, man.
I mean, you never know with Veach, dude. He does that kind of stuff, but I would like to think that we're on to something with probably Damian Martinez or Jalen Royals here. I think that's the top two for me. If you want to get outside the box a little bit, stick with running back, Devin Neal, DJ Giddens, one of those local guys I think would be fun. Like you said, they met with Josh Farmer, so if they want to double dip at defensive tackle, then they could do that. Cam Williams, somebody mentioned that in the chat. That'd be great value here. Double dip at tackle. I mean, a lot of upside with that kid. Yeah. I think this is an exciting pick. I can't wait to see what they do with it.
Somebody asked me, Brad Taylor asked me on X, any comments about running back Bashal Tootin? He went to the Jags. But yeah, Bashal Tootin tested insanely good, off the charts, really fast. But some of his reps, when he looked good, he looked really good. When he looked bad, he looked really bad. So I think he had to get more consistent there for Virginia Tech. But I think he went to the Jags. I think he'll be fine. Somebody said Royals or nil over here.
I tell you one to look for too. He's very Spags-esque edge setter. Swenson from LSU.
Braden Swinson.
6'4", 255.
Yeah, he's been falling. He's the
Yeah.
one defensive end that's fell. He's 255 though, kind of small. That's Felix, and Felix is having trouble setting the edge. Ashton Gelati was 265. Everybody's calling him small.
Gelati. He's going to be fun. He's
Did you
fun.
see where his uncle is a Chiefs
Come on,
fan?
Poles, let's go. He's
He
hanging
took
out with
Ruben
What?
Hippolyte the second. Who the hell's Ruben
How
Hippolyte?
are there two of those? That's what I want to know.
Dude, the Bears
Chiefs
found
are on the clock, baby.
The Bears found a player that is not even. I did not even scout Ruben Hippolyte at this
The
point.
Chiefs are on the clock, baby. A 20 bomb from KC Cultivations has been enjoying the hell out of the draft coverage over the past 3 days. Cheers from South Florida. Go Chiefs. Let's go, baby. Appreciate the love. Thanks so much, my man. Must be nice to be down there in South Florida right now, living it up.
Yeah.
Living it up. But appreciate you, man. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out with us through the draft. Blue chew it up, Fred says with the 2 bomb. Blue chew it up. Chiefs are on the clock. Did the pick in? Nope. Chiefs are taking their sweet time here.
What are the Bears doing taking Ruben Hippolyte, bro? Are they high?
Ruben.
Was that a joke? Are they playing a prank on us?
Hey, they
didn't
saw
even
they saw
scout
their
that
guy,
kid.
you know.
Dude,
They
I
said,
did not even scout him. Did I just miss a playmaker? Like I scouted 400 kids and I missed Ruben Hippolyte. I
guys.
knew I'd never seen that name before.
Get blue chewed out, baby. We're about
we
to
go.
pick.
That was the biggest reach of the draft so far. Congrats.
Don't you be talking trash about Ruben Hippolyte. It could be hypolite. It could be hip polite. Hip hop anonymous.
Hip hop. George Washington has wool for teeth.
His teeth are made of wool.
Dude, come on. Chiefs, the pick is in.
The pick is in, baby. Let's go. What you going to do with it, Brett?
Are they going to
Beach?
take anybody off our radar? I'm kind of curious. I bet you they
probably
don't.
not. Probably not.
They just go off the cuff here and take Ruben Hippolyte the third.
Mike, you can't. Don't announce the pick without hitting the purge button. I think
Okay.
we need the purge button.
Let me get the
here.
purge. I'm going to get the purge going. And should I announce the pick though with the epicness?
Yes.
This is round 4. We
And
got
I'm
to get
probably-
really epic here.
Depending on how good the pick is, I might scream over the top of you. Let's go, baby. Hort.
Yeah.
Come
We'll
on.
see what happens, man. A little
Let's
Ruben
go.
Hippogriff.
Hippolyte.
Excited for it.
Oh, the pick is in. The pick is in. The pick is in.
Let's go. What do we got here? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm going to give it an epic announcement. We're going to make a let's make a
have to.
TikTok or let's make a TikTok short out of this one. Let's just make it really crazy.
What all the other channels do? They fake their
yeah, they
big
fake
moments.
their excitement to have a
They
good clip.
they do the entire stream just to have that one fake moment that they can put out as a clip. And
yeah.
Look at this.
Just get a lot of good overreaction from it.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's fake it.
Like take my shirt off and throw it or something and scream.
Get your nipples out and tweak them like a Fran the farmer. Farmer Fran. There you go. That T-Mac jersey's pretty sweet, though, out here. Or is that Vince Carter?
T-Mac. It's Vince Carter, baby.
Dude, T-Mac would have been sweet, too, though, right?
Yeah.
What was better, those Raptors jerseys or those sick Orlando Magic jerseys that had the blue and black
Those
stripes?
were cool,
dude?
but
Those
one of my
Penny Anthony
personal
Hardaway's were
favorite
sick, dude.
personal favorite was the Grizzlies jersey. I got the old school. I got one of Ja Morant. I love that.
Shahir Abdul-Rahim.
Or like
Wait,
the
did he
Mike
play there?
Bibby. Yeah. Mike Bibby. That he had one. Yeah, those. But I have one that's Ja Morant. That's pretty cool.
Dude, the old
He's kind of a slap nut, but
the old Pistons jerseys back in the day with the dual tailpipes. Those were sick with the
is
horse.
Brett Beach taking a freaking nap
Yeah, he
with
was a
hard
sick, bro.
balls?
What's the deal with the AFC West?
Don't be
man?
sleeping with the enemy, Brett Beach.
Come on, Veach.
Let's go.
It's gonna be a wild pick, man. If it's Devin Neal, the world goes wild.
Oh,
because he's a
yeah.
KU guy.
Explodes.
But I think DJ Giddens too. That's a K-State guy.
yeah.
So I mean, those would both. But I mean, could Mike be right? Could it be Damian Martinez or Steve? Are they really going to take Jalen Royals? That would be huge.
That'd be massive. What are we going to do? It's probably going to be someone random, bro.
The pick is in. With the 133rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chiefs select wide receiver Jalen Royals from Utah State.
Suck it!
Let's go.
Woohoo!
Let's go. What a pick. Steve, Jalen Royals.
Hell
talking to Chiefs.
yeah! Let's go, baby!
Injuries
called that
be
one?
damned.
Who called
Injuries
that
be
one,
damned.
brother? That was on my mock draft right there, baby.
You had that
Let's
one.
go.
ACU's got 2 on the board now. We have 2 picks on the board, ladies and gents. Jalen Royals. Steven, I still think we got a chance of getting Damian Martinez in round 5.
I smacked my left nut with my hand doing the suck it thing, and it hurts real bad.
Who gets so hyped up over Jalen Royals?
I'm
You hit
gonna
yourself
throw
in the
up.
pin.
I'm gonna throw up. It hurts so bad.
This dude had a Pinar strike at the middle of the. Daggone. Who gets so horned up that you judo chop the pin?
It hurts so bad, but I'm so happy at the same time. Oh,
Hey, you know what the NFL can do?
Suck it, suck it. We got 2 words for you. Suck it.
oh, it hurts
Let's
so
go.
bad. Let's go, baby.
Steve,
Hell
what-
yeah.
let's
Hell
talk a little
yeah.
bit-
What a pick.
He's fired up. Let's talk a little bit about Jalen Royals, our number 8 wide
Been talking
receiver.
about him all day because I knew
Steve,
the Chiefs were going to take him, baby.
Our number 8 wide receiver. We picked him up at pick 133.
Hell yeah, dude.
He run a 4.42, a 1.49 10-yard split, which was one of the fastest in the entire wide receiver class here. He has about 30-inch arms, 9-inch hands. The kid is a production machine out of Utah
Let's
State.
go,
He only played
baby.
7 games this year, but he managed to put up 55 catches for 839 yards and 6 touchdowns. 53% contested catch rate. He beat man coverage PFF grade at an 80, and he had an 80.6 receiving grade on the year. Now, he did have 3 drops, which resulted in about a 5% drop rate, but not the worst I've ever
I'm
seen.
too horned up to talk about it right now.
This kid's fired up, dude. Steve,
Let's
you judo
go.
chopped your Pinar over this kid.
Bro, it's just now starting to calm down a little bit. I thought I was going to have to lay in the floor and tuck my knees up to my chest like you did in elementary school when you got hit in the nuts with a ball or something like that. I thought I was going to have to do it, but I'm okay. I'm okay. Let me talk about Jalen Royals. I'm horned up, baby.
Go for
We
it.
talk about Jalen Royals.
This
Do
is
you
a
remember-
pick right here.
Do you remember? Okay, so let's compare them a little bit. We've definitely seen shades of this and that with him, but if you really want to compare what he's most like similar to, do you remember Malachi Corley last year from Western Kentucky? He's a lot like that. He's a little bit like Ladd McConkey. He's a little bit like Ladd McConkey. Or Jalen Polk from Washington last year. I don't know. But either way, this kid's insane. He was a late bloomer, right? But he's a complete vertical threat. He's got basketball roots. He's got track speed. He took kind of an unconventional path to where he is right now. But I love it. We'll take him with open arms. Welcome, Jalen Royals. Let's
Yep.
freaking go. He was a jumper in high school. Did you know that? So he's been in the track and field thing. Like I said, he was an AAU basketball player, a multi-sport athlete. His speed's ridiculous. You have to love what you see with Jalen Royals, man. It's so exciting. If you go watch his tape, it's just a beautiful highlight reel of what you want to see on the field for the Kansas City Chiefs. He's really good at settling into zones as well. So, you see all the explosive stuff. You see like the rare combination of long speed and the short area wiggle and all the fun stuff, but he can also settle into a zone, find those soft spots. He'll come back for the football. He'll get a little backyard football with the quarterback, which is exactly what Patrick Mahomes needs. And he's still ascending. The kid hasn't even scratched the surface of his ceiling. He is literally still on an upward trend. There is so much potential with this guy. Obviously, the limited experience, and he could work on his route tree a little bit, and he could work on maybe some blocking. But we're not worried about that shit in Kansas City. We're worried about athletes that play at a high level. We're talking about throwing long balls here. We're talking about Patrick Mahomes getting back to the Patrick Mahomes of old. We're not worried about that little stuff.
Right.
We're horned up for Jalen
Steve,
Royals,
I like that Jalen Royals has very strong hands. When he goes up for the ball, he's a handsy wide receiver. He does not like to catch it with his body. He's got strong hands. He will attack the ball in the air. He bounces off of tackles for that yak ability. He's got all of it. He's very good versus press man coverage. He's strong. He can get off the press. I think his route running needs a little help. He had a basic route running tree there at Utah State, but what he did really well. He was also really good at varying his speed within the route. So if he had to sell a certain route a certain way, he could do it, man. I'm telling you, this is a good pick right here. This is a really good pick. Brett Veach is still on the A train, Steve.
A+, baby. He is killing it. Killing it, my man. If you're able to get Jalen Royals all the way down at pick 133, Q Robinson
Yeah.
next off the board to Denver, by the way. That was somebody the Chiefs had looked at, edge rusher from Alabama. But no one cares about that because we drafted Jalen freaking Royals.
Steve,
Okay?
when's the world going to pay attention? Number one on the watch list, and that's our second hit. When are we going to pay attention out here?
Well,
to the
you know
boys?
what? We don't hire 15 guys and make a draft guide and make you guys pay for it. We don't do dumb shit. We just tell you who the Chiefs like and who they're going to draft. That's all. Pay attention. Either
Dude,
way.
love it. Dude,
Love
this
it,
calls
love
for a
it, love it.
celebratory 75-cent leftover dinner from last night. A
You
little
still eating
M&M.
those? Hey, I got Penn Station on the way, baby.
Well, good for you.
I spent $45 on Penn Station. I was so horned up about Jalen Royals. JCP with the 3 bomb says, how the hell did Jalen Royals fall to us? The NFL loves screwing themselves over. And get ready for that video from all the Chiefs content creators. Scary. The Chiefs the NFL should be scared of the Chiefs after drafting Jalen Royals.
Dude, let's
This
do
is
it.
terrifying.
Look, let's
Yeah.
talk this out. Let's do Jalen Royals on the cover. It said the NFL. Did the
scared.
NFL really let the Chiefs get Jalen
Yeah.
Royals? Let's do it. That's what we're doing.
Some kind of ridiculous.
You've heard it here first. We're going to probably throw that out to. Do we throw that out on a Sunday? Nobody watches
Do
videos
it.
on a
Just do it
Sunday.
now. Let's make the video now. Slam
make
and
the whole
Sammy
video.
Joe with a 2 bomb says he's our backup slot this year and wide receiver 2 next year. He's that good. Appreciate the 2, Sammy. 2 from Peter Ortiz says Steve just found another birth control method. I think's what he meant to say. I guess slapping yourself in the nuts, being a slap nut, a literal slap nut on a live stream.
Yeah,
that's a good way to do
the
it.
nut, like straight up.
Perry says I got a little
Blue chewed up there.
blue chewed up, baby. Blue chewed up.
Got a little horned.
Took a mint. I thought it was just an Altoid. I didn't know. And then I'm walking around with the staff. Doug with the 5 bomb says Mahomes has a really great new toy, and for the later rounds, there's still more to be done here. There are so many good players still out there. Brett Veach could really kill this thing, dude.
He could.
Like, it has been insane so far. It's shaping up to be one of his best drafts if everyone pans out, which is a big if, right? Because it's really hard to hit on everybody. But the potential in this draft class already is through the roof, bro.
Yeah.
I am so happy. That pick, we needed that. After not, doesn't that make not grabbing Luther Burden early well worth it? You got Jalen Royals in the 4th freaking round.
Yeah, we had Luther Burden was our number 4. Jalen Royals was our number 8. We literally
This just
got
goes to show you that the Chiefs do not care about medicals.
right. We had Jalen Royals as a legit 2nd round talent, and we got him at the end of the 4th. So that was one of the best value picks by far. Steve, I had Omar Norman Lott as a 2nd round talent. We got him at the end of the 2nd. So, I mean, that was right on par. We had Josh Simmons as a top 18 player in this draft. We got him at the end of the 1st, and we got a 5th round pick out of him. We had Gelati as a 4th round pick. He goes in the 3rd round. So the Chiefs, they reached on that one just a little bit, right? But still, at the end of the day, I don't think it was horrible. And then, of course, Noel Williams, we had him sitting as a mid-3rd round pick, and the Chiefs took him right at the exact time. So I think Brett Veach has been right on par with what we see that the Chiefs draft, and I think that just confirms that
we should be his assistants.
Yeah, I mean, it just confirms that we have an idea of what the Chiefs like, and we know how to draft for the Chiefs. Like, we see the players, we see what they tend to do, we see the nuances. If Brett Veach were to get fired or walk away from the team, we would be struggling for a little bit because you got to learn the player. But I think we've learned Brett Veach. We probably know what sandwich he likes to take to work of, every morning.
He likes tuna. He likes a tuna sandwich.
Tuna on rye with a little bit of a
That's
Swiss.
why he originally got Joe Tooney. Did you know that?
Yeah, he likes some Tooney sandwiches.
Yep. That'd be it. Man, I'm super excited about this one. I bet Pat Mahomes is horned up, guys. Has he put anything on Twitter?
I bet he's fired up, dude.
I bet he's horned up. He's ready to go.
Pat's on the blue chew somewhere running down the street naked in Texas. Somebody fire him up.
Fired up.
What a pick.
Well.
What a pick. Alec Ayomander come off the board next one. So there goes our top 2 wide receivers off the board. Boom, boom, back to back. Steve, it's like we're just spot on. It's like we're in the draft head of all the NFL execs.
Do you remember way back when we first started the draft coverage, and I said, what better person to play for Kansas City than Royals? And that jersey's going to be fire, son.
Yeah, it's going to be sick. Dude.
Adam even
Chiefs
said it.
Royals
Royals is the jersey from this year's draft, is it not?
The Chiefs jersey says Royals.
You have to get it. You have to get it. Even if he ends up sucking, you still have to get that jersey.
He ain't
right?
going to suck. Dude, if you're telling me
not.
he's going to be worse than Sky Moore at this point, I'm going to call you a liar.
Hey, suck it, NFL, Doug says. Everybody could just suck it. Be careful. Be careful throwing that out there.
What an amazing little treat we just got right there with Brett
Veach
Veach.
just gifted us. He gifted us a fine Saturday morning, didn't he?
Just a little bit of a treat. Look, this destroys.
Hey, look who took Ale Manor. Borgonzi.
Right, Borgonzi, another Chief guy. I'm telling you, dude, I could work for this franchise.
Mike, we have to interview the team. You think if we get a hold of Brett Veach, go have a little pizza with him before camp one day this summer at his little pizza spot down there in St. Joseph. In St. Joe's, I can't remember the name of the pizza place, but he likes to go. We're gonna go there. We'll have a little pie, and we'll talk business. And if he pays us enough, we will give him our services. And I think we could probably negotiate a good deal at this point.
Yeah.
Sam with the 5 bomb says, now if they can trade up in the 5th to get Neal, Giddens, or Martinez, it'll be an A+ draft for sure, dude. No doubt. No doubt. That's the thing. They have a 5th rounder, right? The end of the 5th round here. So
Yeah.
we got it from the Eagles.
Yeah, I think that's your Damian Martinez pick, hopefully.
Yeah, something like that. And then they have 3 7th-round picks, correct?
You could also, look, it's either going to be Damian Martinez. You got a shot at taking Jalen Conyers there, too, the tight end.
Yeah, I could see that.
But I don't think Damian Martinez lasts to the 7th round. Now, he could because of all these weird rankings we're seeing with the running backs.
So with DJ Giddens, Devin Neal, all these guys, Damian Martinez still out there. I mean, does that not one of them could definitely fall to us at the end of the 5th.
Yeah, for sure.
Rashard Smith, Jaden Blue. A lot of people like Jaden Blue, Ollie Gordon, Taj Brooks. There are some running backs still on the board that could fit for sure. I think the biggest ones to me are those top 3, though. Damian Martinez, Devin Neal, DJ Giddens. That's the wheelhouse I'd like to see. If they could land one of those 3 guys, this is the A+ draft.
Hey, look, shout out to the Raiders and the Broncos taking 2 defensive linemen here that were big reaches. Q Robinson, he was our number 30th ranked edge rusher. They took him way too early here. And Tonka Hemingway out of South Carolina to the Raiders, which now officially becomes the Raiders' worst pick of the day, in my opinion. So he was our number 28th ranked. No, he's not 28. Good Lord, he might be worse than that. Let me see what he actually is. He is our number 33 ranked defensive tackle right there going. So they really dropped the ball there with Josh Farmer sitting on the board. He was a top 10 rated guy. So I don't know what they're doing, but I'll take it, man. If there's anybody I want to see miss, it's AFC West teams.
Peter Ortiz with a 10 bomb. He says, if you guys decide to meet at Arrowhead for the first home game, I'd be honored to introduce you to the CEO of operations. You guys nailed the picks for KC. We're getting that job, baby. Sign us up.
Let's do it.
No credentials whatsoever. Okay. We're not from the industry, nothing like that. But sometimes you got to go outside the box. You have to draft a duo to take care of business for you.
Dude, that would be the dumbest sports story ever.
It'd be the greatest sports story of all time. It'd be a movie, much in the vein of like what would it be like? It'd be like a Little Giants type movie or a Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
Or like one of those weird movies where it's like only we're old people, like.
Yeah. And on cue, Josh Farmer comes off the board. I don't know what the Raiders were doing, drafting a guy named Tonka Truck Hemingway.
Okay.
I have no idea. But then Josh Farmer flies off the board on the next pick.
Yeah.
What a wild thing that the Raiders just pulled right there. They
Hey,
Raiders
they're finally
for the first time in a
Raidering.
while. Good job.
Like we got a 5 bomb from Scott Vanzel. He says, how big is that extra 5th round pick they got from Philly now? They would be
huge.
done until the 7th if they didn't have that.
Yep, it's huge.
That was massive. And the fact that they still got their guy with Josh Simmons and gaining that pick is killer. That just adds to why this draft is a home run so far.
Yeah. San Francisco's on the board. Last pick of the 4th round coming up here, number 138. They've taken nothing but defensive line, Steve. Like nothing but defensive line. Do you think they take another defender? Do you think they start
San Francisco?
You think they take Braden Swinson, who's fell down the board here, and just have a monstrous defensive line draft? Do you think they start shifting over to the?
They could shift to offense. I could see San
They do
Francisco
need some
taking
corners,
a,
though, right?
I could see them taking a running back.
Don't they need a corner? Maybe even a safety. What's his name? Played for the Chiefs. That was a corner that they paid. Didn't he leave?
Oh, Travarius Ward.
Yeah,
Little Mooney. I don't know. I think he was a free agent. I don't know what happened to Little Mooney. Whatever happened with him. Look at it, Ian. What happened to Travarius Ward? Let's see. What will they do here? I feel like they need help in a few areas, though, so they could kind of go.
Yeah, he went to the Colts.
Colts got him, huh?
Colts love trying to get ex-Kansas City corners.
One thing I do like about the city of Indianapolis lately is they're just stealing all the food from Chicago.
Yeah, sweet,
and I'm okay
dude.
with that. They not only do they have a Lou Malnati's, but they also have Portillo's there now,
Yeah,
too.
they've grabbed Portillo's.
So it's like I'm just going to drive 2 hours up north here, and I'm going to grab me some a Chicago dog, some Chicago pizza.
I've done that twice. I've took the 3-hour trip to Indianapolis, Steve, and got a.
It's not 3 hours, is it? It's like what, 2.5?
For me in Louisville, it's about 2.5.
Yeah.
So for you, it's probably closer to about 3.
It's not bad. It's just straight up I-65 though. Easy drive.
Oh yeah. You got to go to Broad Ripple. That's the place right above North Indianapolis.
So we have a while before our next pick, but I mean, I think my horn level is up at a good spot.
Steve,
So-
you karate chopped your own Pinar over that pick, dude.
I did.
Like
It
you
hurt
literally,
so
you
bad.
were the definition of slap nut. Like you did it live on air. After 3 years, you've done a slap nut live.
Hey, it's fine. It's fine. Appreciate you guys being here, by the way. If you got a little horned up with that Jalen Royals pick, click that like button for us. That would be fantastic. Also share it out with a friend, whatever. Get some more people in here. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. A lot of you guys here have been here the entire freaking draft with us. That's freaking amazing. Thanks so much for your support. Would love to see more people in here. I mean, for a couple of slap nuts that have hit on some picks for the Chiefs so far,
Nobody
seem to
gives
know
a
what we're
rat's
talking
ass.
about a little bit. You think we'd have more people watching, but they're watching them World of Warcraft boys over there. You think it's because they are nerds too, and they want to play World of Warcraft? They don't really care about the Chiefs.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is.
Jordan Watkins comes off the board. Our wide receiver number 47 to Ole Miss. I did like Jordan Watkins. I thought he was more. Jordan Watkins actually played high school football in Louisville. He played right
Yeah.
up the road from where I'm at. So Jordan Watkins could do it. He went to Ole
Jordan,
Miss.
okay, listen. Jordan Watkins, literally yesterday at work, I talked to his dad's best friend. He was like, "Hey, my best friend's son is in the draft, and he's very talented. He runs a 4.3 40."
Yes.
And I was like, who is he? And he's like, Jordan Watkins. And I was like, oh, okay. So
Yeah.
I actually met his dad's best friend yesterday, and he was telling me about Jordan. So pretty cool pick to see him go right here. I think that's a good pick.
Yeah, I think this was a big time reach for Jordan Watkins, but he does offer.
It's the athleticism, dude.
Yeah, he offers a lot of athleticism. He tested elite 4.37 40 and a 1.53 10-yard split. The 1.53 is actually 0.4 of a second slower than what we just got from Jalen Royals, but Jalen Royals 4.42 is actually a little bit slower than his 40 time. So he's kind of a special teams guy.
Wolfgang slowly opens World of Warcraft on other monitor. Brad said random World of Warcraft shade. You must not have been here earlier, Brad.
Yeah, no, this was going back to something we were talking about earlier.
Peter said the most important people are where they're supposed to be. And you're
Yeah, I
right.
gotcha.
You're right. If you're not a slap nut, you're here enjoying the draft. That's for sure.
Me and Steve used to play Call of Duty all the time, man. They opened up Verdansk back. We haven't got back and played that yet. So, I mean, we've played a little bit.
Nerd.
But not a lot. Dude, it's hard. Like, you can't play video games and have a YouTube channel. There ain't no way.
You know, that's
Where
why
would you
they
find the
sneak-
time?
That's why they're on their PC playing World of Warcraft, brother.
Shut up.
That's why they hire editors to do all the work for them so they can sit there and play World of
true,
Warcraft.
man. I would love to know, like, what other people, like, what is
Did I say that? Did I say that, K. Wayne? I didn't talk to the dog. The dog didn't talk.
The best friend's dad.
You know, I actually didn't even have a dog with him. Did I say that?
I don't know.
I think he's messing with me. You shut up, K. Wayne.
K. Wayne, where are you at?
Trying to
Should
make
we
me
have
feel
a little?
crazy.
Should we have a little Where in the World's K. Wayne while we're waiting here?
Yes, we should.
Tell me where in the world is
K. Wayne.
Let's go. Where is
do
K.
it.
Wayne? Where do you think
Let's play
K.
a little
Wayne's at?
Where in the World's K. Wayne? You won the last one. I think you cheated, but you can go ahead and pick it. You get to go first this time.
I think K. Wayne's hanging around at home somewhere. You know?
Did turn around and picked a random person in the chat's hometown.
That was crazy. I don't even remember what it was.
I know. It was somewhere in North Carolina. Now, I know that you made up a place in North Carolina that didn't even exist.
And it worked.
And that's where the dude lived. Like, you pinpointed his front porch on Google Maps.
I think K. Wayne might have been like, you know what? I'm going to take a little bit of a break for the NFL draft weekend. So I'll just say Kansas City, Missouri. And I know he's not from there. That's close.
God, I swear.
He's-
if you know
he's
K. Wayne's work schedule now, I'm going to be pissed.
He's in a different place. That's not where he lives. But it's close enough.
Chiefs target Tyrion Ingram Dawkins, defensive tackle out of Georgia. The edge come off the board. So the Chiefs were actually interested in him. They actually met with him. Tyrion Ingram
Moving right
Dawkins.
along.
And he's got the hyphenated last name. I mean, that's what the Chiefs look for.
I'm so ready
Shadur
for my
Sanders
sub.
still not picked, Steve.
It's hilarious to me.
Okay.
I feel bad, and I think it's funny at the same time.
You say Kansas City, Missouri. I'll say, let me have a gander here. Somebody's outside of my window just like yelling. I'm going to say he's in Olathe, Kansas. Olathe. How do they pronounce it? Olathe?
You're killing me here.
Olathe? Let me pronounce it.
Olathe. You're so far off.
That's right.
You're
Olathe.
I'm sitting here like, are you going to hit it? Are you going to get it right?
Olathe.
You said
Olathe.
Olathe.
What a weird.
Must be French.
Is that like an Indian tribe name or something? You think?
Olathe.
Do you think it's where they got it? What's the origin of that word?
I'm
Yeah,
looking it
Native
up.
American
Ian.
origin.
Ian, pull it up.
Olathe is a feminine moniker that has an interesting history. It means lovely or beautiful.
Where did
which
you
comes,
pick for
Shut
K.
up.
Wayne?
Which comes, I just told you, Olathe, which
Hey,
comes from the
wait.
Shawnee language
Now you're cheating.
of the indigenous
played
Shawnee
Price is Right.
people. I'm trying to read about Olathe's people here.
No
and
one
you're ruining
cares.
it. I think a lot of people would like to know that.
K. Wayne lives in Topeka. I knew that, K. Wayne, but I was just sticking around the area specifically. I wasn't trying to out you. Everybody go to K. Wayne's house in Topeka, by the way. His address is... no, I'm just kidding.
What?
Where are you at, K. Wayne? Where are you at right now? Did you say it already? We got to see who won this bad boy.
I just played a little bit of a.
Price is Right.
I played Price is Right going this way.
Where are you at, K. Wayne?
If K. Wayne's literally sitting on the other side of Kansas City this way, I would be so mad.
He's going to be somewhere random.
Cam Jackson off the board from Florida, defensive tackle.
Cam Jackson.
Oh, wait. He said, think of a big NFL town. Dang, I might have lost then. I would think like maybe Canton, Ohio. I would think maybe like Green Bay. You're not up there for the draft, are you?
That'd be great if he was. Shout out, boy, Stephen Bridges with the 5 gifted memberships.
go.
Let's freaking go, Stephen. Appreciate you, brother. If you get one of those, make sure to thank them in the chat. Throw some catch-ups and legendaries and fun stuff out for them. If you're a member, you got some fun emojis, use them, bad boys. Put some suckets in the chat. Why the hell not? Where you at, K. Wayne? He's being cryptic. I think that means I win.
Could be. If he's on the East Coast, you definitely lost. And K. Wayne usually will stay
You mean
around.
you definitely lost. Get it
Yeah,
right.
he usually does travel more on the eastern side, it seems.
Wait, did he say where he's at? I can't find it. I think he's messing with me. He already told me I talked to a dog, and now he's just not telling me where he's at. And he's making me...
Wait, Kyle said, appreciate
Aw,
the... What is it?
You won.
Yeah. Long Beach. It pays to play Price is Right sometimes, huh?
Cheater. You're a
Now I lost
cheater.
my comment. Kyle had written a funny comment. Oh, he said, there used to be a used car dealership on the Truman Road that had an Indian statue named Chief Walkie No More.
Was there really? That's great.
Walkie
Mike, do
No
you
More.
remember? Do you remember like back in our hometown? Like if you went down there was a certain road there.
Yeah, 54. Highway 54.
There was a giant pole that had a car on top of it with an Indian chief sitting in it. You
Yeah.
remember that?
Yeah.
And it was so random. It was like not even a business. I don't think it might have been like someone's garage or something. Like
Yeah.
yeah, that's pretty wild. Adam with a 5 bomb says, Wayne, I live in Topeka also.
Okay.
Hey, all the cool people live in
Got a little
Topeka.
Topeka party, huh?
That's where it's at, guys.
Oh, yeah, I'm with Kyle. I wish K. Wayne was delivering Penn Station to Kentucky right now.
Bobby Cook says it's one of the best cities in America to live.
Olathe or Topeka? Topeka. Carson Vincent off the board. That's a good pick. Alabama A&M, offensive tackle. A little rich right here, but I could see it being about the right spot for Carson
So we picked
Vincent.
28 in this round. So let's start looking around, sniffing around a little bit of what the Chiefs might be looking at here. You think they do go running back here? You think if Devin Neal, Damian Martinez, or DJ Giddens is on the board, do you think they take one of those three?
Yeah, I would think.
Dude,
They got to start looking at it.
Can you
I gotta
imagine-
put together a new watch list here?
everyone's head would collectively explode in Chiefs Kingdom if they got Jalen Royals that late and turned around and drafted Devin Neal the next round.
Would be nuts, dude.
Their PNRs would explode.
Yeah, the PNR's on crazy 50.
What do we got
See,
going on
what's
next?
this-
Let's go to X and see what people think about the Jalen Royals pick. That's a fun little exercise. Let's do that.
Yeah, let's call people out for being dumb.
Matt Connor from Arrowhead Addict says, I loved the Jalen Royals pick.
Matt Connor.
And he's been watching all chiefed up because he says he would like to see him get Damian Martinez.
Yeah. Appreciate you watching, brother.
Yeah, appreciate you, my man. Let me just type in Jalen Royals and see what all comments come up. I like it. Let's do that. What's the latest on Jalen Royals here? Jalen Royals on the Chiefs? Yeah, that'll do. Can't wait to see him in our custom Royals jersey. There's a sad Commanders fan that says, I would have liked to have had Jalen Royals. Well, too bad. He's a freaking Chief, baby.
Too bad.
Suck it. Let's see here. I'll be buying a Jalen Royals jersey. All good comments so far. Jalen Royals is a dog. Welcome to Chiefs Kingdom. Jalen Royals gives the Chiefs some Rashi Rice insurance and more in day 3. That boy Jalen Royals is twitched up. He's all twitched up. Let's see what everybody else is saying. D-Mac says someone get Jalen Royals on a plane to Patrick Mahomes' camp in Texas now. Looks like people's liking the pick, man. I don't see anybody upset about this one. Jalen Royals is a monster. Jalen
tough to be
Royals
upset
could
about
be
that.
the steal of the draft. Nothing but good things, man. Nothing but good things I'm seeing. Someone said the Kansas City Chiefs suck. Return Jalen Royals to us now. People are not happy about outside of Chiefs Kingdom. People are not happy about this marriage.
Yeah, because we snaked one right there.
Yeah, dude. It's like the Chiefs always get gifted the crazy like the guys that no one wants to see him there. He has the same 10-yard split as Xavier Worthy. Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
It's wild. So you got like a mixture of Xavier Worthy and Rashi Rice on your team now, guys. How do you like it?
I love it, actually. There's a player, not a lot of people's talked about him, Steve, but if the Chiefs really wanted to look at offensive line again, you wanted to look at maybe like a guard, Luke Condra out of Cincinnati, 6'5", 319, is a place that I think you look. We've got a pipeline with Cincinnati and Cincinnati. We've got a little pipeline there because of Travis Kelce. And I'm telling you, man, This dude, he's been a starter there for 2 years. He's got a big, strong body type, dude. He's got a lot of natural movement. He's very strong. He's got thick chest, big hands. He's only had like one penalty in 2,000 career snaps. Like, think about that. One penalty in 2,000 career snaps is all he's had. And he doesn't allow anybody to get into him. He's very good at arm extension. I really think Luke Condra out of Cincinnati could be a sneaky wash. I don't know if he lasts to the 7th round. So if they think that that's somebody they want, they could take the shot in the 5th and wait on running back till the 7th.
Yep. Let's see, a little word from Jalen Royals about this. He said just to catch passes from Patrick Mahomes will be amazing. So he's excited.
Buddy.
He's excited for it. Someone compared him to Javon Baker from last year. I disagree.
Yeah, Javon Baker dropped everything you threw at him.
And he wasn't very fast, was he?
I don't remember his 40. I mean, I don't think he was slow, but I just remember he was had tons of drops.
Highest scoring picks in round 4 from a Bungles fan, which that sucks. He did put him on the list, but let's see here. Yeah, a lot of people were just confused at why he fell so far. If I had to guess, it was probably some kind of injury concern, and the Chiefs don't care about those. Chiefs Kingdom is no stranger to draft day steals, and they likely have another one in their newest wide receiver. I spoke to Jalen Royals at this year's Senior Bowl about his performance at the event and his overall game. Check the video out here. Might check that out later. Yeah, man, I think it's consensus. Like, the Chiefs have got a steal here. Warren Sharp actually puts out and says Jalen Royals to the Chiefs. They got the number 1 fastest 10-yard split in the entire wide receiver class, and he dominated man coverage all year. Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes are going to love him.
Yeah, that's crazy, dude.
Yeah, dude. Super stoked about it. We talk about RAS scores all the time. He had a 9.01 RAS score. Elite level, 40-yard dash, 10-yard split, 20-yard split. Man, pumped about it, man. Super excited. Everybody get horned. Be horned. It's fun being horned. Just don't smack yourself
in the dong, dude.
Don't smack
Everybody is
yourself.
pretty much horned.
Man, it took a lot of energy out of me, man. All this live streaming, all this draft stuff, all this work, and not sleeping, and I just went crazy. My adrenaline levels went through the roof with Jalen Royals, and I'm crashing out. Now I need my sub. I need my
When
station.
you eat, Steve, when you eat, you're
I'm
going to
get
crash
better.
even harder.
No,
dude.
I'm going to get better. I need food. I haven't ate today. I need it. I need it in my life. I'm fat. It's fuel. Okay?
Fat is fuel.
Sure. All right. Back to the damn draft, I guess. Let's see. Riley Mills. Let's see here. Okay, so we talked about Cam Jackson. Baltimore took Carson Vincent, offensive tackle from Alabama A&M. Seattle took Riley Mills, defensive tackle from Notre Dame. Like that pick for Seattle. And Jordan Phillips, defensive tackle from Maryland, just went to Miami. I feel like Miami's had like 1 draft pick this draft.
Yeah, they haven't had a lot of draft picks over the past few years.
They
Do you notice
traded
the
them all.
Ravens have been reaching on offensive linemen like crazy? Out of all the offensive linemen on the board, they took Emory Jones in round 3, and we had him as our 18th ranked. And then this time they took Carson Vincent. He was our 28th ranked, and they took him in round 5. So they've taken the 2 biggest reaches at the offensive line. So unless their offensive line coach knows something that we don't, or they're just that far away from the Chiefs' style, which is kind of wild, I don't know, man. That's just crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, K. Wayne. Riley Mills is a good 5th-round pick.
Riley Mills is a good pick coming out of Notre Dame. That kid can play.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. K. Wayne's a Notre Dame guy.
Yeah.
I fought in Irish. Dang. Everybody's really getting Sky Moore down the road in the chat. After Jalen Royals, it says, pack your shit up, Sky Moore. Buy Sky. Hashtag buy Sky. No
Oh my
more
God.
Sky.
This guy could still be on this roster because we don't have many, but he won't. I don't know if he lasts beyond this year.
Kyle says, with a 5 bomb, by the way, I appreciate you, brother. He says, did you see Ashton Gelati's presser last night? His uncle is a big Chiefs fan. Came to watch his party with Chiefs gear and outfitted him with it. There was another guy in the draft. I think it was who was it? It was Norman Lott. Already had a Chiefs hat at his thing. Boom. I think he knew they were going to pick him.
The Chiefs met with Omar Norman Lott. He's been on my radar with the Chiefs for weeks.
I think they were like, dude, if you're there in the second round, you're ours.
Dude,
I think he knew it was coming. Yeah,
I knew it was coming. It was not a surprise. I thought they'd have took a shot on him in the first if he would have had that chronic knee injury stuff.
Yeah, appreciate the 5, Kyle. Scott Vanzel says, great draft. Now I'm hanging a UFC fight night here in Kansas City. My nephew is on the undercard. Let's go. Hey, good luck to your nephew, Scott. Hopefully he kicks some ass like Brett Veach is kicking ass in this draft, baby. Let's go. Mike Peter says, trade up and take Martinez. Think they're going to have to? Mike, you've been crunching on the same pack of M&Ms for 3 days. Would you just eat that damn bag of M&Ms already?
2 days, bro.
Just eat them. Who eats one bag of M&Ms? It's not even a king size. Is it a share size?
It is a share size.
Okay, I'll give you a little bit of grace here. I thought you had one regular bag of M&Ms.
Who pounds an entire bag of M&Ms in one sitting? Fats.
A regular bag of M&Ms has like 25
Sanders. Shedeur Sanders.
The Browns did it.
Finally. Dude, I was saying that though early. Do you remember when I said at a certain point you get only a small select teams that need quarterbacks, and then when those teams start taking them, the Browns weren't in any. There were no hurry to take in Shedeur Sanders, right? Because there's like, oh well, nobody else is going to take him. The Browns. Do the Browns now lure in Dion? And he pairs up with. Well, no, he don't because they traded out. They traded out and give him to the Jaguars. They really could have had a. They could have had the duo. Oh well. I'm just glad it's over with. Everybody shut up now. I'm trying to catch up on these picks. Dolphins, Shedeur Sanders. Let's go. Shedeur's finally off the board.
It's the Browns, brother.
No, I said the Dolphins pick, and now Shedeur Sanders.
I got you.
I talked out loud. I was trying to keep up.
You thought out loud? I hope you talked out loud.
I thought out loud.
There you go. Devin Neal's still hanging out. Damian Martinez still hanging out. Why did the Browns do that? The Browns broke they broke what was going on in the NFL. The Browns are that one slapnut team that was like, well, okay, we all decided not to take this guy for being an asshole, but you know what? We're going to do it.
I think the Browns have just lost their minds. They not only took 2 running backs, but they've now took 2 quarterbacks. Like, what has happened? They're just double dipping in every position. Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders is going to outduel Dylan Gabriel, and then everybody's going to be like, why did you wait so long to take Shedeur in round 5 and take Dylan Gabriel to end of round 3? Just to make Shedeur have to wait to the 3rd day. That's what happened. Crazy.
Sanders to Cleveland. Yuck. FoodTube says the Browns just did it to seem less racist. They were doing it for optics. They said, you know what? We're not looking so good. We let Deshaun Watson come in here after he got his penar touched by 9 million people in Houston. We have to do something to help ourselves. You think it was the PR guy? He said, hey, just take Shedeur, man. We need it. We need a win. Yeah, I'm with you, JT. I thought they should have took him way higher. I mean, honestly, with Deshaun on his way out, and I thought I don't know. It's wild that he fell.
I honestly thought that they would have took Travis Hunter, and then they could have moved back in or got Shedeur at the top of the second.
That would have been wild.
Just teamed them up.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And that's like a duo that's been together for years. And then maybe you could have snaked Dion up there if the coach falls through here in a few years. I mean, that would have been a big PR stunt for that would have been like the movie Draft Day, right? It'd have been straight up, like, I don't know. Mac McWilliams off the board to the Eagles. That's a pretty solid pick right there.
Yeah, man. keep it moving, guys. Let's get this thing going. I want the draft just to speed up. I'm ready for the 164th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm ready to see what they're going to do. I do feel like now is the time to take your swing at running back. I feel like it's perfect. You didn't have to reach on one. You're in the 5th round, and you still got some guys out there that could contribute right off the bat. Yes, it's a free pick. Devin Neal's still sitting there for you. Damian Martinez, DJ Giddens, Brashard Smith, Jaden Blue, Taj Brooks, Ollie Gordon. I mean, you got your pick, man. You got a lot of guys to choose from. You have at least 3 that I think could immediately contribute to the team. I think this is where you take your shot at running back if you're Brett Veach. Let's just take a look around and see. Now, I do think if Cam Williams is still there, they might try it out.
Cam Williams would be a heck of a pick.
Yeah, or or if they wanted to take a shot on like a Holland Pierce or something, and they're afraid he'd be gone by the end of the 7th or the 7th round, they could double dip at tackle potentially. If they wanted to go the guard route, Mbo's still out there. Which is crazy because he was the 6th ranked guard in the entire draft, I think.
Imbo, he played right tackle a lot. He hadn't played guard in a few years, but he can play anything. Imbo could play center if you needed him to.
Yeah, so that would be one to keep an eye on. If they want to get back to the defense stuff, if they want to stick with that, I think you can watch for Anais Peebles from Virginia Tech. But he's kind of an undersized defensive tackle. I don't know if you need him after Norman Lott.
No, you don't
Chris
need him.
Paul Jr., the linebacker, would be a hell of a pick right here in the 5th round. I think we had him ranked what? What did we have him ranked in linebackers? Chris Paul Jr. Did we do our linebackers? I don't think
We
got
didn't release him, but we had Chris Paul. We had Pooh Paul rated number
4?
7. We had him 7.
Yeah, so he's still hanging out. That'd be good. Braden Swinson, Jared Ivey from Ole Miss.
Shamar James is still out there.
Yeah. Let's see. And then let's go back to the offensive side of the ball. Tight end, if they were to go tight end, you still got a couple, Jalen Conyers. They've met with him. Now would be a time for that. Or even if they went off the script, Aronde Gadsden. So there's a couple there. If they decided to double dip at wide receiver, which I highly doubt, but they could. Could you imagine if they took Isaiah Bond and they got Jalen Royals and Isaiah Bond, and then Bond gets cleared?
Yeah,
that'd be nuts. That'd be insane. But yeah, I doubt they'll double dip at receiver. But if they did, Isaiah Bond's still there. You still got Sam Brown Jr. and Isaiah Nair, both ridiculous athletes that we've talked about that the Chiefs like. Yeah, so a lot of different ways they could go, but I just feel everything about it says running back. Or if Cam Williams is still there, I think that's a fair pick. I think you take that potential and you put it on your team as depth, and then then you're really padded up for the tackle position, right?
Yeah, I think it's Cameron Williams. I think if you go offensive line, you go Cam Williams or Luke Condra here. You take the guard or you take the tackle. Imbo, yeah, I would consider Imbo as well. It's tough, man, with all these running backs on the board. You either look at it one of two ways. The Chiefs could take Martinez, Neal, Giddens, Ollie Gordon, Jaden Blue. Any of those guys would fit with the Chiefs at some juncture. And compare Jaden Blue to Ollie Gordon. That's like two different spectrums of the running back, but it's like we could find usage in all of them. So they could do that, but at the same time, it is so deep. One of these guys are falling to the 7th round, aren't they? So they might just wait. Maybe Ollie Gordon gets to the 7th round.
Maybe. I think he could. I mean, at this point, it looks like he could.
That's what I'm saying.
Got real quiet.
Are you okay? Are you
Yeah,
eating?
man. No.
Oh, I thought you were eating. I was going to be so mad. Sorry, I was looking through my picks. I was trying to put together a list.
Sometimes I like when you talk, so I could take a break, but you just didn't. You didn't take over. You just
No,
left
I'm
me
trying to
hanging.
put together picks for round 5 here. So
Jordan James, running back off to 49ers. Did you talk about that yet?
no.
Another running back off the board that's not one of our guys. So that's an Oregon running back there. The Rams pick is in. Dallas on the clock. Pops in the house. It said SMU defensive tackle Jared Harrion Hunt.
Harrison Hunt.
Harrion.
What?
I'm just playing.
What?
What? Old man finally made it. Lord Tater, you're in the wrong bar, bro. You're typing in the wrong bar. You need to get off of the chat and go to your web browser. He's a little too horned up.
Lord Tater.
Shout out KC Chiefs Productions with a gifted membership. Appreciate you, my man. Thank you so much. If you get that membership, make sure to thank him in the chat. Very generous of him. Let's see. What we got going on here? The Rams. I would say the Rams. They might. I don't know if they need offensive line, but I think Embo is probably one of the best players available right now, right? Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, he's
And
one of
then,
the top 5 to 10.
A good fit for them would probably be a wide receiver right now. I think they could probably use a wide receiver. Maybe a Torrey Horton from Colorado State. Or maybe they could go Isaiah Bond or a Tez Johnson, Xavier Restrepo, somebody like that. They're gonna. They of course they lost Cooper Kupp, so they need some young guys there to go with. Puka Nakua.
I think I'm just about maxed out who I'm comfortable putting here in round 5 for the Chiefs. So I think the tweet's about to go live.
Yeah, I hope so. You've been working on that bad boy for a while. Post it. Ty Hamilton off the board to the Rams. They took an offensive tackle. So they were on the complete end of the opposite end of the world for me. I was thinking a receiver for them. Dallas is on the clock. Well, no, they got their pick in. Miami's on the clock. Post that bad boy. Hit send.
Shut up. Okay, here we go. Let's put a player on it.
Pop with a 10 bomb. He wants Brashard Smith here. I just don't see them taking Brashard Smith with Damian Martinez and Devin Neal both there. But they could. They could.
They could.
Pops, this is the first time we've seen you on here for the whole draft. Did you fall asleep through the first 3 rounds?
Maybe.
He was sitting there waiting for the draft to come on and he fell asleep. You know?
Okay.
So I'm about to have a who can go the longest without talking contest. Let's see,
Strapping
Dallas.
some stuff up, doing some work over here.
Mike's acting like he's working.
I am. Unlike you, who's just being quiet and weird.
No, I was looking around a little bit. I'm trying to get an idea what the Chiefs might be. Like if anybody's throwing out any nuggets here, little breadcrumbs or something that I can pick up on. I think just running back feels like the pick. It just seems too perfect for them to be able to get one of those guys in the 5th round with a pick that they weren't even supposed to have. Just seems perfect. There's still several picks before the Chiefs, so if there were to be a run of running backs, then they could all 3 be off the board. The 3 that I'm looking at in particular, well, we'll say 4. We'll throw Brashard Smith in there. But yeah, Devin Neal, first of all, I think Damian Martinez is the guy. I think that's the one that they want. But if not, Devin Neal, DJ Giddens, Brashard Smith. I highly doubt all four of them come off the board before the Chiefs, so they're going to be able to get one of these guys if they do go running back.
Okay, pick's live. It's live now. I went ahead and just kept it pretty much the same. Anybody that made the watch list in round 4 makes it again this time. So I got Damian Martinez, Devin Neal, DJ Giddens, Ollie Gordon III, Jalen Conyers, Cam Williams, Luke Condren, Shamar James. I mean, that's probably, in my opinion, that would be the top group. Again, you could have somebody that's just kind of off the radar here that Brett Veach really likes. Somebody like a Torrey Horton or something, but I don't know if we double dip at wide receiver or anything like that. I think you have to go ahead and keep picking up like more defense or that running back or that tight end. Jaden Blue off the board. Yep, went to the Cowboys. Ty Hamilton, Jaden Blue. Okay, so the Chiefs are up in, let's see, we're on pick 150. Chiefs pick 164. So we're up at 14 picks. I mean, it would be really bad luck if I've listed 8. I've listed 8 players.
All of them fall off the board?
Yeah, if all of those fall off in 14 picks, that would be super horrible luck. So I don't see that happening. I think wide receivers starting to get kind of thin, in my opinion. Wide receivers getting really thin. Xavier Restrepo still being on the board is kind of odd. Torrey Horton not getting drafted is kind of odd. Isaiah Bond kind of got himself into some trouble. Brew McCoy, Isaiah Nair, Tez Johnson, Sam Brown. It looks like those are off the board now. If they go Sam Brown, they probably just UDFA him because of Jalen Royals. So after that, you got Evan Stewart, who kind of stunk. I mean, he didn't have no good stuff here in the draft process. Andrew Armstrong, Ja'Cory Brooks, Keandre Lambert-Smith, Kobe Hudson.
The Dolphins took Jason Marshall Jr., cornerback from Florida.
That's a decent pick. Jason Marshall Jr. People were overlooking him, but I thought in certain situations he was okay. I actually had him as my number 18th guy, right under Justin Wally. And a lot of people didn't. I had him right above Kobe Bryant, and it looks to be, I guess I was right, because Kobe Bryant's not went yet. I thought Jason Marshall Jr. at 6'1", 194 was a little thicker frame, and I thought he was actually a better outside corner than Kobe Bryant. He ran a 4.49 with a 1.55 10-yard split and had a 37.5-inch vert, which was elite. So I thought Jason Marshall looked pretty good. I guess the Dolphins agreed. Good job.
Well, let's see here. Colts, the Cardinals, the Bengals, the Giants, Dolphins again, finally. Steelers, Bucks, Chargers, Packers, 49ers, Eagles. It's still quite a bit of time before the Chiefs pick, so a lot of those guys could come off the board, Mike. There's still plenty of time. Still plenty of time, especially if they were to get on a run of running backs. Like I said, looks like Dallas had to start one. San Francisco and Dallas, they took 2 running backs and 3 picks, so we'll see.
It's still wild that Jordan James and Jaden Blue come off above some of these guys at the top.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I think do you think Devin Neal's speed hurts him? Do you think people think he's slow?
A little bit, but it's not that bad. He only ran a 4.6. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, sometimes, obviously the 40 time matters, but at the same time, sometimes that can be a little overrated, right?
I mean, Kareem Hunt didn't have the best 40-yard time, and you seen he was able to produce.
I bet Mel Kiper blew his load when Shadur Sanders.
Yeah, he's done.
Dude, he literally talked about Shadur Sanders for the last 2 days. All these guys were getting drafted. It was like their time in the spotlight, and the guys on TV be trying to talk about him, and Mel Kiper just take over about Shadur Sanders every pick. He talked about him for 3 days straight.
Yeah, he was on the payroll.
Good Lord. I bet they're happy he finally got picked so Mel Kiper could shut
Yeah,
up.
they're like, Mel, if you don't shut up, bro.
There's no way he's still crying. What's he crying about?
Is he still going?
What's he crying about? Why be negative? Why he be negative? Sammy Joe. We have been killing this draft. Absolutely. 100%. It's been awesome so far. Would love to see Martinez or Devin Neal here. Even DJ Giddens. Any of those three right here. And I might have another horned up moment. I don't know if I'll get that crazy with Jalen Royals, but would really like to see one of those guys. I think that'd be smart. I think it's a perfect spot to pick a running back. Steven Bridges says, Mel's just mad now. He said, freaking
just
Shedeur
angry.
Sanders went to the freaking Browns. Now he can't be the greatest of all time because no one ever does good in the Browns.
He needs to chill out.
Yeah, Mel, if you're watching, just chill out, bro.
I mean, he's not, but DJ Giddens off the board.
Oh.
There goes our first guy off the board.
Here go these running backs.
There they
Man.
go. This is about the running back central, so this
Here
is
it
Brett
comes.
Beach's time to shine.
Look, dude, in
if
the
he
last,
gets a little antsy, he may trade up.
for the last 6 picks, every other pick's been a running back.
Well, Dallas
so.
isn't going to take another one, so you're free there.
What if they did?
I don't think that the Pittsburgh's not going to take another one at 156. The Chargers aren't taking another one at 158.
The Bengals.
The 49ers probably aren't taking another one at 160. I don't think Saquon Barkley and them, the Eagles ain't going to take one. So you only got to dodge maybe 5 teams here, basically. You think
You
the
never
Bengals
know,
will take
though.
one?
You never know who wants just depth pieces.
That's true.
So it's kind of one of them things. If they see a guy and it's so high up on their board, it might not matter.
So
if
the
they-
Colts got, with pick 151 in the entire draft, the Colts got our number 7th running back, which is great value.
Great value. I mean, he had a 9.78 RAS score. Dude's a freak athlete. Crazy vertical, crazy broad jump, 40-yard dash of a 4.43, 20-yard split 2.54, elite 10-yard split, the same as Jalen Royals 1.49. So DJ Giddens he could be a good weapon for them. No kidding. I thought he'd have been great.
So
for the
Dallas
Chiefs,
won't
but
take a running back here. Let's go see. Okay. Let's look at. Let me go
Massage
look
Watson.
at some rosters here. Let's go look at some depth charts. Okay, let's look at the Bengals depth chart here at pick 153. If I'm Brett Veach, this is what I'm doing right now. So Shamar James just left the board. There goes our linebacker. And people told me Shamar James wasn't even going to be a 7th round pick. They said he's a UDFA, and he goes in the 5th round, exactly where I had him. Thanks. I love being right.
Girl Kim
Shamar
in the
James,
house.
that kind of sucks.
She said
dude.
sending
I really
out a few
like that
free
one.
memberships. First one to click the link in the chat wins. Appreciate the 5 bob, Kim. Kim's getting y'all to. She's spamming you. You'll watch out. Appreciate you, Kim. Thanks for the 5. Good to see you, by the way.
Shamar James, that's a good pick, dude. I'm out here looking at the Bengals depth chart. So they took Chase Brown, Zach Moss, Samaje Perine, Kendall Minton. I mean, it would surprise me if they took one, because with the Zach Moss, Chase Brown thing, and then Samaje Perine is like a 3rd down back, it would very much surprise me. But you got to think Samaje's probably signed maybe a 1 or 2 year deal.
Yeah.
Chase Brown, this is about his like 4th or 5th year, isn't it? So it's possible, but I don't think it's that possible. Let's go look at the Giants depth chart. Now they took the Giants took the kid from Purdue last year. We really liked, Steve. Remember we said he was probably going to be like a nice 3rd down back, and Tyrone Tracy Jr. He actually had a good time. Okay, so they took Tyrone Tracy Jr., Devin Singletary. They've got him, and they took Cam Scadaboo already. So the Giants aren't taking another one. Pittsburgh at 156 isn't taking another one. They took the kid from Iowa. The Dolphins have 15 different running backs. I don't think that they would, even though Damian Martinez is from Miami. Miami. That could be a nice matchup, but I don't think so. Let's see what the Bucks got going. This has got to be what Brett Veach is going through. He's got to be looking to see if he needs to move up. If running back's his thing. So they took Bucky Irving last year, Rashad White, Sean Tucker, DJ Williams. I don't think they take one either. Green Bay just paid a bunch of money for one. Yeah, I think that Green Bay just paid for a good running back in the offseason, didn't they?
Well, they have Josh Jacobs, right?
Yeah, they got Josh Jacobs. They drafted Marshawn Lloyd last year. I don't see that. San Francisco, they lost Elijah Mitchell to us.
Bengals took guard from Miami, Jalen Rivers.
Jalen Rivers. I had him as listed as a tackle, but they're going to say he's a guard then, huh?
Yeah. Pick is in for the Giants. Miami's on the clock.
Jalen Rivers. So everybody's still passing up Cam Williams, Marcus Mimbo, and Logan Brown. I actually have Logan Brown from Kansas had one. He was one spot higher than Jalen Rivers for me.
Yeah, we got a 5-bomb from Michael Plouffe. Appreciate the 5, brother. He says, I haven't heard you guys talk about Kobe Bryant out of Kansas. What do you guys think about him? So, yeah, we've briefly mentioned Kobe Bryant a few times. Not today, though. We haven't talked about him today, so you're right about that. I do like Kobe Bryant. I think we didn't have him in our top 10 corners.
No, we had him ranked number. Let me see.
I want to say, I don't even want to misspeak.
We had him number 19.
19. So I think with Kobe Bryant, you're kind of looking at around the 6th round, maybe 7th round even for Kobe Bryant. At the end of the 5th, it would be kind of one of those picks where if they really liked him a lot, they could do it right here. But I think he's more of a 7th round guy.
Production. Mimbo comes off the board.
Production-wise, Kobe Bryant did well. He's not like a super athletic or anything like that. He only ranked 29th in athleticism in the entire combine in cornerbacks. But he does run a 4.53 40, 1.5, 6, 10-yard split. He's kind of thin, but he is pretty competitive. I liked watching him play. I always thought it was fun to watch him. I think he struggles a little bit against big receivers at times, is what I noticed when he was in college. But probably because of his low weight, kind of skinny build. But he does have some good toughness, some good length. He did have a big performance in the East-West Shrine Bowl. A lot of people started talking about him after that. But decent athleticism, even though he didn't rank very high in the combine. Decent burst. He can break up some passes. He had over 35 passes defended and 13 interceptions in college. He's one of the players that got that dog in him. I talk about all the time. Mike, I like that competitor, that type of guy. Just wants to win, wants to play well, and always has energy. That's probably what I have to say about Kobe Bryant. I think, ultimately I think I'd feel good about him in the 7th round.
Yeah, I agree. I think
Appreciate
Kobe Bryant's
the
a 6th or 7th.
I'm ready for my sub. Actually, I tell you what, though. I think we are going to take just a few minute break because it's time to take a pee and get some food and stuff, I think. So we're going to turn on a little ad for you and let that thing roll. And we'll be back. Just going to take a quick break, but we'll be back. And we'll see what happens here.
Wait, the Chiefs just traded up. Shut up.
Oh, what?
Shut up.
Brett Veach said no food for you.
The Chiefs are up next. Well, that's good because after the Chiefs pick and we talk about it a little bit, we could probably take a break now to about the 7th round. What did we got here? Did they lose their 6th round pick?
They didn't have
we didn't have a 6th, though. So, did they lose one of the 7ths for this?
So they traded with Pittsburgh. Who are they coming up to get? Were they afraid Damian Martinez was going to get taken?
We still got all 3 available in the 7th round. So if they give up something different here.
Might have dug into next year's like they did earlier in the draft. That's a possibility.
Yeah, Marcus Mimbo went to the Giants. The Dolphins are on the board. Who are they trying to jump? Because I just went and looked at the depth chart, and none of these teams right in front of us were immediately for a running back. So maybe they're not trying to get a running back.
We did get rid of pick 226, I think. They traded pick 156. They got it from the Steelers, 156 for 164 and 226.
Okay.
But they are on the clock. And I think right now is where they go ahead and pull the trigger on Damian Martinez, or if they want to go off script. But I don't know. They met with Devin Neal twice. He was at the local pro day.
They met with a bunch of them. Steve, we got to give an epic announcement.
We have to.
Oh, here we go. Let's clip it up. Peter said, I asked a question about trading up. You're right, man. They did trade up. I didn't think they would maybe be so aggressive here knowing they needed some of these picks, but especially with all these running backs on the board, this makes me believe that it might not be a running back. There's like a slim chance it might not be.
Well, just real quick, while they're on the clock here, I don't think they came up to double dip at wide receiver. I don't think that. Tight end, I don't think they were real worried about Jalen Conyers coming off so bad that they had to, because you still got Mitchell Evans, you got Jackson Halls, Thomas Fadone, Luke Lachey. There's all kinds of guys above Jalen Conyers. I think that they could feel safe there. Maybe they're coming to get Cam Williams before someone takes him, because there's great value there. Maybe they could double up on the tackle.
That dude would have been a top 10, 20 pick next year if he'd have stayed in college.
Absolutely. So it could be something like that. Maybe getting outside of the box a little bit. Chris Paul Jr., they want to get that linebacker. Maybe they want to get Pooh Paul. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what they're doing. Has Dante Trader Jr., safety, went from Maryland, just went to Miami. So the pick is in for the Chiefs. Let's see what's going to be happening. You think I'm going Damian Martinez. I'm sticking with what we originally thought. So that'll be my guess, but let's see what happens here.
Yeah, Damian Martinez. Steve, if they hit Damian Martinez, that makes 3 players we've now hit.
Could be Devin Neal, though. Could be
wild.
Neal.
Devin Neal would be one, too.
5 bomb from Kim. She says, second free membership in my comments. Appreciate the 5, Kim. And then Phil is back in the house. He said, what's up, boys? I'm back. What's going on, Phil? Appreciate the 5, brother. Right in time for this Chiefs pick, baby. I got food delivered to me.
We get so mad that you get food delivered.
I still got to pee real bad. I don't think she can help me with that. You bring me a Gatorade bottle or something. Let's see.
I heard her say,
Come on, Chiefs,
here we go.
baby.
Let's get it going.
What are you going to do?
We're going to announce this epically here in a second. Did you think we're lucky enough to get are we good enough that we nail Royals and Martinez back to back? There ain't no way. Picks in. The Chiefs, with pick number 156, select linebacker out of Oregon, Jeffrey Bossa.
Wow, okay. So this is off script here.
That was a little off script, but with Shamar James going to Dallas a few picks earlier, they must have got a little scared they weren't going to get one of their linebackers.
Yeah, so Bossa, he's a gap sound run defender type guy. He keeps his eyes on the ball carrier. He slips blocks. He works down the line of scrimmage. He does have a lot of room for improvement, but I do see where they were going with this. He's a reliable tackler. They had mentioned that they saw a lot of linebackers in this draft that they liked. Brett Veach talked about that way back in the combine. But Boston's not really one that I have on my radar for them. I thought for sure if they're coming up for linebacker here for Chris Paul Jr. So this is an interesting one. And it also makes you wonder, like, why did they feel the need to trade up for Bossa? Because you still got guys on the board like Chris Paul Jr. You only had a handful of picks until you picked again.
I think they wanted Shamar James, and he's gone. And I think that they got a little scared, right? I don't think there's a few guys. I think Brett Veach was pulling our leg. I don't think there was as many as he actually liked. He's
been blowing a little smoke, right? Let's see. Let's talk about Jeffrey Bossa a little bit here, Mike. He's 6'1", 232. Obviously, he played in Oregon. He was a 17th ranked athleticism score out of linebackers. at the combine, 15th in production, 11th in total score. He ran a 4.63 40-yard dash, a 1.59 10-yard split. He had a 38.5-inch vertical and a 9.10 broad jump. Let's see. According to Lance Zierlein, he was a round 4 projected guy, so you got decent value on him here in the 5th round. He's a good communicator with his teammates before the snap. He has can diagnose plays really well. He played inside linebacker. I think what do you think it is about Bossa that really struck the Chiefs? Like, what were they trying to accomplish with this pick? I know they talked about doing some getting some linebackers in this, but they got Nick Bolton back. They did sign Nick Bolton long term. You got Leo, who's coming up on his contract, but I like Leo sticking around. I don't think he's going to garner a big enough contract to not be able to keep him. You still got Drew Tranquil. What do you think they were trying to accomplish here? Just depth?
Yeah, I think so. Again, we talked about it. They Swayze Bozeman, he played a lot last year. He was on the show, everything. We really like Swayze. Swayze ended up getting to play a lot at the end. I think Bossa, he was a former safety. He used to play safety. So I think he's got decent speed, not great speed, but he's got like 4.55, 4.6 speed. He ran a 4.63. That was his official 40 at the combine. 1.59 10-yard split. He's decently athletic. His vert was a 38.5, so not bad there. He's a little thin, in my opinion. They did say he was 235, and he actually weighed in at 232 at the combine. So he come in kind of thin. He's more along the lines of a Willie Gay type. They think that he's going to be able to cover well, I think. And he also will hit you. He's not afraid to hit. He's got that safety linebacker mentality. He will hit you. He'll put his nose in there. He's not shy about hitting people, that's for sure. So, I mean, he's kind of an intriguing little pick here, Steve. And I was telling everybody before, I think it was maybe round 2 yesterday, I had him projected as maybe a round 3, late round 3, early round 4. So you kind of got decent value on him. And Mike Vrabel out of the Patriots really liked this kid. I thought Vrabel was going to pull the trigger on him yesterday, or maybe one of the picks earlier, and he didn't do it. So just another Oregon defender, man. I'm telling you, Oregon had a lot of defense. They're usually known for their offense, but there was a lot of their defenders that stuck out, and that's including Jabbar Muhammad, the corner still there, Jordan Birch, Derek Harmon, Jamari Caldwell. They had a ton of defenders this time that were sticking out on tape. And Jeffrey Boss is just a guy that's going to do some special teams and play a little bit on the outside linebacker. You know, I think he's decently smooth at what he does. So I think the Chiefs were just trying to get some solid depth there on the defense and for special teams.
Yeah, I think so too. Like you said, an intriguing pick here. His coverage instincts kind of pop out on tape that I did watch on this kid. The blitz timing's great with him. I think that could be something that they were looking at because we all know how Spags loves the blitz. This kid was very successful blitzing at Oregon. Pretty fluid. Seems pretty powerful. He used to play safety. So he was a former safety, kind of converted to linebacker. So he's kind of that tweener kind of guy. Kind of like that kid from Louisville last year. I always forget his name. I think this is a solid pick. This is obviously not what Chiefs Kingdom was wanting at this time. They wanted the running back, right? That was a sexy pick, but I think Brett Veach sticks with the defense. And again,
Brett Veach proves what we said. I did not think he was going to invest highly in a running back like everybody thought. Like, we had got brainwashed. A lot of influence were brainwashed in Chiefs Kingdom that they were going to spend a really high draft pick on a running back, and I just said that don't fit Brett Veach's style.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to see them actually invest in that position. I talked about that today.
They just don't do it.
They just will not do it.
They got burnt with Clyde a little bit, I think, and I don't know if they'll ever go back to that well.
They burn their hand. They're not going to touch the stove again.
Yeah, they ain't going to touch the stove anymore. Dude, the Bossa pick's solid. I think if you looked at it, though, him and the Gelati pick are the two that people are just going to complain about. And actually, I'm going to go ahead and say, though, they're complaining about Omar Norman a hell of a lot, too. So apparently Chiefs Kingdom didn't want any defenders. They didn't want any defense here. They, it was wild. They didn't want the defense, even though we knew we needed defensive line. Brett Veach had told us he was looking for some linebacker depth. It makes sense, man. The Chiefs have their own grading scale. They're not that far off. Again, I had Bossa ranked as my number 10 linebacker. I had Bossa ranked one spot above Shamar James. I actually liked him better than Shamar James on film. He was a little faster than Shamar James. He was more athletic with the vert and different things. So he had longer arms. He had bigger hands. There were things I liked about Bossa over Shamar James. And I actually had him ranked number 10. Now, I think it's wild that Smile Mondon Jr. out of Georgia and Pooh Paul hasn't been picked yet because they're also in my top 10. They haven't been picked. But Bossa was the highest rated player on my board. He was one spot above Shamar James. They got a top 10 linebacker with a free pick in the 5th round from a Josh Simmons trade. This is a win. I mean, they did trade up and lose a 7th for him, but now they've got 2 7ths. I think Brett Veach probably goes for a running back here in the 7th round.
You think so? Say 7th-round guy? You think like Devin Neal could fall?
You got plenty of guys on the board, man. If Ollie Gordon were to fall, I think Ollie Gordon's your guy. It's him or Martinez. I think that's who they're holding out for.
It'd be pretty wild if Martinez fell to his 7th.
It would be, but I could see it. A lot of people don't think he's got that home run ability. I don't think they're paying attention.
Right. So just a little bit on Bossa while we're still talking about him. I'll just read a little excerpt from one of the conference writers. That's what I've kind of been doing on the others. Someone's talking about him here. They said, while he might not fit, or he might not profile as an immediate 3-down starter, Boss's 4-phase special teams value provides early roster utility while he develops into a defensive contributor. So they're kind of thinking that he's mainly going to be special teams off the rip.
Yeah.
His developmental trajectory suggests a player who could emerge as a starting will linebacker by year 2, particularly in a scheme that allows him to play run and hit football while limiting his exposure to downhill power concepts. In a league increasingly dominated by passing attacks and hybrid personnel groupings, Boss's skill set carries significant value as an early day 3 selection with starter upside.
Exactly what I projected. I said he'll hit you. He used to be a safety. He's a guy that can cover. They like his coverage ability. He's a Willie Gay type of player. He hit the nail on the head. And look at me. I don't cover Oregon athletics. But there you go. Dude, he was a top 10. He was our number 10 linebacker, Steve. He was our number 10 linebacker. Brett Veach got a number 10 linebacker, a top 10 linebacker in this draft class. He got him in the 5th round. That's wild.
This one don't get the masses horned up like the Jalen Royals pick.
It don't. Royals is a bigger name. He's more of a household name.
Yeah, and especially when you trade up, I think a lot of people are like,
Brett Veach tends to do that though. You ever notice when he trades up, he'll tend to take players that don't thrill a lot of people.
That's true.
That tends to be the thing. So when they traded up, I said, what did I say? I don't think this is for a running back. None of those guys were running backs that he was jumping. He was jumping for another specific reason. I think he was trying to jump the Bucks just in case the Bucks would, and then the Bucks turn around and got Elijah Roberts, who's an edge but can also do a stand-up linebacker. So maybe he thought Elijah Roberts, maybe he thought the Bucks were somebody that could have taken him, or maybe Green Bay. And sure enough, Green Bay took Colin Oliver, linebacker out of Oklahoma State, who was another outside linebacker. Another coverage linebacker. So Brett Veach knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. He knows who he likes. This is why he did it. It made sense that it wasn't going to be the running back right there.
Right. Our boy Jacob in the house with the 2-bomb. He says, any free agent running backs that you would give an opportunity to, Mike?
Like actual free agents, like right now?
Yeah.
I don't even know who's available. Let me look.
I can't think of any off the top of my head, Jacob.
Yeah, I couldn't name. Good Lord, I don't even know who's left out there. They've pretty much been just ate up. Let me see. Let me take a look. Let me bring it up. Ian, bring it up.
Ian, who are the free agent running backs right now?
Okay, let me see. Let's just put it on all positions. Let's go to running back here. What the heck was that? Did you hear that?
Your haunted Airbnb.
Yeah, for sure.
So after Bossa, Tampa Bay took Elijah Roberts, edge from SMU. Chargers took Keandre Lambert-Smith, wide receiver from Auburn. Colin Oliver, linebacker from Oklahoma State, went to Green Bay. And the 49ers took safety from Kansas State, Marcus Sigel. How does he say his name?
I have no idea. Okay, so Jamal Williams, they're saying is available. Gus Edwards, Jeff Wilson, Nick Chubb.
I like Jamal Williams, but I don't think we need him.
Naheem Hines, Amir Abdullah, J.K. Dobbins, Chase Edmonds, JaMychal Hasty, Dearness Johnson, Cam Akers. Honestly, probably not. There's probably nobody I would probably pay money to. I mean, if you wanted to take a little shot at like Nick Chubb,
so
that would be kind of fun. But I don't know why he is after all those horrific injuries.
So check this out. This just shows you how in tune these guys are with what's going on in this draft. They traded up to get Jeffrey Bossa, right? Why would they trade up to get Jeffrey Bossa? 3 picks after, Green Bay goes linebacker. Then Philadelphia goes linebacker. Like, they knew that there were some teams that were getting ready to go linebacker, so they had to go get their guy.
Right, which is what I was just saying.
Yeah.
Like, they knew what they were doing. There was a reason. It wasn't for running back either, because none of these guys wanted running backs.
Right.
They were ahead of the curve there, man.
Philadelphia took Smal Mondon Jr., linebacker from Georgia.
He was one of the ones I had ranked a little higher than Bossa. But they play a little differently, and I think Smal Mondon, he was a guy that obviously the Eagles had to take a Georgia kid. That was why. They had to hit their Georgia quota. So other than that, I mean, there wasn't much difference between the two.
Yep. We got a 5 bomb from Perry. He says, people want a running back. Tired of watching running backs that aren't explosive and don't have any vision. One mistake, CEH, can't make you afraid of missing on top-tier talent. I would agree with that. And I know maybe this draft has been great, by the way. So I'm not knocking the draft. I think it's still in the A territory, right? But I would love to see the Chiefs actually get some kind of explosive, like top tier, maybe not like elite tier, but like a top tier running back. I would love to see that and see what they would be able to do with them, because Andy doesn't utilize the run game, and that's probably why they won't invest in one. But he's shown in the past that he will if he has a certain type. If he has a guy that you can't ignore, he will use them. And we've just literally, since Clyde, it's like we just gave up. We're just now taking whatever we might be able to get. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. I would like to see that too, Perry. I appreciate the 5, by the way.
I don't know, though, if they're afraid to invest in it. It's just that running back across the board is just not a position. I mean, these running backs were trying to hold out because nobody would pay them. It's just a position that they take a lot of hits, a lot of wear and tear. They don't want to spend this big money on them and these big picks when they can go out and they can grab Pacheco's in round 7. They can get UDFAs that can contribute. And really, to me, I think running back positions are some of your biggest bust positions. There's been a lot of running backs in the day that's supposed to be really, really good, and they turn out to be big-time busts. Like, so they're not always the easiest ones to kind of call out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But you have to admit there's a pretty good drop-off between, like, the top-tier running backs in the league and Isaiah Pacheco. Love Pacheco. I like his energy. I like the way he runs. He runs hard. And I just really would like to see somebody with a little bit better field vision. Like, there's like no shade to Pacheco, but there is a massive gap between, say, the Saquon Barkleys of the world and Isaiah Pacheco. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right, but the Chiefs aren't in a position to get a Saquon Barkley. Like, if you're trying to say that Damian Martinez here was going to be Saquon Barkley, you're out of your mind.
No one was saying that.
But I'm just saying, everybody's wanting a big high, go invest. And when they did, they drafted Clyde Edwards-Helaire and they missed. And I get it, you don't just always say that, but the Chiefs have a type.
Was Clyde Edwards-Helaire A explosive running back.
No, they have a type, and they don't tend to go for explosive running backs. Kareem Hunt was not an explosive running back. We actually got him because everybody didn't think he was explosive enough. So I'm just trying to say, like, Andy and them do not tend to draft those running backs that feel explosive in a way. They just don't tend to. Like, were they really high on Travion Henderson? I don't know. We're never going to know now. Like, you're not going to know how close they were to drafting Travion Henderson. The year before that, the guy that Detroit ended up taking out of Alabama that everybody said, we'll never know how close we were to getting him either. Like, that all could have just been blowing smoke.
Yeah.
Maybe they're fine with a Devin Neal running a 4.6, and they're like, look, everybody's going to pass him up. We'll get him in the 7th round. So does Devin Neal's value become any worse if we took him in round 4 or we took him in round 7? Are we mad because we didn't spend the round 4 pick on him?
No, I absolutely think that people will be excited about that.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So it don't matter where you draft these guys. We get a little bit lost in the sauce thinking that if it's not a first or second investment, they're horrible. That's not always the case. Like, they just like the player and how they fit the scheme. It could be a 7th round. It could be a UDFA. They can fit just as good or better than if you would have took them in the 1st or 2nd round.
Let's see here. JT says he's kind of confused at drafting a 4.6 speed linebacker. Thought we needed more speed at that position. Well, what did Willie run?
I'm not for sure his exacts. Here, I'll look it up. Ian, look it up.
Yeah, Ian, what did Willie Gay run in the 40-yard dash?
He ran at the combine. Willie ran a 4.46.
Okay, so quite a bit difference.
Quite a bit difference, but I mean, Willie Gay wasn't the best coverage linebacker you ever seen either. He didn't live up to expectation.
He could get sideline to sideline, but he wasn't very good in coverage.
Yeah, he wasn't. Look, and everybody dogs Nick Bolton. Nick Bolton can't cover. He's too slow. He had one of the top 10 PFF scores at coverage last year. Mm-hmm. So I don't know necessarily if speed equates to better coverage. Mitchell Evans to the Panthers here was a good pick. Look, another linebacker left the board, Steve.
Yeah.
The Chiefs.
Yeah, Francisco
look,
Maaga.
Yeah, Shamar James going to Dallas sparked this entire thing, and then the Chiefs come up and took one, and then you had Colin Oliver, Smile Mondon, Francisco Mayoga, and I bet you another one comes off the board here soon, too. I bet Pooh Paul leaves the board here in the next 3 or 4 picks.
Yeah, I think Brett Veach definitely knew that was getting ready to happen.
You can kind of gauge where these things go. Linebackers tend to go round 5 and 6. Running backs, there's a bunch that'll go around round 3 and 4. There's a little tier there of people that jump the gun, and then after that, you can kind of snag your next tier around late 6 and 7. Too bad we don't have a 6th. I mean, Brett Veach could come back into the 6th.
Mike Lantavius, what a name. That's pretty cool. It's his first time commenting, but Mike, I hear what you're saying, but we can keep just throwing Jag in there when we have no run game. So when guys get to tee off on Mahomes, then what? So I mean, if you listen to any of our like Super Bowl analysis and everything, the biggest problem was they didn't run the ball. They would have terrible game plan. So we're all for getting a running game going, right, and keeping the heat off Mahomes. So understand where you're coming from there. But I mean, I'm not any different than you, Lentavius. I think I'm one of those people that think we should get a little bit more of an explosive running back, somebody with a little bit better pedigree, somebody that can actually you can feel comfortable giving a workload to, and not. I want a running back on the team that demands a carry before the end of the second quarter. Like, if you don't have a running back on your team that demands a carry before the end of the second quarter, then what do you even have? Like, do you think any like high level running back in this league that actually contributes to their team and makes a huge difference? Is there any way that you would pass on giving them the ball one time almost in the entire first half?
I mean, I don't know. I think we're also forgetting, though, that the Chiefs, they did go in free agency and give a year to Elijah Mitchell. They want to see what he can do. He's an explosive running back.
Injury prone. But
he's injury prone and he's explosive, but so was McKinnon, and everybody fell in love with him after a few years.
No, that's true. I'm not saying you're wrong.
So they have invested with a little bit more of like a home run hitter style. I'm not saying Elijah Mitchell's great, but they did do that. Kareem Hunt was just fine. Yes, he only averaged 3.2 yards a carry, but our offensive line wasn't the best run blockers this year, and that includes Creed Humphrey and Trey Smith. They didn't have the best year's run blocking I've ever seen. Like, there were many times they were not opening up holes on that right side of the offensive line. So I just think Kareem would have been fine. Look, if Andy Reid would have come out in the Super Bowl and just handed the ball off to Kareem Hunt, do we just think Kareem Hunt wouldn't have been effective? No. Andy just didn't do it. So there's a big difference. Okay, so what if we take round 2, we just jump up, we just take the best running back on the board in round 2. Let's say we would have got the kid from Iowa, Caleb Johnson, and then we get in that same situation next year and Andy decides he ain't going to run the ball. Like, did it matter that we invested a second-round pick? We have a head coach who is going to throw the ball 79% of the time. So with that same breath, it's tough to get a GM to want to invest highly in a running back when the head coach really don't see it as much of a priority. Like, I think there's a little truth to that.
Yeah, I agree. Something I'm interested in, Ian, I'd like you to look it up. How many carries did Jamal Charles average under Andy Reid?
Yeah, I've looked at that before. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but I don't think it was a hell of a whole lot, to be honest.
Nope, you'd be wrong. Under Andy Reid, Jamal Charles averaged roughly 17.3 carries per game.
That's not that great.
When's the last time that any of our guys have got 20 carries?
Well, I'm just saying, 17, so...
On average, that's average.
But you also had a quarterback. He played the entire time with a game manager, Alex Smith. Like, it's a lot different when you got the best quarterback to play football, Patrick Mahomes. Andy Reid's not going to run the ball as much with Patrick Mahomes back there. That's Andy Reid's thing. He don't want to take the ball out of Patrick Mahomes' hands as many times. Like, he don't want to do that because he feels like you got a better chance of Patrick Mahomes is making decisions and the ball's in his hands. So I don't know. It's just one of those things. I don't think he cared to run the ball with Alex Smith because I think Alex Smith was more like the game manager kind of guy. Like, don't make the mistake. So they threw the ball 20 times a game.
As much as the Eagles absolutely abused Saquon Barkley this year, he only averaged 21.5 carries per game. And it was almost comical how much they gave him the ball.
The whole NFL's changed. There is no big time 20, 25 carries a game kind of guys out there. Like, that 21 carries a game's probably led the league. Mm-hmm. So I'm just saying, and when everybody goes down, well, then Andy's going down too. So where Andy used to give 15 and 17, he's giving literally 10 and 11 now. But do you think he's gonna draft a rookie and come in and give a rookie 20 carries a game? Like, I guess Kareem Hunt got that at a certain point, and maybe even Clyde got it a little bit at early picks, but he eventually, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to call. I'm not against putting in. It's not like I'm trying to say that they shouldn't do it. Like, I totally understand the whole thing, but at the same time, I understand why maybe Brett Veach doesn't do it. And I'm sure if Andy really wanted it, Brett Veach would do it. Like, if Andy's like, dude, we got to get a running back here. We've got to invest. They would do it. It's not like Brett Veach is like, yeah, well, suck it, Andy. I'm going to take who I want. Like, so I think it's a collaborative thing. Like, the Chiefs are just not valuing running backs that high. And, I mean, we can't change that because we want it as fans. This is who we got running our teams. Like,
check
we
this out,
can't
though.
change that.
The most successful running backs under Andy Reid ever has been Brian Westbrook, LaShawn McCoy, Jamal Charles, Kareem Hunt, maybe Deuce Staley. So, like, LaShawn McCoy and Jamal Charles are both Hall of Famers, right?
All guys that were like 5'8" to 5'11", under 200 pounds. Andy uses sub 200-pound
So they
running
should have went
backs
and got
as
Dylan
workhorses.
Sampson.
Right. That's why I said he fit. Anybody he gets over 200 pounds, he won't use them. How big's Pacheco?
5'10", I think.
Sub, and then is he sub 200?
No way. Well, he might be.
No, he's
kind of small.
216. They're showing 216, but he did lose some weight this past year, didn't he?
A little bit.
I mean, Pacheco is explosive. That's the thing too. Everybody's like, we gotta get some explosive. Pacheco's got that capability. His field vision just stinks. But I do feel like he's slowly but surely getting a little bit better. I think the injuries this year kind of set him back a little bit.
I don't feel like Pacheco has that initial burst.
Torrey Holton, man, off the board. Torrey Horton. I call him Torrey Holton. Torrey Horton.
Rondé Gadsden went to freaking Chargers, bro.
Yep.
Let's see. Who else? Anybody significant? No. Yaya
Black.
I went to the Steelers.
That's a big boy right
Jackson
there.
Slater just went off the board to the Titans. A guard from Sacramento State. I don't know. I guess that's an argument. That's always going to be a good discussion to have about the running backs. But, I mean, ultimately, it is what it is. Andy Reid don't use them. And I don't know if you could ever force him to. But it does look like when he has, like, good running backs, he does use them.
That's a fair point. And I'll just say it one more time. He's yet to have a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes. So it's easy to say, 17 carries a game for Jamal Charles because he had Jamal Charles. Yeah, but he also had Alex Smith, who was a game manager. He doesn't view Patrick Mahomes as a game manager. He wants the ball in Patrick Mahomes' hands.
Do you think he viewed Michael Vick as a game manager?
Not so much, but Michael Vick, as good as strong of an
Or
arm he
Donovan
had and
McNabb?
stuff. They're just nowhere in the ballpark as Patrick Mahomes throwing the football.
Who he is?
Nobody Andy Reid's ever had.
Exactly.
That's why
Nobody
I feel
anybody's ever had.
that's what I'm saying. So that's why I feel like he's got even more stingy with giving up runs because he don't want to get the ball out of Mahomes' hands. He's always waiting for Mahomes to make that magical play.
Philadelphia took center Drew Kendall from Boston College. Didn't they just pay Cam Jurgens?
Maybe.
I think they did. Or maybe I'm just dreaming. I don't know. Chris Paul Jr. still on the board's pretty wild. Where did you say we had him on our linebackers?
Pooh Paul was rated number 7. Number 7. So our top 12, let's see, 10, 11, 12, 30. Our top 13 linebackers are all off the board. Pooh Paul is the only one at number 7 that's not.
Interesting.
And then there's been a reach on Teddy Buchanan. The Ravens reached on him a little bit. The Jets reached on Francisco Muoga from Miami a little bit. And then the Bears took Ruben Hippolyte.
What in the world were they doing?
I have no idea. That was a typo or something. I think he sneezed and they were like, "What?" He said Hippolyte. And they said, "Oh God, we drafted Ruben Hippolyte, bro."
He's not a real person.
No, he's not even real. He's a fake cartoon character.
Damn, Ruben. Let's see what we got going on here. Two bomb from Peter Ortiz. He says running back gets 20 touches. Patrick still gets his. I agree. I think any running back worth their salt should be able to take 17 carries a game. But we don't even give 20 carries across the board as a team.
No.
It's crazy.
There are plenty of times we've got 4 running backs touch the ball, and we get 14 carries. Zaw Frazier off the board. I knew that kid was going to come off the board before the 7th round. Had a feeling. He had too good of a season this past year for UTSA.
I actually liked him when I watched his tape. Thought he was a good corner. I wonder what Buffalo's going to do here.
Borgonzi taking Jackson Slater here was kind of wild.
Yeah, I thought
Of
so too.
Sacramento State.
I thought Drew Kendall was a weird pick too for the Eagles right after him.
Feels a little odd, yeah. But he is a BC kid, so I mean Boston College always puts out pretty solid linemen. Trying to catch it up here. Been battling about running backs for hours. I still think Ollie Gordon's a good pick. I mean, you could still. I mean, look, you're yet to have any run on running backs again. Like you had that little stretch there in the 4th round.
Yeah, I thought they was going to start picking up even more, but
Oh no, you had a little stretch right there in the middle of the. Dallas started the run on
yeah,
tight end or on running backs and on linebackers.
Dallas is trendsetters.
Dallas always out here screwing stuff up, per usual.
Messing
I
stuff
think
up
if Dallas
for
wouldn't have started that run there, they may have sit tight, and if they lost their guy, they lost their guy, and we may have ended up with we may have had a running back right there if Dallas wouldn't have done that and scared him.
Can you believe that we got Jalen Royals that freaking deep in the draft?
No, that's wild. That's a wild one. That might be one of the best value picks in this entire draft. Actually, if you think about it, Josh Simmons was a
Insane.
crazy value pick. I honestly think Omar Norman Lott for me was a value pick at late second. I mean, I know for everybody else they ain't down with it, but I thought Omar Norman Lott was borderline first round talent.
He's so slow. What are you talking about, people?
He can't get off the snap, even though he takes the handoff from the quarterback. Idiots.
Let's go, Doug.
I think Bossa might be, for me, Bossa might turn out to be the lowest rated pick. But that's not saying Bossa's not good. Bossa could turn out to be a fine player. He really could. But I think for me, that feels like he still was my number 10 rated linebacker. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. They got a top 10 rated linebacker. So maybe, I don't know. Gelati might turn into that too. But at the same time, Gelati was our number 12 defensive end. So it's not even that crazy.
I think it's been a solid draft so far. I'm with you. I think Boston's probably the one that's furthest off the path here, but I don't know. KC Chiefs production with the 2 bombs says, how would you grade the draft so far for the Chiefs? Yeah. Do you think the Bossa pick brings it down some?
I think if you were cruising, okay, I don't think you give it an A plus because there's always going to be hindsight 2020, so you can't go A plus. So I would have gave Brett Veach. I would have thought he was cruising on at least an A to an A minus. I'll say Bossa because they traded up and give away an extra pick there. I'll say that can't be rated no better than another C. So if I give Gelati a C because it's a wait and see pick, right? That's what I'm doing it.
Right.
I'm going to give Bossa a wait and see, so I'm going to give Bossa also a C, but I think I like him a little bit less than Gelati.
Same.
I'm going to say like C minus, and so I'm going to bring Brett Veach's grade down to a B plus.
Don't get this wrong. He could blow your mind. It could be way more than I think, but to me, like Gelati has that chance of being a premier pass rusher. Like there's a chance he's got the upside and the athleticism to be.
He does have a little bit of twitch.
Yep.
And when he tested well, Steve, he put a little bit of that to rest where you seen on film that he didn't always look as like he could close, right?
Yes, but I mean, we know it's there. It's just maybe
he tested it. He showed it.
Him working with George Karlaftis is going to be priceless for him.
He's going to be working with Tamba too. You know that's coming.
Now with Bossa, I don't think that he's ever going to be that kind of like a premier linebacker.
Right.
You know, he strikes me more as a, not saying they play alike, but somebody in the vein of like a Jack Cochran or someone like that gets some playing time, can contribute, but it's really just a special teams person. That's kind of what I'm feeling. Maybe I'm wrong.
I could see that. Like a special teams guy. That's why I've got him like a C minus right now.
I would grade that a C minus. Actually, I would probably move the gelati. I said C last night. I'd probably, after
Yeah,
the
I would
more
almost
look,
be on the verge of a
B.
B to a B minus there.
I think that's what I want to do. Actually,
After going back and watching his film, I do like him a little bit more than I thought I was going to.
I'll give an A to Simmons, A to Omar Norman Lott, a B to Gelati, an A for Noel Williams,
An A plus for
A
Jalen
plus
Royals.
plus for Jalen Royals, and then a C for
Yeah.
Bassa.
So I think it probably makes it like an A minus to a B plus draft. Plus, you almost got to say with that Josh Simmons too, it's an A, but you picked up a 5th round pick. That almost puts that at an A plus, man. You took arguably the second, third best left tackle in this draft, and you got him at pick 32, and you picked up a 5th round pick.
Arguably the best left tackle in the draft.
Yeah,
According to a
straight
lot of
up.
people. Yeah.
I mean, especially if you want to put Kelvin Banks and the kid from LSU, Will, what's his last name? I forget.
Will Sasso.
If you want to put him at guard, I mean, there you go.
Campbell.
Yeah, Will Campbell. If those guys end up turning into guards, then you may have got the best left tackle.
Potentially. I got to sneeze. Let me mute this. That would have been loud. Sammy Joe with the 2-bomb. Says, what do you think about the Texas Tech running back and tight end? So is that Jalen Conyers and Taj Brooks?
Yeah.
I like both of them. I ain't gonna lie. Conyers, we've talked about him a little bit before. I think the Chiefs securely have him on their radar. They met with him. He's a pretty athletic guy with really good size. As far as Taj Brooks, is he the one that was like blazing fast?
No, Taj Brooks has a little speed issues. That's his problem. That's why he's not getting picked.
Okay. I'm confused with somebody.
Bashal Tootin was the fast one. Taj Brooks ended up only running a 4.52, which was the slowest 40 out of every guy tested, except for Kyle Monaghan at a 4.6.
Let's see what he's done, I guess. I mean, production-wise,
He's
Taj
got a lot
Brooks
of
looks pretty
production.
good. I mean, 2022, he had 691 yards, 7 touchdowns. 2023, 1,541 yards, 10 touchdowns. And then in 2024, 1,505 yards and 17 touchdowns. A lot of production in college.
And I think he's the best blocker for a running back in the draft.
Think so?
Yep, I sure do. So he's got his upside. That could be a guy, maybe Patrick Mahomes likes him. I mean, he's got a little bit of like a Clyde about him, and Patrick Mahomes liked Clyde, so maybe they look for him in the 7th round.
And it's his alma mater.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Maybe there's something there with that.
Brooks is Texas Tech's all-time leading rusher and the 3rd Big 12 player in history to rush for more than 1,500 yards in back-to-back seasons. He's patient between the tackles, running with strength to break tackles. He ran the 4th quickest short shuttle regardless of position at the entire combine. His quick feet consistently show up on tape. Brooks makes defenders miss in the hole and in space. He doesn't straight blow by defenders, but he did test pretty well at the combine. He catches the ball well and makes plays after the catch, according to Steve Munch. Butt Munchak. What was the name of
What's
that
his
coach
name?
for the
Butt
Titans?
Munch?
Steve Munch.
Oh, I thought he said Butt Munch.
What was the name of that coach? Was it Mike Munchak? Munchak?
Yeah, there was
For
a
the
Mike
Titans?
Munchak.
I remember Tyrone. He called him Butt Munchak. We had a friend that's a Titans fan, and he used to call him. He hated the coach so much. Butt Munchak.
Sammy said Taj had the 4th quickest shuttle. He may have. Hey, I think he's more quick than fast. I'll give him that. He's more quick than fast.
All right, what do we got going on here? Let's get back to the draft. Jordan Hancock, cornerback for Ohio State, finally off the board. Went to Buffalo. Miles Frazier, the guard from LSU, gone to the Lions. Rams pick is in. Buffalo's on the clock. Man, it's going to be a long time for the Chiefs pick again, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a long time.
Yeah, it's going to be a really long time.
All right. Well, let's see what we got going
Who
on.
Paul's
here.
off the board?
Chris Paul Jr. Linebacker
knew
from
he'd
Mississippi
come off
to the
this
Rams.
round.
Yeah, I mean, it made sense. It's about that time, right?
Yeah, the Rams.
Who's on the clock now? Buffalo. Okay. Well, Mike, you're gonna go take a food break.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump off here. I'm gonna grab something to drink, something to eat really quick, and I'll jump back on in just a few minutes.
All right, go ahead. I got this. I got this on lock. The ACU crew's with me. We'll be all right. We don't need you. Go get you something to eat. All right, let's see what's going on here. Buffalo on the clock, I suppose. Now the pick is in. I think best available right now, probably for a lot of people, is Devin Neal, running back. Best fit for Buffalo probably could be like a safety or something right here, like maybe a Mickens from Clemson or somebody like that. We'll see what they actually did take. We got Arizona Cardinals on the clock now. You guys let me know in the chat how you guys feel about the Bossa pick, because I feel like that's probably going to be the one that isn't as pretty and maybe probably everybody's least favorite. We graded it a C, so the lowest grade of the draft so far. Y'all let me know in the chat what you guys thought about that Bossa pick. I don't know if the linebacker was necessarily like a huge need, but I think Brett Veach had mentioned liking some of these guys. The Buffalo Bills selected Jackson Halls from Georgia Tech, so they went the tight end route, which is interesting. That's an interesting one from Buffalo. I know they have Dalton Kincaid. They also, I think, still have Dawson Knox. So now they have Jackson Halls of Georgia Tech. Pick is in for Arizona. If I'm looking at Arizona, I think the best fit for Arizona right now would be a wide receiver. I think they should go wide receiver, in my opinion. Now, there's a couple guys that they could go with. If they weren't scared of it, they could go Isaiah Bond and get good value. But they could be looking at a Tez Johnson or maybe even a Nick Nash right here. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. I still almost guarantee you that Tez Johnson ends up as a Bronco eventually, right? They still have some picks left. I think that's a good landing spot for him. Let's see what y'all thought about Mr. Bossa. The whole draft just went to a C because of Bossa pick. I don't know if it takes that much away from it. I don't feel like it's an immediate impact pick. I feel like it's more of a special teams contributor and a guy that could contribute defensively in the next 2 years, I'd say. That's probably where I'd be. I don't know if I'd drop the whole draft down to a C. I would say given that a C is fair, though. Sam said he liked Bossa, but should have gone for a running back. I did feel like that was a really good spot for a running back. But obviously Brett Veach knew they were about to make a run on linebackers. He saw a few teams that needed it, and he saw his guy that he wanted and made the decision to trade up in front of him and get his guy. So it proved to be a smart thing to do if that was the guy he wanted. He was aggressive, made it happen. The Cardinals actually went cornerback. They went cornerback from Ohio State, Denzel Burke. So I was kind of expecting maybe a receiver from them. It looks like they went defensive back, and that is going to put Seattle Seahawks on the clock. Seattle's had a decent draft so far. Let's see. What would Seattle be looking at here? Seattle's one of those teams do you forget they exist sometimes? Like, I just forget that Seattle's even a team sometimes, No one cares. Let's see. Amy Casey said the entire draft is a B-. Michael said, why are we talking about this Neal dude? If talking about Devin Neal, he's a Kansas running back, right? So, when you cover the Kansas City Chiefs and Kansas running back, people are going to talk about him. And he was a really good player for Kansas, man. All kinds of production, 3 straight years, over 1,000 yards rushing, 32 touchdowns in his last 2 seasons there, so 16 apiece. So the production is undeniable. He's not the fastest guy in the world, but he is got great field vision, very patient runner. He can do a lot of things, man. So that's why everybody's talking about Devin Neal. I actually think right now, what's left in the draft, he very well could be best player available, to be quite honest about it. I don't have our draft rankings. Mike has those, so I can't see it, so it's hard to say off the top of my head. But if I had to guess, it would be somewhere around probably Devin Neal at the moment for best player available. I think maybe Seattle could go offensive line here and take a shot on Cam Williams, the project from Texas. He should have stayed one more year in college. He could have really helped his draft stock big time by just taking one more year in school. But this would be great value for any team to grab him at this point because of what he could be. Let's see. I think they go. I'll say that. I'll say they'll go Cam Williams. Let's just say they take they take a shot on the tackle. Peace, Swizzle. I ended up eating a giant chicken Philly sub from Penn Station, and I ate too much of it. Kind of feeling it now. Mike said it was going to make me sleepy. It didn't make me sleepy, but my stomach hurts. I ate too much. This is why I'm fat. Amy said steer clear of Isaiah Bond, too much legal trouble. I mean, I wonder how much insight these teams are able to get into stuff like that and know exactly what's going on. Because I feel like they probably are a little bit ahead of us. They probably know some more than we do. It is kind of scary, especially with the charges that he has. But then again, they're just allegations at this point. So it really just depends on what they're able to dig in and find out about that situation. Because Isaiah Bond, I mean, the football player that he is, the athlete that he is, he'd be killer value at this point in the draft. It's just that off-field stuff, right? So it's a little scary. A little scary. Always KC says, I like Brashard Smith from SMU. Yeah, Pops was saying that. He would like to get Brashard Smith. What are you going to do, Seattle? Oh, they took a tight end and a very odd tight end pick, Robbie Outs from Alabama. So I kind of figured if they were going tight end, I was thinking more in like the Thomas Fedone, Luke Lachey, Jalen Conyers, Jake Briningstool, like one of those guys. They go completely out of the box and take Robbie Outs. He's probably like, to be quite honest about it, this is a bit of a reach. I think Robbie Outs is probably like the 10th best tight end still on the board. Not in the draft, on the board now. I think he's barely cracking the top 10. So that's an interesting pick from Seattle. The pick is in for the New York Jets to round out round number 5 here. We'll see what they've decided to go with. Got 5 rounds under our belt after this pick. That's pretty insane. Real quick, just want to thank all you guys for hanging out with us. Sincerely, thanks for hanging out with us for the entire draft. a lot of time spent on here the last few days. Appreciate each and every one of you guys that stop in, say hi, contribute to the channel in one way or another, whether it's just watching, liking, or if you're donating monetarily, gifting out memberships, becoming a member. Any of that is much, much appreciated from Mike and I. And we can't say thank you enough for that, especially just spending your time with us. It's been fun so far. Like I said, we've about got 5 rounds under our belt here. 2 4.5 hour streams, a 5-hour stream last night. So 4.5, 5-hour stream last night. Already been going at it close to 4 hours today. So a lot of time spent on here this weekend. And I love it, man. I love draft time. It's always fun. And I know you guys do too. And I appreciate all your all's input. I definitely take all of that into account. We evaluate players. We'll watch a lot of tape. We'll go back and forth. But I also consider a lot of what you guys have to say. I learned a lot from some of you guys here, the people in the chat. And I appreciate you guys watching, contributing, commenting, and just participating. Do us a favor. If you haven't hit the like button yet, please do so. It just takes a second. That's an easy way to help the channel out. I think we're sitting at like 259, 260 right now. I'd like to see that get up to like 300. That would be appreciated. When the draft's over tonight, we got a lot more work to do. The work's just beginning, right? Probably got some videos to make, some shorts to make, and some things like that. So it's a long, hard weekend for content creators, football content creators during the draft. So once again, appreciate you guys for hanging out with me and Mike and just giving us your time and making it fun, having funny comments, anything to keep it moving. Let's see what they decided to do. The Jets took Tyler Barron, edge from Miami, with the last pick in the 5th round. So we're on to the 6th. It's all downhill from here. When we get to the 7th, it'll be pretty fun. The Chiefs still have a couple picks left in the 7th round. I think they might have got rid of one of them. I think 226 they lost in that trade to go up and get Bossa. I'm going to double check that, make sure I am telling the truth. Yes. So Pittsburgh now has pick 226 in the 7th round. So Kansas City lost that pick. They now have picks 251 and Mr. Irrelevant pick of 257 left in this draft. So unless they were to trade back into round 6, which is possible with Brett Veach, you never really know. They're not going to be picking until the end of round 7. They have 2 picks in the last 6 picks of round 7. So we're going to be hanging out for a while with no big time Chiefs news, unless they do trade back up into the 6th round. Do not put that past Brett Veach. I could definitely see that happening. Absolutely. Get to the chat a little bit. Talk to you guys. Let's see here. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, Scott Crosser here. He says, why is Cam Williams OT still on the board? At this point, I would love to see the Chiefs grab him. I totally agree with you, Scott. So Cam Williams' problem is just purely inexperience. He's a little raw. I think he could have used one more year at Texas for sure. I think he just came out a little too early. Got a bit too ahead of himself. He's a big dude. He's a monster. And I think he'll be a good prospect for somebody. Definitely a high ceiling there. He's 6'6", 317, 34.5-inch arms, and almost, 11 3/8 inch hands. So big dude. He's got the size. Production-wise, the score, he was 9th out of all tackles in the combine. And he was 10th overall in tackles at the combine. So it is kind of wild that he's still hanging out. He was projected to be around, we kind of projected him probably round 4. So for him still being here at the beginning of round 6, I think he's definitely took a bit of a fall here. But he's just got a massive frame, proportional thickness, good length. He keeps his head back, and he works his hands in the pass protection. He can ride the edge runners up and around the pocket. He can halt rushers with timely punches. He works to get his feet into good position. And he creates pop on that initial contact, man. He's got a lot of strength. Some of his weaknesses is he fails to get his feet set, and he gives a little bit too much ground to power rushers. So he struggles a bit with the bull rush. His upper and lower body work independently instead of in unison the way they need to be. So he's not as smooth as he needs to be. He lacks some knee bend and some foot quickness. He will allow run defenders to work past his face when he engages in a block. And he just lands too tall on run block targets and struggles to create push. So he's not the greatest run blocker, but he does possess rare size and length. So you got to give him the benefit of the doubt when it comes to where he can be. He's got a very high ceiling. I think with some more experience, Kim Williams could potentially end up being a starting tackle in this league. And to be able to snag him in round 6 is pretty wild. So I think at this point in the draft, I'm right there with you, Scott. That would be a killer pick for somebody right now. So definitely like that one. P. Swizzle says, any prediction who our Mr. Irrelevant is going to be? Yeah, I got one. I actually put him in my mock draft to the Chiefs. I'm going to say they double dip at corner. I think they like a kid named Melvin Smith, and he plays at a small school. He's a mule rider, but the Chiefs have met with him once or twice already. But you know how they like to go corners late in the draft, and a lot of times they'll hit on them. But he played at Southern Arkansas. He's the mule rider. 5'10", 185 pounds. Let's see here. What do you want to know about him? Like, we'll start with weaknesses with Melvin Smith. So as a 7th rounder, maybe even a UDFA, you'd think there'd be a big laundry list of weaknesses with a guy like that may not get drafted, but that's not necessarily the case. I think what hurts him the most is his size. He's got below average wingspan. His hands are small. He lacks a little bit of patience in press. And I'd say maybe he could be a little bit more physical. He doesn't play that physical. So that's a little bit off script from what Veach and Spags and Dave Merritt normally like with a defensive back. But he's got outstanding top end speed. You know how they love the speedsters. He plays with good instincts. If you watch the tape, he looks very comfortable. He's really twitchy. He can make plays on the ball very quickly. He had 26 pass breakups and 9 interceptions since 2023, so he's been putting in work. He's usually able to dominate his competition on the 50-50 balls too. So he doesn't play very physical, but normally if he gets into a contested catch situation, he's gonna win that most of the time. And he's also a kick returner. That's something that the Chiefs always like, is people that can contribute with special teams. Melvin Smith Jr. Does return kicks. He actually had one return for a touchdown in his last season of college, a 99-yard touchdown off of a kick return. And they've shown interest in him, so that'd be my guess, man. I'll go Melvin Smith Jr. for Mr. Irrelevant, and we'll see how that goes. Like I said, you know how Brett Veach loves those late-round corners, so I kind of see it going that direction. Darren Roby asks if the Chiefs got L'Jarius Sneed back. No. L'Jarius Sneed, with the Titans, he's under contract with the Titans. Obviously, going to be, I think he signed a 3-year deal with them, maybe. I don't know. Let me see. What's going on with him? Nothing. I saw where he was in a little bit of trouble. I don't think it was anything legal, but it was like some controversy going on with Sneed. Yeah. I think we used the L'Jarius Sneed pick to actually take, was it Ashton Gelati? I think that's who we ended up drafting with the trade draft capital that we got from the Titans, that third round there. So no, don't have Snead back. Let's see. Do I know this for sure? Well, I'm pretty sure that the Chiefs don't have L'Jarius Sneed back. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. It's not like I've been, Googling stuff today or watching the news strictly. Kind of been just watching the draft. I'm pretty sure we would have heard about it if Sneed was back with the Chiefs. It probably X would have blown up. Everybody's heads would have exploded. So I'm going to go with I'm pretty sure. I'm 99.9% confident on that one. Okay, YB Negative says it was legal issues with Sneed. And so does Amy Casey. Allegedly said to have used a firearm at someone working in a dealership. So that's nice. So me and Mike were talking about that. We were very early on saying that the Chiefs wouldn't pay L'Jarius Sneed and that he would not be a long-term Chief. And we caught a lot of flack for that. Got a lot of backlash from Chiefs Kingdom for that one. And it wasn't that we didn't like Sneed. Of course we liked Sneed. He was a good player. And he became a fan favorite there his last season with the Chiefs. So a lot of people just weren't willing to accept the fact that the Chiefs don't really pay corners. And they definitely weren't going to pay a late round safety they drafted that they converted to a corner in L'Jarius Sneed. And we kind of figured that once they did trade him or whatever, they tag and traded him, I think. But once they moved on from him, we kind of figured that his production would fall because you get him outside of Spag's system. And I don't think L'Jarius Sneed was as valuable as he was with the Chiefs. You saw his production take a hit and some injuries kind of rear up when he went to Tennessee. And now it looks like he's acting like a complete slapnut out there, So probably a good thing we moved on from him, to be honest. And this Noel Williams that we got in the draft. This kid is very L'Jarius Sneed-esque. Let's talk about Noel Williams a little bit since you brought up Sneed. Very comparable. He's got the length. He's got the speed. He's more of a ball hawk than Sneed, even though I think Sneed was slightly, he was kind of a ball hawk, but not like Noel Williams is. Noel Williams kind of reminds me of Marcus Peters. Just got a nose for the football. But Noel Williams was a fourth ranked in production score out of all the corners at the combine. A 4.5 40, a 1.54 10-yard split. And he's just a long cornerback. All kinds of turnovers. He snagged 14 interceptions, including 7 in 2024 alone. Great instincts. Always where he needs to be. Always looking to pounce. Recognizing throws, recognizing routes. Plays with a lot of physicality, which makes him a lot like Sneed. He plays so physical that some of his downside is that he's going to get a lot of penalties. He's very handsy. So we all know Sneed was always like a league leader in penalty yardage. I think that Noel Williams also will have a lot of penalties, probably holding, pass interference, stuff like that, because he does play so physical. But you have to like that kind of competitiveness with your corners. So sometimes you have to take the bad with the good, and sometimes if you're playing that style of football, you're going to get called for some stuff. But I like the way that Noel Williams is very physical. He can jam receivers off the line of scrimmage. He can really disrupt their routes. And I just think it was an excellent pick for the Chiefs. Me and Mike were thinking more of a Darian Porter, but Noel Williams plays a lot like Darian Porter, and he's got a lot more experience than Darian Porter. He also has more of a nose for the football than Darian Porter, so I actually like this pick better than I would have liked Porter. So for them to get a corner a little bit later than that and still totally hit, I think that was an A to A plus pick for Brett Veach there with Noel Williams. So I think L'Jarius Sneed is in the rearview mirror of the Chiefs. I think you move on sometimes. And let's get back to the draft, man. Just to get you all caught up a little bit. Ollie Gordon just went off the board. He gone. That was a guy that we thought the Chiefs might have an eye on. But just here in the 6th round, Buffalo took Dorian Strong, cornerback from Virginia Tech. Bilal Cohn from Western Michigan was selected, the cornerback, to Baltimore Ravens. And the Miami Dolphins just selected Ollie Gordon II from Oklahoma State. The Raiders have their pick in, and the Eagles are on the clock. Hopefully this round 6 will go by kind of quick. Hopefully they don't drag their feet too much because we got a big gap before the Chiefs get back up there. Now, there is a possibility that you could see them trade back in. Brett Veach is always wanting to move up and down the boards. There's only up to go from here. He has 2 of the last 6 picks in the draft left. So there's a good chance that if Brett Veach really wanted to grab one of these, say, running backs that we've been talking about, now you see Ollie Gordon off the board. But you still have some Brett Veach guys on the board. Damian Martinez being the most notable, the running back from Miami. He's met with him once or twice, and he seems to be a guy that the Chiefs really like. You also have Devin Neal still available, and Brashard Smith from SMU, Taj Brooks from Texas Tech. And then if you go really deep in the draft, if they wanted to wait around till the 7th round to take a shot on one, I think there's a couple guys that fit in the 7th round, maybe a Raheem Sanders from South Carolina or Corey Kiner from Cincinnati. But I would love to see them make a play and get up there and get either Devin Neal or Damian Martinez. Maybe even Brashard Smith. But I think I would be extremely happy with Devin Neal or Damian Martinez. And those are both guys that I think they've shown interest in. I do, however, think they're going to have to get into the 6th round to get maybe either of those guys. I think if you don't get back up in here, they're long gone by the time you pick at the end of the 7th round. So I think if they want one of those guys, they're going to have to come back up. If they don't, then obviously running back wasn't in the cards for them at all in this draft, much to, I guess, the dismay of Chiefs Kingdom, and also kind of contrary to what popular belief was. I kind of thought they would be looking for one. You look at what they have in the running back room right now, and they don't have anyone on contract after this year, really. And, yeah, I think they could have used a good young running back. So we'll see. They might make a move on one. You never know. The Vegas Raiders took JJ, I don't even know how to say this guy's name, Pegues, defensive tackle from Mississippi. And then the Eagles just took a quarterback, Kyle McCord from Syracuse. It's an interesting pick for the Eagles there in the 6th round. New England's got their pick in, and Bergonzi and the Tennessee Titans are back on the clock. I would say, so Ollie Gordon came off the board at pick 179, so a few picks back. If you start seeing a bit more run on the running backs, if you were to see Devin Neal and or Damian Martinez come off the board here, you're going to see real fast if Brett Veach has any interest in either one of them or even Brashard Smith. Because I think if he wants one of those 3 running backs, Neal, Martinez, or Smith, he's going to have to move up to get them. And you saw Ollie Gordon come off, who I thought we had some interest in. So if one of those guys were to come off, that's where you almost have to trade back in here to get your guy. So if they have any interest in those guys, you will see them move back up into the 6th round. That's probably easier said than done. And I don't know if that's the route they want to take, but I firmly believe if they want one of those 2 guys that they've visited with several times, they're going to have to come back up into this middle of the 6th round to get them. So we'll see what New England does here. They took a running back early in the draft. They took Travion Henderson. Not sure about the Titans. What all have they taken? Let me look real quick. Titans. Bergonzi's had a hell of a draft. I do know that. Where are you at, buddy? Let's take a look. So they got Cam Ward. They got Olufemi Oladejo, the edge rusher from UCLA. They got Kevin Winston Jr., safety from Penn State. Chim Dike, wide receiver from Florida. They got Gunnar Ham, tight end from Texas. Alec Aomanor, wide receiver from Stanford. And most recently, they took an offensive guard from Sacramento State, Jackson Slater. They have not invested in a running back in this draft. I don't know if they necessarily need to, but they could be a player for one of these guys right here. We'll see what New England decides to do, but I think Tennessee very well could be a player for Devin Neal or Damian Martinez, either one. And it's interesting, though, how teams rank their positions. They very well could have one of those lower guys that we think's a lower guy on the board, like a Taj Brooks. They might have him up higher. So if they decide to go that route, it doesn't necessarily mean it would be Devin Neal. I wonder what freaking New England's doing here. If I had to guess, I'd probably guess safety, R.J. Mickens from Clemson. Maybe they go the safety route. We'll see what they decide to do. Damian Martinez, is that what they're doing? Nope. They went with Andres Borregales, kicker from Miami. So New England takes a kicker, the first to strike at the kicker position in the 2025 draft with the 6th round pick. Tennessee Titans pick is in. Da-da-da. Brian Parrott says this draft has been highly annoying at best. You think it's been pretty annoying? I think it's had its moments, right? It's been pretty wild. Let's see here. Is Martinez gone? Did he go? I saw it in the chat. I thought he was still available. Maybe I am wrong. He is gone. Jeez, I didn't even see him come off the board. Where'd he go? Was it Dallas? Did Dallas take Martinez? Dun, 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 dun. No. Yeah. No. Dallas did take Damian. No, they didn't. They took Jaden Blue. Where did you go, brother? Somebody put it in the chat. Got too much going on. Y'all let me know where he went. Is he on the board still? Somebody lying to me? Okay. Y'all were lying to me. That's okay. What's Tennessee going to do with this pick here? Best available. Yeah, Martinez is still there. You guys had me thinking I was crazy for a second. I haven't had much sleep in 3 days. You can't be doing that to me. Bergonzi and the Tennessee Titans take cornerback Marcus Harris from California. The Saints pick is in, which puts the Pittsburgh Steelers back on the clock with pick 185. So we'll see what the Saints decide to go with here. Okay. Lantavius said that he said that Martinez was gone. That's what Google said. Okay, so you weren't trying to trick me. You just had bad info. I'll let it pass this time. What do you guys think? Get in the chat and let me know if you think Brett Veach might trade back up into the 6th round. Do you think we'll see a Chiefs pick in the 6th round? Y'all let me know. Actually, I'll poll it. I'm just going to poll it. We haven't done a poll. Let's utilize that. Let's start this poll up. Do you think the Chiefs will trade into the 6th round? Yes or no? Easy enough. Y'all click that poll. I want to see what y'all think about it. Oh, yeah, you're all good. You're all good, Lentavius. It happens. I actually saw a quite notable guy yesterday, an insider, that posted an entirely wrong pick at one point. And I was going to out him, but he's a friend of ours, so he likes to slide in our DMs occasionally and give us a little bit of give us a little nugget of info on KC sometimes. Get us a little ahead of the game. So I wasn't going to out him for making a mistake, but it happens to the best of them. Devin Neal gone to the Saints. There it goes. There he goes, guys. All you guys that were hopeful about Devin Neal are highly disappointed. I bet if we go to X right now, we're going to see a lot of crying about that one. Let's go check it out. Let's go bask in the tears of people that wanted Devin Neal because we're bored. So, this is what I'm saying. Another one came off the board. If Brett Veach is serious about a Damian Martinez, which we thought he was, you might see him trade back into the 6th round here to get him. Because Devin Neal off the board now, Damian Martinez is easily, which I already thought he was, but now he's easily, probably on most boards, the best running back available. So if they want him, they're going to have to go get him. Right now, it looks like we're kind of split on the poll. You all get those votes in. Right now, 56% of you think that we will not trade back into the 6th round. But I'm going to keep that poll going. You guys keep voting on that. It looks like the pick is in for the Steelers. Baltimore's on the clock. But Devin Neal to the Saints, man. That's a tough one for a lot of Chiefs Kingdom. A lot of people had a emotional attachment to that pick. They wanted to see Devin Neal in a Chiefs uniform. So let's go get the consensus on that one real quick. We'll go over to X and just see what people's saying. A lot of people saying Devin Neal is a steal in the 6th round for the Saints. They're saying he's a good fit for the Saints. Based on his tape, Devin Neal going in the 6th round is mind-boggling, someone said. Let's go check out some Chiefs fans here and see what they have to say about it. I know it was a highly popular want was Devin Neal, so we'll see. We'll see what everybody has to say about it. Maybe it still hasn't sunk into them yet. You know, they're still in denial. We'll give it some time. We'll give them time to grieve over the loss of Devin Neal. Yeah, see, that's what I was saying always, Casey. I figured X is going to be upset about the Devin Neal pick. I've yet to see them start the complaining or the grieving process, but it's coming. It's got to be. It's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time. All right, let's take a look back here. The Pittsburgh Steelers went with quarterback Will Howard from Ohio State University. Okay, they finally got their quarterback. They got Mason Rudolph 2.0. They have a type. No, I'm just kidding. I won't put that on him. But they took their quarterback. It's crazy how many times they passed on Shadur Sanders and end up with Will Howard. That one's a head scratcher for sure. It had to be the character concerns for Shadur and the fact that they didn't want to deal with Dion. Had to be. Baltimore's picks in. That puts the Texans on the clock. Let's see, guys. Let's get back to our poll. 68%, 69% now say no, we're not trading back in. I mean, it's starting to look that way. I mean, if they were serious about getting one of those running backs, I think we would be seeing their name sometime soon. because after Damian Martinez is gone, you got Brashard Smith. And then as far as that goes, maybe a Taj Brooks that might be interesting. And very, very late, if they want to stick to the 7th, they can maybe look at a Raheem Sanders from South Carolina, Corey Kiner from Cincinnati, somebody like that. But if they want a guy that they had their eye on, like Damian Martinez or Brashard Smith, they're going to have to trade back up in here to get them, I think. The pick is in for the Ravens. I think I said that already. Let's hurry up. Hurry up, hardballs. Let's go. Get on with it. I feel like if you're overthinking a 6th round pick, then you're doing too much. Let's see. Nikki, yeah, that was kind of a knock on Devin Neal, was that he didn't have the speed, that he was just too slow. A lot of people were afraid he was going to be slow. But to be fair, he was very reminiscent of Kareem Hunt, who has his own speed limitations, but he's been very effective in the league, so it doesn't necessarily mean he wouldn't have been a good running back. And I think he would have been a good fit for our offense, I think. I mean, as far as speed goes, just pure speed, I think if they wanted that for running back, they would have probably snagged Dylan Sampson when he dropped down the board. The 4-3 guy from Tennessee. A lot of people liking the Will Howard pick for the Steelers. They think that that was a great value for him in the 6th round. I'm starting to see a lot of good things about the Jeffrey Bossa pick, the linebacker we got from Oregon. A lot of people are warming up to that pick very quickly. PFF put out high praise of him. I saw that, and I've seen a couple of other people talking about how they really like that pick. So it'll be interesting to see how he turns out. I can't wait to dig in more to his tape. I did watch some of it, but I didn't dig into the linebacker super deep like I did some of the other positions. So it'll be fun to go back and kind of check that out now that we know exactly who to look at. I'm still just pumped about that Jalen Royals pick, guys. What about that? What about that? Grabbing Jalen Royals that low is just insanity. Brashard does run a 4.4, so, I mean, he kind of fits into the speed thing. And, yeah, you're right, Sammy, Taj. Great acceleration, but not great top-end speed. But, there's a couple runners like that, they have the good quickness. You can get into the second level. They just don't have that breakaway speed, which it's okay. I mean, those kind of guys still can chunk you off a good, 15, 20, 25 yards on a whim, and that's not nothing to scoff at. Home run hitting speed, there's not a whole lot of running backs in the league that have that home run hitting speed. There's a handful, but I'd say most of them are probably run more around that 4.4, 4.4, 4.5. A lot of even 4.6 running backs in the league. You think the Browns are going to hire Dion? KC do? That's interesting. I could see them just really trashing the Browns. I mean, the Browns are such a clown show. So it wouldn't surprise me. Devin Neal to the Saints, man. What about it? I'm going to go ahead and end that poll here in just a minute. If you haven't voted on the poll yet, go vote on it. I'm going to give it one more minute. I'm going to end that one. It was just, do you think the Chiefs will trade back into round 6? So far, 61% of you said no. I'll give you one more minute to vote on that if you want to. Let me take a look at the board here. Baltimore went with Tyler Loop. They took another kicker off the board, so the second one came off. Loop, a kicker for Arizona. The pick is in for the Texans, which puts Bergonzi back on the board with the Titans. Round 6 is moving along, not as quickly as I would like it to be, because there's like a freaking 20 compensatory picks in round 6, so it's going to be a long one. If the Chiefs don't trade back up, it's going to be a minute before they pick, guys. It's going to be a while. So, definitely going to have some patience here. But so far, we've seen Brett Veach move 2-3 times already. So, it wouldn't surprise me if he did come back in. Let's see. What the Texans might do? Texans need some O-line. I think they need some interior. They could probably go like let's see here. Who's available? Maybe a Joe Huber from Wisconsin. Just grab a guard. I think that would be a good fit for them. What did they end up taking? What did you take? Nothing. They still haven't picked. Let's see. Overall best players available. I don't have our list. Mike has it. The Texans went ahead and picked, though. They took Jalen Reed, safety from Penn State. So they took a safety, which puts the Titans back up. Their pick is in. Best player available according to ESPN right now is R.J. Mickens, safety from Clemson. And then Quinn Ewers, quarterback from Texas. Cam Williams, tackle from Texas, which is a great value at this point. Damian Martinez, running back from Miami, also good value. Seth McLaughlin, the center from Ohio State. Isaiah Bond, Texas wide receiver. Offensive tackle from Kansas, Logan Brown. Nebraska's Tommy Hill, the cornerback. Joe Huber, the guard from Wisconsin. Kind of what they're showing. Yeah, Jared Ivey still is on the board. Ole Miss edge rusher. Let's take a look here. Darren, the Chiefs, it's different every year because they trade so many picks away. They'll trade them, they'll gain them, they'll get compensatory picks and all that. This year, the Chiefs have had their picks already, I think 5 picks. Is that right? No. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They've picked 6 picks already, and they have 2 more available at the end of the 7th round. So I think total they'll have 8 unless they do some trading. Some willing and dealing. Tennessee Titans took a running back. They took Khalil Mullings, running back from Michigan. So that's an interesting pick there. I think that's a bit of a reach for him, especially with Damian Martinez on the board, with guys like Taj Brooks on the board, Brashard Smith, LaQuint Allen from Syracuse. That was a bit of a reach. I mean, nothing's really a crazy reach when you're all the way in the 6th round. I don't know if you can really call anything a reach because you're kind of throwing darts. But I think as far as like how most people had these running backs ranked, I believe that was a bit of a reach. But they got another running back off the board. So right now, I'm going to go ahead and end that poll. 60% of you said no, they won't trade back into round 6. I think at this point, I don't know if they will either. Because I really think if they were as interested in Damian Martinez as I thought they were, they would already be back at him, trying to get him. Because he's hanging on by a thread right now. So, I mean, if you want Damian Martinez or Brashard Smith or Taj Brooks even, like I said, they're hanging on by a thread. They could go any pick now. We've seen 2 more running backs come off the board in the last 5 picks with Devin Neal and Khalil Mullings. So, yeah, I'm kind of feeling they're not going to come back into round 6. I don't think they care enough about Martinez to come get him, it looks like. But we'll see. I mean, it could happen. These things happen quick, so. And we've seen him moving. Brett Veach has been moving this draft, so don't count it out. Appreciate you guys still hanging out, man. I know this is the slowest part of the draft right now. We've been streaming now for 4.5 hours today alone on this draft. Appreciate you guys being here. Appreciate the support. You guys are amazing. It's always fun hanging out with you all. Draft weekend's always a lot of work and a lot of fun. So appreciate y'all being here. Do me a favor, hit that like button. Let's try to get to 300 likes. And yeah, help your boys out. Share the channel with a friend. If you're a Chiefs fan, some Chiefs fans, whether it's family, friends, coworkers, whatever. Share the channel out with everybody. Let's get it rolling. We're honing in on 50,000 subscribers. As far as subscribers go, that's kind of dipped a lot the last month or two. Ever since KC took that giant L in the Super Bowl, it's been kind of dead. So, yeah, I'm with you, Doug. I think Mike just went to sleep after he ate. He said, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to grab a sandwich real quick. Lies. Well, on vacation. Sammy says Bears, Commanders could go running back. Potentially. The Colts went quarterback Riley Leonard from Notre Dame. And they have another pick in, back-to-back picks, which puts the Philadelphia Eagles on the clock. I think the Bears could potentially go running back. Let's see what all they've got. They've had a hell of a draft, I know that. They got Colston Loveland, Luther Burden, Ozzie Trapillo, Shamar Turner. And then they kind of fell off the wagon a little bit there with Ruben Hippolyte, the linebacker in round 4, which is a crazy reach. And then they got Zaw Frazier, cornerback from UTSA, which I think was a decent pick. So, yes, they could definitely go running back here. I know they have DeAndre Swift, but I don't think they have a whole lot of depth at the position. So that's a possibility, Sammy, for them. And who else did you say? Brain is getting fried. Commanders. What have the Commanders done? Let's check that out. The old Washington Redskins. They took Connor Lee Jr., Trey Amos, and Jalen Lane. So, yeah, I guess they're a player as well. That's crazy that they've only had 3 draft picks in this draft. But if you see what they did, they were very active in free agency. They've been stacking that team up. I think they saw what they have with Jalen Daniels, and they're trying not to waste it. So they're trying to pad that team up around him and give him the best chance of, consistently making the playoffs and maybe still in a Lombardi while he's under that rookie contract. Who got Giddens? Who did take Giddens? It wasn't the Commanders. Giddens was a Colts. And they just took Tim Smith, defensive tackle from Alabama. Okay, so now we're waiting on the Eagles pick here, and Seattle is on the clock. I wonder what the Eagles are going to do here. You think they could take an Isaiah Bond? You think they could take a shot on a kid that's got some potential legal issues? They love value picks just as much as Brett Veach, so wouldn't surprise me a whole lot. Shane said you have a $5 super chat, but it's not showing. Shane, I'm looking through them right now, my man. How long ago was this? I don't see it, Shane. I'm scrolling all the way back to the beginning of the day, and I'm not seeing it. I'm not sure what happened there. Not sure what happened there, my man. Appreciate the gesture, though. Good to see you, by the way. You said about 6 minutes ago? So that would have put it at about, no. Last super chat was Sammy Joe at 3:25 p.m. So about an hour ago. Hey, show your boys some love. We can't go over an hour without a super chat during the draft. What are we doing here? We're 4.5 hours deep. Show your boys some love. Let's see here. The Eagles, what are you doing? They take Miles Hinton, offensive tackle from Michigan. So that, let's see, that puts the Bengals on the clock. The pick is in for Seattle already. As far as Seattle goes, I think, I said this last time they were up, but they could be the one that gets Cam Williams. I think they could use the tackle help, and obviously he's a bit of a project, but just the pure upside on that kid is insane. And he's a hell of a value pick at this point in the draft. Like, Cam Williams would be a nasty pick for somebody this late in the draft for sure. That'd be great value. You can wake up now. Since you're so horned up for Mike. There you go, buddy. Man, he might be whipping it out right now.
I didn't even have a
face.
I thought I was going to get a sandwich, and I ended up just eating leftover Qdoba that was in the refrigerator.
It took you that long to heat something up in the microwave?
Well, I heated it up. I left. Somebody knocked on the door at the Airbnb and left a backpack out front of my house.
Was there a bomb in it?
No, I don't know what it was. And then we took the dog out to pee really quick, and some little kid in the window next door said, "Hey, help me get out of here." And I was like, this kid better be joking or I'm calling the police. So yeah, it was an eventful, like, little bit of a lunch break there.
Shane, I got this 5-bomb, brother. He said, here's some more love. Appreciate you, my man. He also said he was just really excited about the defensive tackle and the defensive end that we got last night. Same, man. Super excited about those two. Let's see here. Don't you come in here? Don't you come back in here crunching on stuff?
What have I missed?
You had plenty of time to crunch away. You've missed a lot. Devin Neal went off the board to the Saints.
Cool.
Well, you missed a whole round, actually. No, I'm just. Let's see. The only running back still hanging on by a thread right now is Damian Martinez.
Ollie Gordon got taken?
Yeah, Ollie Gordon's gone. Bryce Cable dude just went, guard from Kansas, to the Seattle Seahawks. I was thinking they might take Cam Williams there.
Wait, he went over Logan?
Mike, you've been gone for an entire round. That guy's probably gone too.
Logan Brown?
No, he's still out there. He's still going.
Dude, I've been gone for 17 picks. Taj Brooks just went.
Did he? To the Bengals?
Yeah.
Dang. Here go the running backs.
Dude, Miles Hinton going to the Eagles, pretty good pick. A lot of people went high on Miles Hinton, but I actually liked Miles Hinton. I had him decently high. I had him above Holland Pierce and Chase Lunt, and I thought I was kind of crazy about that, but I guess I wasn't.
Freezy with the 6-bomb. He says for number 6, Damian Martinez, Juju. Mike, I actually put a poll up, and I was like, if the Chiefs were serious about Damian Martinez like we thought they were, they have to come back into round 6 to take him because he is hanging on by a thread.
Especially when Taj Brooks, Khalil Mullings got drafted.
That's what I'm saying, man. There have been probably 6 or 7 running backs taken that we had ranked below Martinez.
Hell, you got to remember Damian Martinez is fighting that drunk driving stuff and some character issues.
None of the Chiefs' concern.
No, it's like the Chiefs, but everybody else might just let it pass.
Appreciate the 6, Jay Freezy, and the 5, Shane. You guys are awesome. I'm going to go take a potty break. I'll be right back.
Okay, you're good. Yeah, let me catch up here. J.J. Peegs out of Ole Miss goes to the Raiders. Kyle McCord. Did Kyle McCord go before Will Howard? Yep, sure did. Will Howard to the Steelers. That's wild. Jalen Reed, safety. Khalil Mullings. Riley Leonard. So a little bit of a QB run here. Tim Smith, defensive tackle. That's wild. I kind of thought he'd be a round 7 guy. Miles Hinton. That's a little higher than most people thought he would go. Wild that Cable dude went before Logan Brown. Okay, Taj Brooks, Texas Tech, and Jaleel McLeod, linebacker. Jaleel McLeod. 5-bomb from Always KC. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you guys supporting, man, for real. Just had the lunch break. Been going. Like Steve said, we're at 4.5 hours today. We were 5 hours last night. 4 hours the night before, 4 hours the day before that. It's been wild. We have been living on this live stream, it seems. Ryan Poles and the Bears up next. We'll see. I don't know if Brett Veach has got enough to get into this round. I mean, I guess theoretically you could give up a couple 7ths. Man, you may have to give up all 3 7ths to get into this round. We don't even have 3 because we give one up the last round to move up in the 5th. Yeah, we got the dead last pick of the draft, 257 and 251. So we give up our earliest pick in the 7th round to go get Bossa, the linebacker. That's another reason I don't know if that was a very good trade. They should have just probably sit on that for a few picks and seen what happened. I don't know if Boss is going to turn out to be... I hope I'm wrong, but I don't know if Boss is going to turn out to be that important that you couldn't have grabbed somebody after him if he would have come off the board. Let's see, where was he at? Let's go back and look. So Shamar James went 152. Chiefs traded up to 156. And they were sitting... Where the heck were they sitting at? 169 or 170, somewhere in that range. I don't know. We'll see. I hope it works out for them. But yeah, it looks like it's going to cost them the running back. So let's hope Damian Martinez hangs on. But looks like that pick, giving up an early 7th, you're going to lose a 7th. It's going to cost the running back as well to grab that linebacker. So we'll see. I hope it don't cost them that. That could be a decent little blunder there, but I'd rather them blunder late than early. We'll say that. So Dorian Strong kicked this round off at corner. Let's catch up on my good night. I'm going to be sitting here for an hour doing this. Dorian Strong goes 6-1 to the Bills. Was Steve nice to you guys? I know how he is, man. He's mean. He's rude. You got to watch him. He's probably mean to everybody. Probably mean. Oh, wait. Sam says Martinez is already gone. Where did Martinez go? I don't see Martinez gone. Y'all pulling my leg. Drew Tranquil replacement. Possibly. I don't know if I put him in that Drew Tranquil category yet. That's some big shoes to fill. For now, anyway. They had a 30 visit with him. Did they meet with Bossa? I don't remember seeing that one. It's possible. Chiefs top 30 visits. Let's go see. Could be right. They may have met with him. I don't remember the name sticking out to me, though. But they did meet with a few guys from Oregon. I know they met with Connerly, obviously. They met with a couple guys. Let me see. Yeah, they met with Anthony Belton, Philip Blighty, Isaiah Bond, Warren Brinson. See, that was another guy, Warren Brinson. I thought they made double dip on him, which I guess he's still on the board, it looks like. We met with Bryce Cabledew, offensive guard. Connerly, Ursery. Why in the world did this just skip? I swear. Okay. Keontae Hamilton. Brandon George, Shamar James, Damian Martinez, Devin Neal, Omar Norman Lott, Darian Porter. I don't see him on the list. I don't think they used the top 30 on him. If they did, it didn't mark it. Yeah, if they did, it didn't it didn't make it to the list, so I don't think they used the top 30 on him. I could be wrong. They used the top 30 on a center from Fresno. Huh. Q Robinson. Shunderick Powell. Well, there's another running back right there that they talked to. Shunderick Powell from Central Arkansas, top 30. See, that's probably more of a UDFA kid right there. So maybe they're not worried about it. It's a UDFA guy. Man, you got to invest a little bit more, though, I think, than a UDFA again. It's fun finding the UDFAs that can hit, but they're not always guaranteed, man. Just not always guaranteed. We'll see. Man, got something stuck in my throat. Okay, so we got Jalen McLeod, Luke Newman, Ahmad Hassanin from Boise State. That kid right there was kind of fun to watch at the Senior Bowl. Detroit's not afraid to take them guys, are they? That's wild. Brashard Smith still on the board. Let's see what running backs we still got available here. I guess running back's the one that Chiefs Kingdom's wanting the most right now. Jalen Conyers is still on the board too. Man, it would be wild if you could get all the way to the last couple picks of round 7 and be able to get Jalen Conyers and Damian Martinez. I just feel like that's a little far-fetched. So Devin Neal is off the board. He went to, let's see, round 6, pick 8 to the Saints. Okay. Damian Martinez still on the board. Taj Brooks is off the board. Dang. I got something in my throat. It's annoying me. It's probably a piece of corn or something from that Qdoba. Let me see. Round pick 617 to the Bengals is where Taj Brooks went. Okay, so Damian Martinez was our number 10. Could he have been lower? Yeah, we absolutely could have went lower on Damian Martinez because of all of his off-field issues, but there was like a DUI that he got just a few years ago. It didn't seem like a big deal. I still think he was worthy of the top 10. I don't put Taj Brooks in the top 10 because he just was a little underwhelming with his testing. Jaden Blue was a little undersized, didn't love it. Kyle Monangai, he's the next one up besides Damian Martinez. He's out of Rutgers. I don't think the Chiefs double dip back to Rutgers again. He's also really slow too, running a 4.6. He was actually slower than Devin Neal. But Monangai is a tough little running back. He's a little bowling ball. Ollie Gordon is now off the board. Ollie Gordon, did he go to? No doubt. Yep. Freaking Josh McDaniel or whatever his name is. They love those like athletic freaks, man. They try so hard to replicate what the Chiefs do. 6-3. Ollie Gordon to the Dolphins. Okay. LaQuint Allen. I've got LaQuint Allen actually rated above Brashard Smith. But it's like literally a tie because one is more like the power back, one's more like the speed back. Rocket Sanders, Phil Moffa. I know somebody in the chat said they really liked Phil Moffa. He's huge, 6'1", 234. That's a big boy. He does have a little bit behind him. I can't believe Khalil Mullings went that high. We had him as rated our number 28 running back. I did not think Khalil Mullings would have went that high. He went 6'12" to the Titans. Yeah, to me that's a little bit of a reach. Is what it is, I guess. Okay, Texans, let's go, baby. Get it going. We're in round 6. We ain't got time for y'all to be slow. Okay, so Donovan Edwards, Marcus Yarns, Phil Moffa, Rocket Sanders, Jaquindon Jackson from Arkansas. That's a big boy right there, too. Jaquindon Jackson from Arkansas is the tallest and the heaviest. He's the biggest sized running back that you can get. So if you want the biggest Jerome Bettis bus, you got him right there. Brashard Smith, LaQuint Allen from Syracuse, Kyle Monangai, Damian Martinez. Slim pickings here, guys. So if Damian Martinez is their guy, they've got to grab him because other than that, you go with Monangai, Brashard Allen, LaQuint Allen, or Brashard Smith, LaQuint Allen. I just don't think Donovan Edwards out of Michigan has enough pop, even though he did run a 4.4. He had a pretty nice. Okay, I think Donovan Edwards could be okay. I'll take that back. Donovan Edwards can maybe be okay. He tested decently well. It was Khalil Mullings that he didn't test, so I didn't love him. Ulysses Bentley out of Ole Miss, I don't trust him. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt from Arizona, I know some people really liked him. He's okay. He's got the hyphenated last name, so we know that's going to horn him up a little bit. Marcus Yarns from Delaware. Okay, look. I'm going to go to YouTube. I'm going to see if Marcus Yarns had any, let's see if Marcus Yarns had any production from All-Star games. He might not have.
Mike, did you get these super chats from Always KC or Adam?
I think I grabbed Always KC. Was it a 5-bomb?
Yeah, appreciate you, brother. And then
Yeah, I think I
Adam
got
with a
that
5 says, I'll take Bond and Martinez stat. Dude, that would be a killer way to end this draft, wouldn't it? I mean, you're taking a shot with Bond because of all that stuff going on, but value's tremendous. And then if you were to be able to get Martinez, a player that the Chiefs have targeted this late, that'd be a win. Where are we at? What did I miss out on? Let me go back and check this out. So I missed Ahmad Hassanen. That's a good pick for Detroit.
Yeah, that wasn't a bad pick.
Let's see. Pick is in for the Texans. What do you think the Texans are going to do here? I thought they were going to go guard a while ago, so they could take Huber.
Huber Halloween.
Oh, Huber. Oh. No, Joe Huber, the Wisconsin guard. I think he'd probably be the next guard off the board, I think. Let's see here. Pick is in. I think that safety obviously hasn't been a priority in this draft for anybody because I think we didn't rank safeties, but I think R.J. Mickens from Clemson, I feel like he should have been off the board a long time ago. Maybe I'm wrong. I figured he'd be like in the early hundreds.
Safeties has kind of been pretty odd ranked. Well, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's our 8th ranked safety. We had him at 8. We had Castro at 9 out of Iowa, and we had Jonas Sanker at 10. Maxon Hook was at 11 at Toledo, and then Dante Trader, Malachi Moore, Craig Woodson have all been drafted. Then we had Jalen Reed and then Marcus Siegel out of Kansas State. Siegel, however he pronounces that one. So he got drafted by the 49ers. So Mickens is the next one up on our board. Him or Castro, we would think. Let me bring this in.
Jacob, 2 bombs. Says Bond or Restrepo. If it was me, I'd take Bond, even with the looming charges. I think Because I mean, let's just say that the charges are false and he gets cleared. Isaiah Bond is light years ahead of Restrepo in athleticism. I do know that. Restrepo's pretty slow. I think Bond would be more of the Chiefs type receiver. But, Restrepo is kind of like a possession receiver type guy. Do we really use those at all? I feel like we don't have a guy that just gets a ton of possessions, or like a ton of targets.
I think Jalen Royals is going to be a little possession kind of guy if you can use him right.
Kind of like what they do with Rashee Rice, right? But, I mean, Restrepo, his 40 was a 4.8, bro. What are you going to do with that?
It was slow. What did he do at his pro day, though? Was he better at his pro day? Let me see.
He plays a little faster than that would suggest. Like, if you watch his tape, he doesn't look really that good, slow. Though. He is good. He's tough going over the middle and finding spots in zone coverage. He doesn't drop passes. He set a single-season record for 85 receptions in 2023 with Miami.
He spoke about this. Restrepo spoke about that. He said on X, I don't usually do this, but I feel like it's necessarily due to the circumstances. During warm-ups, before my 40, my right hamstring tightened up on me and prohibited me from opening up and running my fastest. The reason I still ran is because for 2 straight weeks, I consistently hit 4.53 to 4.58 laser in training, and I thought I could still pull that off. I did everything just because it's in my blood to compete. With that being said, I'm now focusing on getting back to 100% healthy and ready to play football.
Okay, so you can't hold it against him too much. So he said his hamstring tightened up on him.
I
did like Restrepo's
Well, let's
tape.
see what he done at his. Let's see what he done at his pro day. Then let's see.
I mean, he has put the production up. He had back-to-back over 1,000-yard seasons, 11 touchdowns in 2024.
Oh wait, that was his pro day. His pro day number actually was a 4.83, and he didn't run at the combine.
Yes, that's all you have to go off of. I feel like if you go Miami receiver, I think they lean more towards Sam Brown Jr. I still feel like he's more their style. I think Xavier Restrepo is good, though. I mean, obviously, he's got the production to back it up. He looks faster on tape than that 4.8 40.
Chiefs defensive tackle targets off the board. Warren Brinson went to the Packers.
Yep.
Steve, so we were talking about this a little bit while you were gone. The Chiefs jumping up to take Bossa, giving up the first pick in the 7th round. So they give up a pick in the 7th, but it was the first pick in the 7th, right? Jumping up maybe 10, 11 spots to get Bossa. Is that going to kind of be a small little error for Brett Veach? Because technically, if Martinez is off the board by the late 7th, then they kind of missed out on getting him, Devin Neal, Ollie Gordon, all because they give up and they lost some firepower there. Or you could have just taken him. You know what I mean? Like if Bossa would have just went before you picked, was Bossa really that more important to the team than snagging somebody like that late in the 6th or late in the 5th rather? Like, so do you think that could be like a small little slip up there? Like, is Bossa worth giving up the pick and coming up and missing out on all those running backs?
Not to me. Not to me.
Yeah, I don't think he was to me either. That feels like a little bit like an error there.
For the way I think about it and the way I was kind of viewing it, yes, absolutely. Then again, looking at it from a Brett Veach scope, you don't really know.
Right.
Obviously, he had his eyes on some linebackers, so maybe he just thought that's what they needed. I think that, to me, you could have probably taken Devin Neal or Damian Martinez at that juncture, and I wouldn't even have thought twice about it. But if you look at it, they've dropped how far?
Right. So I'm just saying, like, if he wouldn't have traded up, if he just would have let those 10 picks go and Bossa would have come off, like, if Bossa would have still been there, he could have just took him. You would have missed out the running back anyway, but you also wouldn't have give up your extra 7th. Because technically, you maybe could have took those 3 7ths and give them up for a 6th-round pick there and grabbed a running back.
Right.
But who knows? I don't know. I think the Bossa pick's kind of turning into that, like, pivotal, like, it's so late in the draft, you don't want to call it, like, a huge blunder, but if it really did cost us to lose out on, say, Taj Brooks or Devin Neal or Ollie Gordon, and now maybe Martinez comes off the board here before we get to pick, then you got to start questioning and being like, was he worth that?
Yeah. It's a good question.
I mean, maybe so. Oh, we got our first Navy player off the board today. Raywan Lane III, safety. Wow, that is a wild pick. He was our 18th ranked safety. They took him above Mickens and Castro and Max and Hook out of Toledo. Took him over Jalen Reed out of Penn State as well. Huh. Okay. Okay, Jaguars.
Who'd they take? My bad.
Raywan Lane.
Okay. Navy.
The Jaguars. You know, I this is what I got to say about the Jaguars.
Duval.
Dang, they're having a day right there.
Well, I can't even do that.
You got to say, Duval.
Duval.
What's wrong with him?
Duval. I can't talk and do it.
How do you... I can't even control each individual eyebrow.
Duval. I can't do it. Duval. Man, what a weirdo. What a weirdo. Mary didn't like that moment by Veach.
Wait, they figured out who prank called Shadur. They released a video. If it's true, it was some frat guys out of Ole Miss.
Somebody sent it to us on X.
Some frat guys out of Ole Miss. It's wild.
I saw where people were like, "This is wrong. You should not do this kind of stuff." It's like, shut up. It's funny. No one cares.
How'd they get the number? I thought the number was only given away to NFL execs.
Who cares? It's just fun. Everybody should quit being so sensitive. Let's see. I have not seen as much backlash about not getting Devin Neal as I thought we were going to. I thought we were going to see X absolutely lose their minds.
Yeah. I don't think Devin Neal... Lance from the spoken like Devin Neal, so that was automatically Chiefs Kingdom turned against them right off the rip.
Right, yeah. God forbid Lance like a player. He's not allowed to have an opinion. Let's see.
Do you think the Chiefs might be considering Marcus Yarns in the 7th round? Out of Delaware?
Devin Neal actually tweeted. He said, "I've always been the underdog. Now it's time to go." Hashtag who dat. Man, that sucks.
Who dat? Who day? Who gives?
Who gives a damn? Green jacket, yellow jacket.
What's this one? Watch this Marcus Yarns play. Tell me if you don't think this is some Chiefs stuff. We get it going. Slow. What's that burst, cut, and move? He's fast. He's out of Delaware, man. There's a lot of ties to Delaware. Here he is in the passing game. Check this out. On a little wheel route down here at the bottom, just cooks somebody. Here he is out of the backfield, takes the delay. I don't know, man. He's got a little juice, but how do you justify drafting somebody with, Delaware competition? I don't know if I can put you super high. It would just be
off of his speed, right? I mean,
could be like a UDFA kind of look.
Yeah, you can tell from his tape. He's just got some juice, right?
He was a better athlete than everybody on the field.
He looks like he can bounce outside if he wants to bounce outside. He did run good at the combine.
Yeah.
And I think he's just like one of those guys that are there. He's a threat to pull away if he gets out in space. Like you can get the big play from him.
Right.
But I think it's mainly just that he's light. He's small. He's 5'11", 193. So I think he's light on his feet. He probably don't have a whole lot of power though. I kind of wonder how his balance would be through contact and everything like that. A guy of his size. But it looks like he can stick his foot in the ground and get up the field quick though. If he follows his blockers and he runs patient, he could be kind of dangerous, and maybe even in the pass game. So maybe Yarns could be somebody they look at.
Let's see. LeJohntay Webster out of Colorado. I didn't think he was going to be within 50 picks of Shadur Sanders, but here we are. Gavin Bartholomew out of Pittsburgh, tight end. Johnny Cornelius. Gavin Bartholomew, Pittsburgh, out of tight end is nasty work, considering you still have Luke Lachey, Thomas Fadone, Jalen Conyers.
Jake Briningstool.
Jeez. Even Malachi Matavayo out of UCLA, I thought looked pretty decent at times. So
the kid from Alabama, I can't think of his name right now. CJ
Bartholomew is literally 246 pounds and running a 4.7. Like, he's going to be an H-back at best.
Yeah, there's some odd picks, but there always is at this late.
There always is at this juncture because they like different things, right? Apparently, this is the round that if you like somebody from Pittsburgh, you draft them. So maybe that linebacker from Pittsburgh, which the Chiefs aren't going to take now because they already reached on Bossa. So we're not going to get that freak athlete out of Pittsburgh unless you grab him in UDFA.
Oh, Brandon George.
That kind of sucks because I was kind of excited to pick him up in the 7th. See, I feel like if you look back on it, is Bossa and a UDFA running back going to be better than grabbing Devin Neal and a UDFA linebacker?
I mean, I could be completely wrong
Ollie
here.
Gordon and a UDFA linebacker.
I think that Bossa is the miss.
That Bossa pick might be the miss so far.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope he does well.
I want to dig in. I want to dig in more because I want to see.
I hope he does well.
But
yeah, YB, Matt Nagy and Veach are both from University of Delaware. They got some ties. So I always had him on the back burner of my radar there.
Got the 5 bomb from our boy Brad. He says if we're down nitpicking day 3 picks, which is fine, that means we've had a pretty good start to the draft so far.
Yeah, we've had a great draft. It's still a B+? Did we settle on B+, A-? That's even with the Bossa pick.
I think Bossa could maybe pull you down to a B+. But otherwise,
that's what I'm saying. B+, A-.
But then again, like I said, I'd like to dig in further into him and see.
Did you see what Bro Schmo, our draft friend, our content creator in crime, did you guess? I'll let you guess because I'm sure you didn't see it. After the first picks of the draft, so not counting today, so I'm talking about just Josh Simmons, Omar Norman Lott, and then who was our next two? Off the top of my head, I can't remember. I'm so tired, bro. Anyway, out of all of our picks,
you're talking about Ashton Gelati,
yeah,
Noel
Gelati,
Williams.
Yeah, and Noah Williams. Okay, so those 4. What do you think Bro Schmo rated us, man? Because he's big in the draft. He's big on all this. What do you think he'd give us the grade after that?
I don't know. What do you think? I'd say he'd probably at least gave us a B, right?
No. A C-.
That's odd.
People were really down on that Gelati pick. Like, they thought that he was a 4th-round pick. We took him at the top of the 3rd.
I mean, it could be considered a bit of a reach.
He did say that he could see why he did go that high up because he had all the potential and he could get after it. But, like, they still kind of stick to their own draft boards. That's what's kind of funny because you'll stay to your own stuff, which is what Kuiper did, right?
Yeah.
Kuiper says, oh, well, I've got him rated 150, but I could see him getting in the first round, and then it's a problem. Right. A lot of people think the Norman Lott thing, he's undersized. I've seen that 3 times a day, somebody putting that on a video, is that he's undersized. How big do you guys think Turk Wharton was? Because Turk Wharton was barely scratching 285.
Yeah, he's small.
And Omar Norman Lott has about 10 to 15 pounds on him. And that's what he's going to do. He's not going to be Mike Pennell, playing a nose tackle, stuffing a run. That's not what they drafted him for. Eichhoff says, just watch the Bossa interview. He's so damn well spoken. Sounds like a QB. He is a smart football player. He is very smart. I hope he turns out to be great. I just, at the detriment of getting a running back, we landed Bossa, I think. I think that's what the Chiefs valued. They valued a rotational linebacker over a running back, which maybe they thought Devin Neal and stuff just wasn't a feature back. So they were like, look, it's just another guy in a running back by committee. We ain't going to waste our time on it, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what it was, right? I think they saw some of the limitations that some of the fans saw with him, and just didn't think he was enough. But I mean, I think he fits well with the Saints, though. So we'll get to see what he's going to do, right? Because he can succeed there.
Chase Lunt off the board. The big tackle from UConn goes to protect Josh Allen, the Bills. Johnny Cornelius from Oregon got drafted, too. He went to Dallas.
Right. Let's see here. I'll pull this bad boy up. See if we can. Y'all can just watch it play out. Can I zoom in a little bit? Oh, is that too far? Yep.
I mean, you can see it.
No, you can't. Now you can.
That's fine right there.
Let's see. How are you guys holding up, man? This has been a long freaking draft. It's been a long draft. This round's going a lot slower than I'd liked it to have gone. Especially with all the compensatory picks at the end.
Yeah, I don't know why it's taking them so long to get these final little picks in, man. You're literally on a 3-minute clock.
Normally, I feel like it flies by around now. Like,
well, you're on a 3-minute clock.
Doesn't this draft usually wrap up around 5:30 or 6 Eastern time? Or am I crazy?
These are the overachievers of the draft, Steve. Like, these are the guys down here that think, like, these Eagles picks, they're like, dude, if we get these right, we can go back to back.
Shut up.
P. Swizzle said, what did I end up eating? Leftover Qdoba that I had in the refrigerator.
What you have left over? Did you get some nachos?
Yeah, it was a little bit of nachos. So it was like some nachos, some queso, some corn.
Some chicken?
Some chicken.
Okay. Some kind of meat.
I love Qdoba. It's like literally top notch. I like Qdoba better than I like all of them.
Yeah, it's really good.
I tried Sauceritos the other day. If you guys ever tried that one, it's decent, but it's not a Qdoba. I like Qdoba better than Chipotle.
Jacob says
Cam Williams to the Eagles, Steve.
Oh, they took
Dude,
him.
the Eagles
the value.
always find a way to get the best
Took the value.
deals, man.
Yep, sure did. Hey, but I mean that's everybody else let that happen.
Exactly. They let it happen countless times. They took Chase Lunt over Cam Williams. In no world.
He's been great value for 2 rounds now.
Yeah, in no world could I see a Johnny Cornelius and Chase Lunt being better than Cam Williams.
Mike, who's the kid that you said reminded you of Tyreek?
Oh, that's that little the wide receiver out of South Alabama. His name is Jamal Pritchett.
Jamal Pritchett.
5'8", 175. He's pretty tiny. How big was Tyreek when he come out, though? Was he anywhere near 5'8", 175? That feels a little low. I feel like Tyreek would have been a little bit heavier than that.
I don't think it's
Tyreek Hill actually played at West Alabama.
Yeah.
That's kind of funny. You got a West Alabama and a South Alabama guy. Tyreek Hill draft combine. Let's see what Tyreek Hill did. 5'10", 185. We took him in round 5. Dude, we got a Tyreek Hill in round 5. That's crazy.
Yeah. What was his weight?
186. So Jamal Pritchett is about 10 pounds less.
What's the height on Tyreek Hill? He's pretty short too, though, right?
It said 5'11", didn't it?
That's a lie. That is a lie. There ain't no way Tyreek's 5'11".
I'm pretty sure that's what it said. Did I read it wrong? No, it says 5'10" on his 5'10" on Google. Let's see what it says the combine, because I trust the combine. Maybe he didn't cut his hair too short.
There ain't no way.
5'10".
Wow, really? He looks smaller than that even.
Lance Zierlein said he would be a UDFA. He has no future in the NFL.
It did not say that. Shut up.
Yeah.
No, it didn't.
Draft projection, UDFA. He didn't even give him a write-up. He said no future in the NFL.
He does not say no future in the NFL.
He didn't
You're
give him a
making that
write-up. I can put anything I want in there.
See, Jacob even says, no, Hill's a little guy. First thing I noticed when I seen him at a game.
Yeah, Hill is tiny.
Lone Wolf said he's the same height as Kevin Hart.
Yeah. How did Tyreek Hill only score a 9.39 in his RAS score?
Was he considered a running back coming out of college?
He played running back. But he played running back, but I think they went to wide receiver. His size grade, okay, here it is. His size grade, his RAS was very poor. He was a 9.39. He was an elite explosion tester, obviously. So look, let's look at his RAS numbers. Let's have some fun. Let's look at his RAS numbers and let's compare that to say let's compare it to say the kid we just drafted today out of Utah State.
Jalen Royals.
Let's go find his RAS score.
Well, I feel like that's a little bit different, though, now, isn't it? I don't think Jalen Royals is like the massive deep threat.
No, but let's just see what it looks like, because is it that far off? Like, what if it isn't? Like, what if it's right there on par and you're like, good Lord, this dude's awesome.
Do you think Jimmy Horn Jr. off the board? Just went to the Panthers.
Oh, somebody's horned up for Horn.
Jimmy Horned Up Jr. So, do you think that the Miami Dolphins missed a perfect opportunity to convert Devon Achane over to a wide receiver and just Tyreek Hill the hell out of the NFL?
I don't know. Achane's pretty good at running back.
He's a monster, but he's good in the passing game. So I mean, Tyreek came out as a running back.
Okay, they said Tyreek Hill was 5'10", but his RAS score is showing he was 5'8", 185.
That sounds more right.
How does his RAS number come up at 5'8"? Because they take that out of the combine. The combine said he'd come in at 5'10".
Something happened. He tippy-toed or something.
You think maybe they just had okay, let's just say he's 5'8". Screw it. So, let's see. His RAS score overall was a 9.39. Jalen Royals was a 9.23, so not too far off.
Pretty close.
So, Tyreek's vertical was 40, a 40.5-inch vert. We don't have a vert from Royals. He had a 10-foot broad jump. We don't have a broad jump from Royals. Royals didn't do any of those, did he? Okay, so we're just going to have to look at the splits. Okay, here we go. 40-yard dash, 4.29, 4.42. So not that extreme different. I mean, I guess it is, like a full tenth of a second. 20-yard split was a 2.56. Tyreek Hill's 20-yard split was a 2.51. 0.05, that's it.
Right.
10-yard split for Tyreek Hill is a 1.5. Jalen Rose is a 1.53. So his short area quickness is almost on par with Tyreek Hill, dude.
Yeah, dude.
It's not too far off. And then the 40, of course, is about 0.1. So he gets a little slower over, like, between the 25 to 40-yard range. But what's 0.1 second? Like literally a snap? A blink?
Not much.
That's wild, dude. And we wasn't even going to look at Jalen Royals as doing that. Like, we didn't think it would be in the same ballpark.
The Eagles just took Antoine Powell Ryland, edge from Virginia Tech.
There's that edge I was telling you about from VT with that hyphenated last name. Dude, I think the Eagles have probably had another pretty solid draft the whole way, haven't they? Hate to see it. You hate to see it. Man, can we get on to the 7th round? Daggone. This thing's taking forever.
Yeah, they're being way slow.
Like, do none of these guys have families or want to go eat dinner or do anything? Like, they're just going to take all day long. Like, what are they doing? Fiddling their diddles? Like, just hurry up and pick. You've literally got 2 minutes to get these picks in. Oh, they're giving them 5 full minutes. I thought that the 6th round hit, they used to go down to 3 minutes. These guys are really taking 5 full minutes to do this. In a day and age where they could text, call on every device you have. You can call on your pocket watch. Like, what is going on? We don't need 5 minutes to write it down and run it to a podium. They may take Huber out of Wisconsin here. Nope, they took Anus Pebbles.
Did they?
2 Virginia Tech players in a row right off the board.
Nice Peoples, I think, it was kind of a little underrated guy. He's undersized and stuff.
Yeah, slasher. He's really undersized. Didn't he only weigh like 270?
Yeah, he was small. He's pretty small. Peebles.
Oh, yeah, I had him at number 22. He was 6'1.5", 282. So he was smaller than Turk Wharton at 282. I think that's 3 pounds smaller. I think Turk was 285. I want to find that, actually. Turk Wharton.
Is this where Isaiah Bond comes off the board? Finally? You think the Cardinals take a shot on him?
Maybe. What? I searched Tershawn Wharton and my Google search changed it to Tershawn Wharton, Louisville, Kentucky. What in the world are you talking about? He never went to Louisville. Tershawn Wharton does not even have a RAS score. He wasn't even blessed with a RAS score. They didn't even bother to help him.
They didn't even care about it. They said,
Yeah, they're like,
bro,
bro, we don't even care. I don't even know if he's got a combine. Oh, yeah, he does have combine numbers. Let's see. 6'1", 280. Dude, he's 280. So Peebles is 281, right? Nope, 282. So Peebles is actually 2 pounds. So, okay. So here's another knock on Omar Norman Law. At 291, he's too small. But Turk Wharton at 280 was perfect.
right.
I wish these people would just chill with their BS.
They got to stop.
They got to stop.
That's pretty wild.
I don't care if he turns out to be a complete Sky Moore bust. I don't think it deserves as much hate as it's got to this point.
Hey, shout out everybody still watching. Appreciate you guys. Almost 500 of you across the platforms. Appreciate y'all. Hit the like button. Share it out on whatever platform you're watching on. We'd appreciate that. If you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, do that. If you're watching on X or Facebook, go to YouTube and subscribe to All Chiefed Up. We would appreciate it. Let's see. We got a little bit left in the 6th round, and then the 7th to go underway. Chiefs are picking towards the end of the 7th round. Unfortunately, I'm probably going to have to bow out here soon. I'm supposed to be at work 45 minutes ago. So, but, you know, I got caught up in the draft, and sometimes it's more important.
Yeah. Nobody wants to do the work thing. Why are you working on a Saturday? What is this?
I always work.
You're a grown adult.
There's no
You're
days
working
off.
on Saturday.
I get no days off. Not such a thing. What is that? What does that mean? Always Casey says Norman Lyle is a good pick. He pressures passers up the middle. What Philly does. Yeah, I think he's a great pick. I think people's wild if they're worried about it. Sky Moore was not given much of a chance on the football field, Joe E says. I would almost agree with that.
I tend to agree with that one a little bit.
I think what chances he did get, he did blow, though. He blew the chances he did get. But I think his confidence was shook from the punt return crap. I think that really got in his head. And then that got the fan base down on him fast, and it was just downhill from there. You know? So it is what it is, though. Jacob with the freaking 10 bomb. Let's go, Jacob. He says, I think Mitchell was a good ad at running back. If he can stay healthy, I think he could take over the backfield. But if the Chiefs fumble picking a running back in this draft, I personally would like to see J.K. Dobbins. So I think Mitchell was a good addition. A lot of upside with Mitchell. He has an injury history, but he's got the speed. He fits into our system well. So I think he could definitely be a good piece for us. He's only on the 1-year deal, though. And then J.K. Dobbins, I think he's a good fit as well. J.K. Dobbins is just notoriously injury prone. So it's just keeping him on the damn field.
We met with him last year, right? We just passed on him.
Yeah.
But he actually had a pretty good season.
He came in and visited the Chiefs, I think.
Yeah, he had a pretty good year. Did he go with the Chargers?
I still think Damian Martinez is the pick. I don't know how far they can let it go before they come up and take him. But I think that Damian Martinez is the pick.
I don't think they have enough firepower to do it.
Appreciate the 10, Jacob.
They might just be stuck waiting.
I still think that's the pick. I just don't. It makes too much sense. It makes too much sense. They need the running back help. They like the kid. He fits the script. They met with him once or twice. I think that has to be it. I'm amazed that he's fallen as far as he has. So how much further can they let it roll before he's taken?
Right.
But I mean, all these compensatory picks at the end of the 6th round here, I wonder if they could sneak back in. But the only trade targets are all AFC West at this point, so I don't see that happening. Now they could trade up in the 7th round. Because that's the thing. The Raiders.
You could give both of the 7s to come up in the top of the 7th.
You have to consider this. If Baltimore doesn't take him right here, which why would they? Freaking King Henry there.
He is a big guy that could learn behind a King Henry.
But if Baltimore doesn't do it, the rest of the
they've all got
our
a running back
AFC
this
West.
draft.
We're talking Ashton Genty, Marion Hampton, and R.J. Harvey. What a lackluster pick from the Broncos at running back, but whatever. I don't think they take him.
Dallas took Blue. Dallas could still double up. They could go with a workhorse and a third down type with Jaden Blue. The Falcons, they've already drafted their guy last year. I mean, come on. The Giants have already took Scattaboo. Maybe you could work it up here with maybe you could work up here with the Pats or the Jags. Give up both of yours.
You have to do something in the 7th there. I think the 6th round's out of the question.
Yeah, me too.
So it's got to be a trade up in the 7th. But you do have 2 picks in the 7th, and they're 2 of the bottom picks. You got 2 of the last 6 picks.
Yeah, because we
think
give up the highest one already.
Do you think a team would package up both of those and let the Chiefs move up, say 8 to 10 picks, and grab a Damian Martinez if he falls?
Maybe. Do the Chiefs want to do that though?
You definitely don't want to lose draft capital from next year to move up, I don't think.
They drafted Robert Longerbean from Rutgers. That's a decent pick.
Yeah, that's not a bad pick, actually. He's decent. Is it worth giving up a future draft pick for like next year's 6th or a 7th from next year to move up?
Well, they've done that already once.
Jared Ivey's still on the board, too. I saw that, Jesse. It's an intriguing one at edge there.
Yeah, he's like he's kind of like an out of position kind of guy, right? Like he's almost too slow to play edge and almost too undersized to play interior. But, I mean, he could probably make some noise.
Hurry up and pick, stupid Raiders. These are compensatory picks. They don't even count. Just throw a dart. Let's go. Roger Longerschlong, Sam says.
Longenschlangen.
Longer beam.
Bilal Cohn went to the Ravens too. How many picks have the Ravens had?
27.
For real, they've literally got 2 or 3 of every pick, or every position is 2 or 3 of them, the Ravens. I don't feel like this was the draft to have 47 picks in, man. It's not, to me, it's not all that deep.
I think there's some decent talent. I don't know if it was necessarily like a crazy deep draft, but it wasn't terrible either.
Yeah, they've got Bilal Cohn, Western Michigan, and Robert Longerbeam from Rutgers. 2 corners there from the Ravens. The Ravens have taken 2 safeties, or one, by the way, Malachi Starks. So they got one of those. Did they take a linebacker? Yep, they took a linebacker. They took Teddy Buchanan. They've taken Mike Green, defensive end. They've literally got one of every position on the defense. Defensive tackle, they took Anais Peebles. They literally took every position on the defense today.
Well, look at the Raiders, bro. They've had
And doubled 2 of them.
Too. I bet the Raiders have had more picks than the Ravens. I feel like they've drafted a whole new football team.
Yeah, the Raiders got J.J. Peegs.
Peegs. Oh, they both had 11. Ravens have 11. Raiders had 11. They took a kicker to replace Massage Happy Ending Tucker.
Yeah, these dudes
So
took a
Jacob
freaking
said.
kicker, bro. I didn't even rank kickers. I said I'm not ranking kickers and punters. I don't have time. Don't care. Who took Jared Houston Hunt? Has anybody taken him yet?
Yeah. No. What do I think he did come. Yeah, he came off.
Where's he at? I don't see him.
He came off the board.
Did he come off
I'm
in round
almost positive.
5?
Probably when you were gone.
No, I don't see him.
No? I could have swore he did. I could be wrong.
I
though.
remember the name being taken, I thought.
Could be wrong.
Trying to go through and fill all this back in. Jeez. Maybe he went in the 5th. Let me go back to the 5th and look. No, he's not off the board yet. He's still on the board. That's a pretty decent pick at defensive tackle. He's from SMU, Jared Harrison Hunt. He's a smaller guy, though. He's 6'3", 290, so he's going to do more of your slasher type. And we've already got 6'2", 291 with Omar Norman Lott, so the chances we'd take that, too. We could still take Zeke Biggers out of Georgia Tech, 6'5.5", 321, is going to play a nose tackle, and he's going to stop all these big running backs. That could be a possibility, man. He actually tested elite in 3 of the 5 categories. He has 10 and 1/4 inch hands, 35-inch arms, and at 321 pounds, he had a 35-inch vert. What in the heck?
It's wild. Raiders took a receiver, Tommy Malott.
Out of Montana State, that's a quarterback. Isn't that a quarterback? That's Montana State's quarterback, isn't it?
Wide receiver, son. Is he converted?
Dude, he's a quarterback. Did he convert to wide receiver?
Guess so.
Well, he's not on my board as a wide receiver, so if they were to classify him as a wide receiver, they can have him.
Well, guys, I'm going to have to jet. I'm going to have to bow out. I got somewhere to be. If you guys want Mike to keep streaming for the 7th round and cover these Chiefs picks, let him know in the chat. Make it worth his while. Make him feel good about himself. Get him horned up a little bit. Otherwise, he's going to dip too. Yeah, watch him. He's got that bed behind him. He done ate a good meal.
Yeah, man, we're starting to get tired over here. I'm about to fall asleep with all these people taking an hour and a half between each pick.
He's gonna be by himself. So you guys are gonna have to keep him entertained, man. Keep him going, because I'm gonna have to dip. But man, I appreciate you guys big time for hanging out with us this entire freaking draft. You guys are awesome. So thanks for that. I do appreciate you. All the interactions have been great, and it's been fun. Draft's fun every year, and this year's been especially fun, I think. It's been really good draft for the Chiefs so far. The Bossa picks, a tiny bit of a head-scratcher, especially the trade-up. But otherwise, I feel like it's been pretty awesome. Adam with the 5 bomb said, let's get horned, Mike. Mike, you got to get horned. Got to ride it out, man. You got to stick it out. I'll cheer you on. I'll tell you what. I'll get on the chat and I'll keep you alive too. But
Mickens from Clemson just went, Steve. Chargers.
There he finally went. I figured he'd been gone a long time ago.
It's a decent
Go,
pick.
Mike, go. Nikki says. Stick with us, Brian says. Go, Mike, go. Jeremy says. Keep it going, always, Casey said. Jacob said he was a converted quarterback to wide receiver.
Okay, it makes sense. Was he the guy that they also said could play a little running back or something too? There was somebody, I remember them saying that.
Mike can't go with Martinez still on the board. Steve is forsaking us. What else is new?
Yeah, Steve, he's too much working on the other end.
Yeah, it would be pretty cool if I didn't have to go
So
to
what's
work.
the deal? I draft until Martinez is off the board, and if we don't take him, I just pass out in the bed and cry
gotta
myself to
You got to see
sleep.
what the Chiefs are going to do, man.
No, I got to cry myself to sleep, I think.
Hey, you have a good weekend too, Adam. But yeah, like I was saying, appreciate you guys. You guys are freaking awesome. Little round of applause for everybody. I mean, good Lord. We're almost 6 hours deep today. We already had like 10 or 11 hours wrapped up in this. I mean, you're pretty much 24 hours and 3 days
Steve,
on a live stream.
we streamed probably an hour and a half, 2 hours every single day this week.
Yeah, it's been a wild one, man. It's been fun, but you guys are awesome. Appreciate you guys. Heike Mo, what's up, my man? He said he's been listening.
Putting up siding on the cabin and listening. Heike Mo, I need you to come help me put up some siding, my boy.
You got some work to do.
I need somebody to help me with some drywall.
Yeah. Well, when you act like I didn't give it my all, Mary, just remember that I literally hit myself in the balls really hard because we drafted Jalen Royals.
He did.
I mean,
I
come
will
on.
say, he
mean,
karate
come on.
chopped his own peanut, and he gave himself a slap nut. So
I lost my mind for like a minute and 30 seconds.
that the most. What's
Cam
the most
Miller off the board.
satisfying pick of the draft? Was it Jalen Royals for you, Steve?
It had to be. So, love the Norman Lott pick.
Yeah,
It was very satisfying.
It was one
to
of
get,
those two. I think were the most satisfying picks.
It was
for us.
satisfying to get, honestly, Josh Simmons just so everybody can calm the hell down about the tackle thing.
Yeah, calm your lungs.
You know, everybody was a little crazy. But yeah, I think the most exciting one for me was Jalen Royals, just because he fell that far. First of all, it's a player that I've been wanting him to get since we started digging into the draft. He was one of the first ones I told you about that I liked.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then I thought for sure it was going to be one of those things where he fell right into our lap, and Brett Veach just picked someone random.
Yeah, he was gonna be like, "No, forget this. We're going with Bossa out of order."
So like, just the fact that Brett Veach actually came through for me that time, you know, he made me look good for once. So I had to punch myself in the wiener.
I'm gonna. Well, see, I want to bring up some like clips and stuff for you guys, but if you remember the last time we did that, they shut off my live stream.
Do what?
You remember the last time that we did a members only live and they shut off the live stream because I was showing clips of Ollie Gordon?
Don't show clips.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I wanted to bring up some players
even
and kind of
worth
like go through their stuff, but YouTube hates us.
If anybody wants to research it, they can search it. Yeah, they do. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna jet, man. Hold it down, Mike. I have faith in you. Looks like the Raiders are trying to draft every quarterback in the draft, even if they're not playing quarterback.
They are, and the freaking Broncos won't pick. They literally took 3 minutes off the clock on a 5-minute clock on the last pick in the 6th round. Like,
the
we
hell are
already
you
know they're going to
doing,
reach
Robert?
on like the 50th best corner or something.
They're going to draft a junior in high school that's still playing JV.
Yeah, these guys, they really screwed it up. They screwed the pooch today.
Yeah, but I'm going to jet. Appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good weekend. Get horned up for these picks that's coming up. Let's hold out for Damian Martinez. I think that's the pick, guys. That's the one. Whether they have to trade up for him or if he falls to them, I think we're going to see Martinez. If they pick two, let's go Martinez and Melvin Smith Jr., cornerback from the Mule Riders. That's going to be my two.
Steve, if they pick Martinez, we hit again. We've hit what, twice?
Yeah. If we can get Martinez and we can get the Mule Rider, baby.
That would be 4, but I would settle on 3. I think 3 out of like 7 or 3 out of 6 is pretty good, man.
Mike, you might want to go to NFL and get this tracker and put it up because when I get off here, it's going to disappear, I think. And it's actually pretty useful just to have it there, I think.
Well, I'll throw up my tracker. I've just been watching ESPN's tracker, so we'll just trade one for the other.
All right. Appreciate you guys. Thanks a lot, and I'll be keeping an eye on the stream.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
There
Peace
we
out,
go.
guys.
See ya. Okay, Steve's left us, so what are we doing now, ladies and gents? We're partying. Dad's gone. It's time to get the keys to the Ferrari. Let's go. I wish the Broncos would come on. I'm with you, Jesse. This could be Tez Johnson right here. They are pretty much, him and Bo Nix were like stepbrothers for real. I could see it happening. I could see that happening. Oh, man. Jeffrey Bossa. Oh, man, he put up What's Up, Chiefs Kingdom. He looks like he'd be a monster, to be honest. He really does. I wish I could show some of his film, man. I really do. I wish I could show you guys some of his film and we could, analyze them together. 4.56 40. Oh, he played at the Senior Bowl. Okay, he was at the Senior Bowl. That makes sense. Dude, the Chiefs love picking from the Senior Bowl and different those bowls right off the rip that they do with those colleges. And they do the all-star stuff. They love picking from those. They really do. That makes tons of sense. Now I'm going to have to go back and watch the Senior Bowl again tonight and watch them a little bit. If I can find some Senior Bowl clips of them, I can show those because they won't take down Senior Bowl clips. Everybody else. Good Lord. Come on, Broncos. Let's go. What are you doing? They traded into this pick. Theoretically, well, I guess they didn't trade up into it. Jeremy Crenshaw, punter. They took that long to get a frickin' punter. Did I not tell you what they were going to do? I said, these idiots are going to take all day long and take the 30th best player on the board. And sure enough, Jeremy Crenshaw. Ain't that something? Okay, let's move it along. Dallas on the clock. Pick 1. 217 in the 7th round. Let's go. Let's get this thing going. Let's find Bossa over here. Give me some Bossa. Some Bossa. Yeah, you're right. Nikki, they probably, I mean, all these players are getting watched ever since they're out of high school, so they knew them. They do get to send coaches out and get some free interviews and stuff with them, though, at the Senior Bowls and things like that. Let's see. I want to see some. I want to see some Senior Bowl clips. No way. This kid Bossa played wide receiver in high school? Is that true? Is it wide receiver or tight end? He may have played some wide receiver or tight end in high school. If that's the case, that's crazy. Huh. Okay, well, they don't have any Senior Bowl highlights of him. At least just broken down. That kind of sucks. Okay, well, forget that then. Let's go ahead and just come back in and we'll just talk some more football then. Forget that. YouTube just slapped out anyway. They'd probably cry about it. Dallas up. They're not going to pick today, I don't guess. Have they moved on? Wait, what's up? Come on. Yeah, okay. That was the last pick. Let's go. Pick is in. Cowboys. Let's move. Okay, let's put together a list. Let's put together a nice list for the Chiefs while we're waiting. Who's best players available? Let's go running back. Best running back, obviously, on our board is Damian Martinez. Kyle Monaghan has not been picked yet, I do not think, unless I missed it. LaQuint Allen is there. Brashard Smith. Rocket Sanders out of South Carolina. That could be a sneaky pick for, like, he's almost kind of like a Brett Veach kind of guy in a way, especially if you look back at, say, Kareem Hunt. He's kind of got like Kareem Hunt size, 6'2", 217. He did run a 4.46. That was faster than Kareem Hunt coming out. A 1.55 10-yard split, which is not too shabby. That's in the good range. 36.5 vert, which is in the good range. And then he had elite arm and hand size for running back. So Rocket Sanders out of South Carolina could be a dark horse pick. Could be somebody that they possibly could be interested in. I've also said Corey Conner out of Cincinnati could also be a guy that they could be interested in at 5'9", 209. He's a little bit slower, 4.57, but that was pretty much what Kareem Hunt did run in college. And then a 1.59, and he didn't get a vert number. Jay Toya, defensive tackle out of UCLA. Okay, he was our number 38. Number 38 defensive tackle. Okay, cool. There's a few above him. Dallas is, I guess you can't call it a reach at this point. They're just getting people to fill their needs. I do think if you want to just look down at the board, Jared Harrison Hunt, Zeke Biggers, Eric Gregory, Aking Basote from Maryland, Thor Griffith from U of L, I really liked. You think the Chiefs could be interested in Thor Griffith as a 320-pound defensive tackle? Because they did watch Ashton Gilotte's film, and you had to have seen Thor Griffith a lot. That kid can flat out play. That would be kind of fun. I mean, I did mock him to the Chiefs in my first mock draft, so I mean, that would be a hit too. Huh. I could settle on that. Thor Griffith, baby. That'd be pretty sick. Thor Griffith and Damian Martinez, that'd be a fun little thing. Yeah, Chris, I'm with you. I think Rocket Sanders or Damian Martinez might be the pick there at running back. Casey Media will be annoying about Thor's name. Yeah, well, you already had Baby Thor last year, so this is Papa Thor. Now you got two Thors. Jack Nelson, offensive tackle, goes to the Falcons, pick 2 in the 7th round. Darren says, who do you think is best pick for what team in NFL this year? So the best pick by anybody? Huh. Best value. I'd probably put it at value. I think. I honestly think the Chiefs got really good value out of Josh Simmons. I really do think that's one of the higher values. The Browns getting Shadur Sanders in the 5th or 6th round was pretty high value too. I'm just going to be honest about that. All the tight ends went about the normal spots. The tackles went pretty close to normal. Yeah, I think the tackles went pretty much chalk. DT. The Browns getting Mason Graham at 5. I mean, you can't really say that's a great pick or great value, but I mean, that is a good pick. He's a really good defensive tackle, considering they also picked up stuff from that Travis Hunter trade. The Ravens getting Mike Green at the end of the 2nd round is insane value. That might be the best value out of everybody at this point. And then I would also say Will Johnson. Will Johnson going to the Cardinals at pick 15 in the 2nd round. Big time value. So I'll say Will Johnson, the Cardinals. I'll say Mike Green, the Ravens. Those were two of the best value picks. And then I probably put Josh Simmons in there. And honestly, I'll go ahead and say the Chiefs getting Jalen Royals is a lot of good value. We had him as our number 7 wide receiver, our number 8, my bad, our number 8 wide receiver. And we got him in the very end of the 4th round. So basically a 5th round pick on him. That's pretty good. And then Alec Ayomanor from Stanford went to the Titans at the end of the 4th round. That was the next wide receiver off the board. So they got pretty good value there as well. So I think Royals and Ayomanor are getting that value pretty good. Yeah, I'd have to put those in with Johnson, Mike Green, Simmons. I think that's some of the best value. Some of the most overdrafted players. The Ravens also got to hold that. They got to hold that one too. I think the Broncos taking Q Robinson at the end of the 4th was a little bit overdone, but it's not too bad. Let me see. No, the rest of the DTs look okay. Offensive tackle. Yeah, it was offensive tackle. Carson Vincent, Alabama A&M, the top of the 5th round for me was a little rich there with the Ravens. The Ravens also took Emory Jones from LSU in the 3rd round. At the end of the 3rd round, I had him as our number 18. Yeah, the Ravens took the 2 lowest rated tackles on our board at the time, so they were just totally in their own world. Okay, Thomas Fidone, or Fidone, I don't know how you pronounce it. I don't watch a lot of Nebraska football. But he is a nice little pass catcher, man. Tight end. He had a pretty good pro day there for Nebraska. He already played with Patrick Mahomes light. So, yeah, I mean, not too bad. It makes sense that Brian Daboll, who's like a Chiefs disciple, an Andy Reid guy, would make sense as why they would like him, because I thought Fidone was one of the ones that kind of fit what we do. If the Chiefs were to go tight end, are there any good tight ends besides Fidone? Let's see Fidone. So Jalen Conyers. Luke Lachey from Iowa still out there at 6'6", 251. The thing about Luke Lachey is he don't have tons of impressive film. He didn't get to play much. I don't think he's super athletic either. But, I mean, the pedigree that comes out of Iowa tight ends, man. It's like a pipeline, just straight to the NFL. But, yeah, he's got to get stronger. He's got to get faster. I just don't think he's a good... I mean, he's probably a UDFA in my eyes. Luke Lachey might be... Yeah, Luke Lachey might be a stretch. But he could be around 7. He could go 7. Luke Lachey would be... Luke Lachey would be number 11 on our board, just behind Fidone and Conyers. I actually had him above Oronde Gadsden. I know that drove Steve crazy. But Gadsden being a converted guy, it's kind of got like a Jody Fortson vibe, so I don't know if he's going to be super healthy a lot. You could always get into that stuff, but yeah. We will see what happens there. Not a lot of tight ends been drafted. This has been a horrible draft for tight ends, guys. There's only been 9 tight ends drafted this entire draft. The whole entire top 10 has not even been taken yet. So Fidone goes here to the Giants at 7-3. And then that would give... Yeah, so... Jalen Conyers was our number 10 tight end behind Thomas Fidone at 9. So Conyers is still a Chiefs target. There's a chance. Okay, so Marcus Bryant goes for Missouri, offensive tackle. Getting a spam call. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, I still think Conyers has to be a consideration here. I think Conyers, Damian Martinez... I would probably call those 2 on the short list. I'm gonna make another short list and throw it up on X. Let's see if we hit. Let's see. So Chiefs 7th round short list radars. Let's get that up. Let's make that really quick. Let's see. Who do we got? We would have Yeah, I think you got to go ahead and you got to put, let's see. I think Damian Martinez has got to be at the top of the board for me. He's got to be on there. I'm going to go ahead and put, let's see. I'm sure you guys will agree with this. I think you still got to put, I think we've now got to put Rocket Sanders on that. I think you have to. I think he's got to be like somebody that you could possibly consider out of South Carolina at this point. I'm going to go ahead and put Jalen Conyers on there still. I think that's still a possible target. I think that's a decent target from Texas Tech, tight end. Luke Condra. I'm going to keep Luke Condra on there. He's not been taken yet, but I still think Luke Condra is possible if the Chiefs want to go to the trenches. He's a really good guard, in my opinion. He was a great pass blocker probably 2 years ago, and then last year he became a monster run blocker. So he seriously can do it all. Like, he is straight up like he's got a lot. I really like Luke Condra. So okay, who else could we put on our list? You guys can help me. Darren, Rich, Edwin, Slammin' Sammy, DFN, all you guys here commenting. Mary, Chris, Tom, you guys are still here with me. Rich, at almost the 6 hour mark. I'm gonna let you guys. Let me get this. Last. Let me see. Let me get this 10 bomb here from Barry. Appreciate you, Barry. He said, great job, Mike. Get a beer on me. Great coverage of the draft. Appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you watching. I want all you guys to help me out here, too. JCP's still here. Let the boy watch. Let me know. I'm going to throw out some names. You guys just give me a quick yes or no, a Y or an N. Doesn't matter what it is. Just anything, let me know for the short list. Would you guys put Kyle Monangai from Rutgers on the short list? He's 5'8", 211, and we're not talking about the short person list at 5'8". But Monangai, he's a bowling ball kind of guy. He run a 4.6, so he don't got a lot of explosiveness. He did have a 1.54 10-yard split. But other than that, he's not very explosive. Would you guys throw him on a short list? Because I'm leaning no. I don't think we would double dip back to Rutgers, and I honestly do not think I don't think we would do that. So anybody that we consensusly come up with, I'm going to throw it on X, and I'm going to put a little sub note on there. It says the ACU crew, the live chat picked it up. So I'm going to let you guys have a say on a couple players here. So I'm seeing no's everywhere. So nobody likes it. Nikki says no. Jeremy. Peanut says no. People's not loving it. Okay, let's go down the board here. Let's do it. We're gonna say Monangai's a no. Would you guys put LaQuint Allen from Syracuse, 6', 204? He didn't have a lot of testing numbers, but I can give you this: he had 3 solid years. He's had 26 touchdowns in 3 years. He's had over 120 receptions out of the backfield, an 80 rushing grade per PFF, a 75 gap grade, and a 77 zone grade. He's tied for 67th with yards after contact. I mean, he's pretty decent. If I remember right, he had really good hands. He was a former wide receiver, so he can definitely run routes. I really liked him. I thought he was a willing pass protector too, but his top end speed is just not the best. Let's see what everybody says. We got a yeah from Jesse. We got a no from Brian, a no from DFN. Martinez just went off the board, didn't he? Dang it. Martinez went to Miami. Dude. See, Brett Veach, man, I'm telling you, I like that Bossa pick, but it was at the detriment of hitting that wide or that running back target we wanted. It really was. Yeah, Sam says the Delaware guy's a shot. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to throw Brashard Smith on there, and I'm going to put Brashard Smith. I'm going to give Brashard Smith to the chat. Do you guys want me? I'm going to give. Yeah, I'll say Brashard Smith. The chat can have Brashard Smith. I'll give you guys Brashard Smith. I'm seeing that name come out a bunch. So let's do that from SMU. We'll throw that one out. I'll put a star next to it, and we'll note that the star was an ACU live chat pick. So we've got a Brashard Smith. Okay, I'll give you guys Brashard. Let me see. Rocket Sanders. I'll claim Rocket. I threw Rocket out earlier. I know Chris Wright did too. But I'll say Rocket. I'll give you guys Brashard Smith. Let me see. Any other backs that you guys want? Do you want Phil Maffa? Do you want Marcus Yarns? You guys want to go Marcus Yarns from Delaware? You can have Marcus Yarns if you guys want him. Let's put him on there. Let's just put him on. We'll call Marcus Yarns as a UDFA target. We'll call him as a UDFA target for now. Wow. Isaiah Bond for Mr. Irrelevant. I mean, maybe. Okay. I'll give you guys that one. Isaiah Bond. I don't know if they double dip, though. I mean, it's just something where I don't know if they do it. Possible Mr. Irrelevant. Yeah, we got Conyers on the board. Seen that one. Mike, what about Graham Walker, Pat's half brother? That would be kind of sick if they could pull out Graham Walker. Actually, remember we did a short about him last year. Let's put it on the board. Let's put it on the board as a tight end, Graham Walker, for a possible UDFA. That's pretty fun, right? A UDFA target. Graham Walker. Did he go to Brown? He went to Brown. I don't know exactly where he's gonna. I don't know exactly what he would claim coming out of here. Holland Pierce. Yeah, we could throw Holland Pierce on the board. I'm cool with that. We'll do Holland Pierce from Rutgers. That's a big boy right there. We'll say, yeah. We're just gonna call all of these. Round 7 or UDFA targets. So I'm not gonna type all that in. We'll give that one to you guys. I'll give Holland Pierce to you guys, and I'll give Graham Walker to you guys. Since Nikki come up with it, I'll give Marcus Yarns to you guys. Luke Lachey, Montrell Johnson Jr. Veach is asleep. Veach is napping. If he's smart, he's snapping. Okay, here we go. Let's catch up. Keontae Hamilton. That was the guy that me and Steve drafted for the 7th round pick out of Rutgers to play defensive tackle. We thought he would be a nice, athletic, run-stuffing guy there. Keontae Hamilton from Rutgers, man. He's off the board. So I don't know if me and Steve, there's not too many more we can hit, man. We may have maxed ourselves out on just 2 hits this year. I still think 2 out of what? Can't really count the Bossa pick in a way because we're going to take I was going to say we're going to take an extra pick. We didn't have the 5th round pick when we mocked, but technically you took away a 7th round, so it really don't matter. But yeah, okay, so Keontae Hamilton, Keaton Crawford out of Nevada. That's a decent pick. We got Pittsburgh. Okay, the Chiefs are coming up in 2 picks, man. Did we? Wait. I thought we only had 2 picks this round, but we're cruising on 3. So we must have just swapped the 7th round pick last time. Logan Brown, Jared Ivey. I like both of those. Let's put those on the board. OT Logan Brown from KU. And we'll go Jared Ivey on the board. Ole Miss. Okay, we'll make that the short list for now. We'll call that the short list for round 7 UDFAs. Let's do Nair. I like Nair and Sam Brown Jr. as well. I just don't know if they double dip into that. Just don't know if they're going to double dip at wide receiver here. They might, but I don't know, man. To me, it just feels a little too rich for wide receiver. I mean, but they could be trying to get. So somebody said Chiefs traded up. No, I don't know if they've traded up. I mean, maybe they didn't have. Oh, okay, they did. Okay, they hadn't updated the thing. So the Chiefs give up all their picks to come up in the top. So okay, guys, this is our thing, man. I'm gonna go ahead and release this. I'm gonna go ahead and release this on X in case it's right. I've give you guys your credit, and we'll see if anybody hits, man. We've traded up. We're at 228. So here's our short list, ladies and gents. We got Rocket Sanders, Jalen Conyers, Luke Conjure, Logan Brown, Jared Ivey, Isaiah Nair, Sam Brown Jr., Brashad Smith, Marcus Yarns, Isaiah Bond, Graham Walker, Holland Pierce. That's what we've got, and we're going to see if they're coming up to get maybe Brashard Smith or Rocket Sanders. They felt comfortable trading up where they could at 228. I think they thought they had to get in front of Detroit. Maybe they were just trying to get up as much as they could, but they didn't care to jump in front of San Francisco. I don't think they mattered, man. I don't think it matters who they wanted. But okay, man, this is gonna be the last pick, man. So everybody get horned up, everybody get fired up. This is gonna be the last one of the day. And then we're done for the day, man. Everybody can go chill, and it's going to be a nice evening. I think the Chiefs have done well. We're going to see how good Brett Veach ends it. Curtis Rourke, quarterback from Indiana, Brett Veach, it's got to be very, very quick here. They've traded up for a specific person, man. They've traded up. It's got to be like a Brashard Smith or a Rocket Sanders here, I would think. That's who I think it's got to be. It almost has to be. There's nobody else really. I mean, it could on a limb be LaQuint Allen or Kyle Monangai. I don't think you trade up for Marcus Yarns. Maybe Donovan Edwards. I mean, Donovan Edwards has got a little pop to him. Not as in Pacheco, but a little bit of burst. Do they even get the running back? We're thinking running back, but it may not even be running back, guys. It really could just be another defensive end, or it could be like a Jared Ivey or a Tyler Batty out of BYU. It could be a, Fadil Diggs out of Syracuse. I mean, we got a chance it could be like a Zeke Biggers or a Eric Gregory or a Thor Griffith. It could be anything right here. Okay, let's go. Who we got? Come on, Veach. Is it Jalen Conyers? Could be Conyers. Tell Veach I want Smith. It's my 47th birthday. Let's go, Eric. Two-bomb. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you, brother. Happy birthday, Eric. Steve says it's Isaiah Nair. If it's Isaiah Nair, we get a hit, Steve. But something tells me I don't think they're double dipping at wide receiver, man. Unless they really wanted the big X receiver and they just couldn't pass up Royals earlier. Brashard Smith, ladies and gentlemen. It's Brashard Smith. We've got the running back. Everybody get horned up in the chat. We got the running back. Let's give it an announcement, shall we? I think it deserves an announcement. Let's give it one. Let's go. Let me find the horn and we'll give it a go here. Here we go. With the 12th pick in the 7th round, the Kansas City Chiefs trade up for running back Brashard Smith out of SMU. Let's go. Let's go, baby. We got that running back. We got Brashard Smith. Let's go. And we hit. The ACU crew hits live. There we go. You guys hit it live. Dude, Brashard Smith was probably on a short list for the Chiefs. Why? He was insanely fast. Brashard Smith, 5'10", 194. He fits the mold, dare I say. He fits the mold of the Andy Reid style back that he will actually use. He's sub 200. He is a player that you can play like some of the backs that Andy used to play, like Shady McCoy and things like that. So he's got all that. We're familiar with SMU because of Rashee Rice and different things. Let's hope he don't take any off-season trips back to Dallas. That's the one thing we do not want. But yeah, there's plenty to like about Brashard Smith. He's just super fast. He ran the 40 really, really well at the combine. He ended up running a 4.39. That was the second fastest 40-yard time behind Jaden Blue at a 4.38. It just makes sense that the Chiefs wanted somebody that could come out and just put the pedal to the metal, and they got it with Brashard Smith. Now, I don't know if Brashard Smith is the guy they wanted originally. I don't know if they maybe wanted Neal or Damian Martinez, and they just didn't fall. But I don't think they're complaining over a guy like Brashard Smith. I do not. I think that Brashard Smith is somebody that they can definitely use and they will use. So I really like the Brashard Smith pick. I'm glad they finally got that running back. Is Brashard Smith going to be enough to make everybody happy? That's what I want to know. Is it enough to make everybody happy on the day? Because I think that it does what we needed to do. It adds some juice to the backfield. I think it accomplishes it, man. John says, how much lag time do you have? I don't know how much lag time I have. I haven't been looking. But yeah, man, I'm glad. I'm glad we finally got it. Man, I'm super happy with it. Like, I didn't think we were going to get one, but I'm glad we did. But at the same time, again, this is just a 7th-round pick. We've invested in it. So in a year or two, if Brashard Smith doesn't really pan himself out, people are still going to be like, hey, Brett Veach has got to invest in these a little bit higher. He's still going to have that same knock. So let's hope Brashard Smith actually comes in and does stuff. Matt Miller comped him to Tony Pollard. Okay. Steve Munch says, let me just bring this up. I'll read it to you guys. He says, Smith moved from receiver to running back after transferring from Miami to SMU. So another Miami guy. Apparently we were just very invested in South Beach. And he set the SMU single-season program record for all-purpose yards with 1977 in 2024. He tracks and catches the ball well, so he's a threat out of the backfield. He's a threat after the catch and can run past defenders in vertical routes. Smith can press the line of scrimmage and make late cuts. He is one of 3 backs to run a sub-4 440 at the combine, and he pulls away from pursuit. He's undersized and doesn't have great raw power, but he runs hard and has the balance to pick up some yards after catch. I think this is I think this is a guy that Brett Veach and Andy Reid want. He fits the mold. And I also think Andy Reid may be able to use this guy a little bit. He also may take Pacheco's job. As much as we love Pop, I don't think he does it this year. Like, I'm not saying he takes it this year, but this may be the writing on the wall for Pacheco in Kansas City long term. It could be, it may not. It's too early to say. I'm just going to, I'll preface it by saying that or put a little asterisk by it, but you have to ask the question, were some of these picks kind of like a foreshadowing? Like, was the Jalote pick a foreshadowing for Karlaftis? Is this one maybe a foreshadowing for Pacheco? Got to ask yourself that a little bit. Maybe he's Drew Tranquil because of Bossa. So, I don't know. We'll see, but this is going to be fun, man. Perry with a 2-bomb. He said, would you trade back in for Jared Ivey? I don't think I would give up more picks for Jared Ivey. I would leave it as it sits. I think at this point you make a short list on your UDFAs, and probably by the end of the night you maybe see a good 6, 7, 8 UDFAs coming in. And I think they'll still go out and get another running back. I think you could see Marcus Yarns getting a UDFA invite. I think most of our list, I think the Chiefs will extend an invite to. I think they extended the invite into Jalen Conyers. They'll extend one out to Rocket Sanders, Luke Condra, Jared Ivey if he's there, Nair, Sam Brown. I believe Marcus Yarns. Most of those guys might have a UDFA invite. Now, will they take them? Will they go somewhere else? We'll see. But I do think most of these guys are going to get an invite from us. But appreciate the 2-bomb, Perry. Guys, this has been a wild one. It's been a wild one. I'm tired. My voice is going out. We've been going for it's been over 6 hours today. But Brett Veach threw us a bone, guys. He said, look, I'm going to go ahead and trade up. We're going to get the running back, and then you guys can get out of here. Chris Wright just coming in at the last minute, helping me out, man, just doing the good stuff. I hear the train, baby. I hear that train a-coming. Here we go. Chris Wright with 10 gifted. Appreciate you, Chris Wright. Appreciate you, brother. You guys have stuck with me this entire time. I love it. You guys have supported the channel big time, man. I thought we done good with it, man. We threw out some names early. We only got to do 2 mocks this year. We'll usually do 3 or 4. We only got to do 2, but we did alert people to Omar Norman Lott and his interest from Kansas City, and that hit. Okay. We did alert people to Jalen Royals early in the draft process, and Steve actually drafted Jalen Royals in his initial mock draft. So we hit that one too. I want to say we hit 2, right? I think 2's fair. 2 out of 7 rounds isn't bad. Let's be completely honest. Out of 400 possible names, hitting 2 out of 7 pretty good. And so the ACU boys continue to go on. But I appreciate the 10 gifteds there from Chris Wright. If you guys get that, throw him some ketchup in the chat. Steve gives me a $20 super sticker. Thanks, Steve. Steve's got it going tonight. Steve, I'm going to take your $20 and I'm going to run right out here and I'm going to go get something that's not leftover nachos, bro. That's what I'm going to do. Let's go. Let's go. We hit them, man. We hit 2. I'm down with 2. I think it's 2 big ones. And I'll say after just hitting 2, that Noah Williams pick, man, it's going to prove out to be a fun one. I think Noah Williams is going to be a fun pick. I really do. I think he's going to be fun. I think you're going to get immediate contributions from Jalen Royal. I think you're going to get immediate contribution from Omar Norman Lott too. I think you're going to be able to see him getting paired with Chris Jones, and Chris Jones and those guys are going to teach him a few things. I think Jalate is going to be, I hope I'm pronouncing his name. I hope I've not butchered that poor child's name this entire time. Okay? So let's just hope that's right because he deserves the respect. I think he's going to be good. He played football right down the road from me. Right where I'm sitting right now, I could throw a rock and hit the stadium probably. It's about 3 blocks up the road. I think he's going to be a little bit better than people think. I think he's got that motor. He's got that Karlaftis motor. He's got that fire. He's got that passion to play football. And I think that's why they went and got him. He's got that dog in him. He's got that drive. I think you guys are really going to like Ashton Jalate. After I watched some more of his film, because my initial watch was I didn't think he was big enough to set the edge from what I'd seen. But the more I watched of him, and that's on me, I've went through flooding and all this, haven't got to put a lot of time in it, so it's on me. I missed that one. I should have been on Ashton Jalate as a possible Spags guy, and I missed that. I whiffed it. I'll own that one. I whiffed it, but I think that once you watch it, and I would have gave it a little more time, in the film room, watched a few more games, I think I would have seen more of what they seen. I really do, because he's not that far off. And just a little more I was watching last night. I believe you guys will like him. So I believe he's going to be okay. And so I want to ease your mind there. If you guys don't take nothing from me today, I think Gelate, if for anything, he's a nice rotational piece, and I think you'll just like his attitude and what he brings to the team. So Bossa, let's hope he pans out. That would be nice. But I really do like the Noel Williams pick. So if you look at our rankings, guys, before I go, if we look at our rankings, we basically got the number 20 running back. So we ranked Rashard Smith number 20. And the only reason we ranked him so low is because we thought that he had to sit at the exact team. He had to be in the exact system. And so he found it. With the Chiefs, he would have probably been a top 15, top 12 guy for us. But for everybody, we had him at 20. So we got a top 20 running back at the end. We snaked out the number 8 overall wide receiver. I think that is a very good value right there. We didn't take a tight end. I think we honestly got, on our ratings, we got the number 4 tackle. And I'm telling you right now, Mimbu is not a left tackle. Will Campbell may be a guard. So besides Kelvin Banks, Josh Simmons may be the number 2 left tackle in this whole draft, and we got him at the end of the first round, plus a 5th-round pick, okay? Then we go to defensive tackle. We grabbed Omar Norman-Lott, and I know there's a lot of people down on him. From everything I watched, he really impressed me. His film was some of the most fun film I watched. I thought he was just a spark plug. He was a bowling ball. He looked like they had a rocket up his ass. Like, I think he can get off the line. I really liked him, and I've seen so much potential. And a lot of people can't see that because they don't like the fact that he's a little small. Well, he's bigger than Turk Wharton. We needed to replace what Turk Wharton brought last year. And you can see that when Turk Wharton actually played well last year, look at those games when he finally showed up and played really well in some of those games. He gave some relief to the defensive line in times of need when Chris Jones couldn't get there. When George Karlaftis was struggling, Turk Wharton stepped up. And if you can get that from Omar Norman-Lott and you don't have the struggles, and maybe Gelate's coming off the edge now, and maybe you've got George Karlaftis coming off this edge, and Chris Jones can't be double-teamed over and over. Maybe the defensive line starts creating way more pressure and we get back up to the top 2 or 3 in the league there. I had him ranked right behind Derek Harmon. I had Harmon at 4, and I had Omar Norman-Lott at 5. And I'm comfortable with that, and I'll stick to it. If he turns out to be a bust, I'll own it. But, guys, I seen something, and I thought he fit the Chiefs very well. So we got the number 5 defensive tackle according to our rankings. Defensive end, we got the number 12 defensive end right behind JT Tuimoloau from Ohio State. We got Ashton Gelate, and I put him right above Jack Sawyer and Princely Uman Milan. So I put him above some players, man, and hopefully he proves me right. If I had to redo it, would he have made my top 10? No. I feel confident putting him at number 12. I think I hit that right. But if you ranked him for just Chiefs players, so if you went down the board here and I took just my top 10, I don't think the Chiefs would have taken. I don't think the Chiefs would have taken James Pierce Jr. I don't. He's too small at 245. So he wouldn't have made my top 10 if it was just Chiefs. Donovan Ezeraku would not have made my top 10 if it was just Chiefs. So he would have instantly made my top 10. He would have been number 10 on my board if I would have took those 2 out. So we technically got a top 10 player there. Linebacker, we got number 10. I had Jeffrey Bossa ranked number 10. I had him right above Shamar James. And then, of course, I had Noel Williams, who was number 11. Basically, 10A, 10B was Savon Ravel because of Ravel's injury. But Noel Williams was number 11, so just right outside that top 10. He's a ball hawk. So I believe we had a pretty good draft, man. I just want to thank you guys for being here. Hit that like button. Thanks for hitting that like button these past few days. Thanks for all the gifted subs. Thank you guys for all the donations. That helps us so much. We got another 2-bomb here. We will get a receiving running back. Well, we got a receiving running. Yes, we did. And then Sam with a 2 says, thanks, guys. Great job. Appreciate everybody, man. Really do appreciate all you guys. I think I'm going to call it a night. I'm going to get the girlfriend together. We're going to get all fancied up and go have a dinner or something, man, and then come back and crash. Maybe watch some Netflix. I don't know. There ain't going to be no Netflix and chill, man. It's draft weekend. We're too fired up. The horn went everywhere else. We don't have time for it. Say no. No, but anyways, appreciate you guys. Love all you guys. Appreciate the support, man. If you're watching, you haven't subscribed, and you like Chiefs content, and you like people that are just no frills, me and Steve don't sugarcoat it. We're fun. We are who we are. We're not putting on fake suits and ties and acting like, we're not doing it. I'm not trying to be an ESPN commentator. I don't care. We're just going to have fun. We're going to tell it how it is, and, we like to have some football discourse. So if you like that, hit that sub button. Hit that bell notification so you know we do videos, we do shorts, we do everything. We do lives, of course. But, yeah, we appreciate you guys. Hit that like button on the way out. You guys have a great night. And if you want to, man, find this, re-put it, re-watch it, do whatever. Leave me your draft scores, what you think Veach scored for this whole thing, man, because I'm giving it a solid with that Brashard Smith pick, man. I think I go back above the B+ threshold. I think I'll give him an A-. I think I'll go A- on it. And if Bossa actually turns out and Gelate turns out to be a little bit better than we thought, I mean, he may have hit one of his best drafts here in Kansas City. So I'm excited about it. Round of applause to you guys. And I'm out of here, man. ACU out. You guys have a good one. Catch you guys a little bit later. Go Chiefs.